Karl Lowith. From Hegel to Nietzsche. The Revolution in 19th Century Thought. Translated from the German by David E. Green. Foreword to the Morningside edition. Hans-Georg Gadamer. As a contemporary and old friend and colleague of Karl Lowith, I can only contribute from memory a prefatory word to this English-language reissue of his From Hegel to Nietzsche. We were bound by our work and our intellectual development in Marburg until 1935, then again after 1953 in Heidelberg. I can still see before me his serious, and in his youth, extremely introspective figure. In addition, we were joined by growing up together and especially by our heated discussion because of our different philosophical tendencies. And that was precisely what the students and young researchers in Marburg as well as in Heidelberg valued so much. Lowith began by writing on Nietzsche and ended his prolific career writing on Paul Valéry. Hegel was not, in fact, his subject, and especially not the metaphysics and the formative influence that emanated from it in antiquity, in the Middle Ages, and in the nascent modern era. In other words, what was at the core of my own research and study was remote to him. Thus we mutually complemented each other, and thus too our students could test themselves against us. Lowith's approach was basically Schopenhauer's determined distancing, as well as his critique of the academic world and its concept of values. Thus the young Karl Lowith, returning after World War I, was attracted by the revolutionary pathos of the young Heidegger. Later he saw in Nietzsche the surpassable radicalism whom no one else, not Husserl, nor Heidegger, nor we others who were young with him, could match. But Marx's, which Lowith tried to connect with Kierkegaard, could not win him over. With a rare penetration and brilliant verbal artistry he knew instead how to uncover the evidence of humaneness underpinning the ideas of the great historical figures and the structure of their conceptual subtleties. It was not accidental that the sober skepticism and the virtually Egyptian fatalism of his view of life could not find a real model in any philosopher, not in Hegel but rather in Goethe, nor yet in Nietzsche but more so in Jacob Burckhardt. For what Lowith sought was an inner independence, particularly in the face of the multiple perspectives of the contradictory systems of thought and their mutually incompatible effects on life and on society. As he handed us his first book, The Individual in the Role of Societal Man, he had added the individual Karl to his own first name. He could also have titled the book The Unique One and /Lis Possession, even if the extremism of the creator of that title, Eugen Dühring, remained foreign to him. Even in Nietzsche the amor fati alone was entirely to his taste. His plea for nature allowed him to share Goethe's dissatisfaction with history and that concerned particularly the history of salvation, as his famous book, Meaning in L/History, makes clear. The whole of European philosophy must have seemed to him, particularly in view of his love of Italy and of the art of life of the Italians, an ultimate hypocrisy which never overcame its Christian remnants and denied itself total inherence in this world. He could release an astonishing amount of humanity and vital reality at the periphery of the barren heath of the conceptual practices of philosophy, turn it into fertile soil upon which a multiplicity of ideas and of the spiritual animal kingdom could feed. Thus his From Hegel to Nietzsche should not be read as a work of history, nor as a recounted story, but as a walk, with ever new perspectives on the occurrences and curiosities of the 19th century. When he was driven out of his country because of his Jewish roots he was able, after much effort, to secure a prestigious position at the Imperial University of Sendai in Japan, where he could teach in German. Just before Japan's entry into the war, he was admitted into the United States. But the world of the Far East retained its magic for him throughout his life, even after he returned to Germany. The world of antiquity, which also lacked a concept of history, was for Lowith, who lacked a humanistic background, only attractive from afar. But he constantly ran into this world in Nietzsche. The classical philosophy which most easily found a response in him was, primarily, Stoicism, and thus he particularly loved the essay of the world, which comes to us in the Aristotelian corpus. He did not like to hear, as I had to tell him, that this was not Aristotle but a much later work influenced by the Stoic circle. That is how insistently, how unshakably he pursued his fight against all illusions of transcendence. The son of a painter, he saw the colorful reflection that life was, for Goethe as well as for him, passing by him with quiet grief and with stoical calm and dignity. And so from Hegel to Nietzsche will accompany many in their ramble through the 19th century and will reward them with splendid vistas. Translated by Luna Carnross and Edith Kurzweil. Preface to the first edition. Hegel and Nietzsche are the two endpoints between which the historical course of the German spirit in the 19th century moves. But, because Hegel's work has usually been viewed as the brilliant culmination of the systems of idealism, and random portions have been excerpted from Nietzsche's works for opportunistic use, caution has been necessary in the case of each. Hegel seems to stand very far removed from us and Nietzsche very near, if we consider only the latter's influence and the former's works. In fact, though, Hegel's work, mediated through his pupils, had an effect upon intellectual and political life which it would be difficult to overestimate, while the numerous influences exerted by Nietzsche since 1890 have given birth to a genuine ideology only in our own time. The Nietzscheans of yesterday correspond to the Hegelians of the 1840s. In contrast to the academic petrifaction of Hegel's system by scholars of Hegel and the popular warping of Nietzsche's writings by worshippers of Nietzsche, the following studies seek to bring accurately to life the epoch which starts with Hegel and ends with Nietzsche, transcribing the philosophical history of the 19th century within the horizon of the present. To transcribe history does not mean to counterfeit the irrevocable power of what has taken place once and for all, or to increase vitality at the expense of truth, but to do justice to the vital fact of history so that the tree be known only by its fruits, the father by his son. The 20th century has clarified and made explicable the actual events of the 19th. In the process, the deadly consistency of philosophical development since Hegel has made easier the pursuit of the consecutive stages which have led to such an extreme result. Nevertheless, these studies in the history of the spirit are not a contribution to Geistesgeschichte in the usual sense of the word, the principles of which, having evolved from Hegel's metaphysics of the spirit, have been so attenuated that they are now trivial. The spirit, as subject and substance of history, is no longer a foundation, but, at best, a problem. Hegel's historical relativism has as its beginning and end absolute knowledge, in relation to which every stage in the unfolding of the spirit is a mark of progress in consciousness of freedom. The knowledge of the spirit achieved by the historical sciences is not even relative, for there is no measuring stick by which to evaluate the temporal process. All that is left of the spirit is the spirit of the age. But yet, even if only to be able to understand the age as an age, a point of view is necessary which will transcend the bare events of the age. But because the equation of philosophy with the spirit of the age gained its revolutionary power through Hegel's pupils, a study of the age from Hegel to Nietzsche ultimately will have to yield the question, is the essence and meaning of history determined absolutely from within history itself, and, if not, then how? The following studies in the history of the German spirit in the 19th century do not seek to give a complete history of 19th century philosophy, especially since material completeness of historical comprehension is not only unattainable, but would be contrary to the meaning of causal historical relationship. In the real history of the world, as of the spirit, insignificant occurrences very quickly can become significant events. On the other hand, what seems eventful, very quickly can lose all meaning. It is nonsense, therefore, whether in advance or in conclusion, to fix the totality characteristic of an epoch in all its facets. The process of shift of meaning is never concluded, because, in history, it is never determined at the beginning what will result at the end. The purpose of these studies is solely to point out the decisive turning point between Hegel's consummation and Nietzsche's new beginning, in order, with the light of the present, to illuminate the epoch-making significance of an episode which has fallen into oblivion. In the perspective of an age which thought itself superior, the 19th century seemed capable of being comprehended in a single catchword and already of being overcome, but even Nietzsche was still aware of being both a conqueror and an heir. In the perspective of history as a whole, an epoch is neither praiseworthy nor blameworthy, each is both debtor and creditor. Thus the past century, too, has its front-runners and fellow travelers, its prominent men and its average men, figures both lucid and opaque in its rank and file. The 19th century is Hegel and Goethe, Schelling and Romanticism, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, Marx and Kierkegaard, but also Feuerbach and Ruge, B. Bauer and Stirner, Yvonne Hartmann and Dyring. It is Heine and Born, Hebel and Beichner, Imenin and Keller, Stifter and Strindberg, Dostoevsky and Tolstoy. It is Stendhal and Balzac, Dickens and Thackeray, Flaubert and Baudelaire, Melville and Hardy, Byron and Rimbaud, Leopardi and D'Annunzio, George and Rilke. It is Beethoven and Wagner, Renoir and Delacroix, Munch and Maurice, Van Gogh and Cezanne. It is the age of the great historical works of Ranke and Mommsen, Droysen and Treitschke, Taine and Burckhardt, and of fantastic growth in the natural sciences. Not least, it is Napoleon and Metternich, Mazzini and Cavour, Lassalle and Bismarck, Ludendorff and Clemenceau. It extends from the Great French Revolution to 1830, and thence to the First World War. Blow upon blow, for good or ill, it forged technological civilization, and spread abroad over the whole earth inventions without which we can no longer even picture our daily lives. Who could deny that our life is finely based upon this century, thus understanding Renaud's question, which is also the question of Burckhardt, Nietzsche and Tolstoy, de quoi vivre-t-on après nous? Were there an answer to this question based solely upon the spirit of the age, the final, honest word of our generation, born before 19° and come to maturity during the First World War, would be a resolute resignation, a resignation without profit, for renunciation is easy when it renounces most. Sendai, Japan. Spring, 1939. Paris 1. Studies in the history of the German spirit during the 19th century. Introduction. Goethe and Hegel 1. Goethe made German literature into world literature, and Hegel made German philosophy into world philosophy. Their productive power was of complete normality, because their goal was in complete harmony with their ability. What comes after them cannot be compared for breadth of vision and energy of accomplishment, it is exaggerated or exhausted, extreme or mediocre, and more promising than productive. In 1806 Napoleon came through Jena and Weimar. In the same year, Hegel finished Die Phänomenologie des Geistes and Goethe the first part of Faust, two works in which the German language attained its broadest fullness and most extreme compactness. Yet the relationship between Hegel and Goethe is much less obvious than that between other German philosophers and men of letters, so that it gives rise to the appearance that they merely lived alongside each other, without working in common. While Schiller was influenced by Kant, and the Romantics by Fichte and Schelling, Goethe's view of the world of nature and man was determined by none of the classical philosophers. His work needed no philosophical props, because its own thought was deep, and his scientific studies were produced by the same imaginative power that produced his poetry. Thus Hegel and Goethe cannot mean that their life work is mutually dependent or interwoven, but the connection may indeed mean that between Goethe's intuition and Hegel's comprehension there exists an inner relationship which points to both a proximity and a separation. To see that each paid his due to the work and influence of the other is to recognize the distance they preserved in their association. While each did his own work, the mode of thought in which they worked was the same in its essentials. The difference which both separates and unites them becomes clear when we observe that Goethe's primary phenomena and Hegel's absolute encounter each other just as respectfully as did Goethe and Hegel in their personal lives. Their mutual relationship extends over 3 decades. A few diary entries and oral remarks by Goethe, together with the few letters they exchanged, are all that document their relationship. In his works Hegel makes a few passing references to Goethe, with more detail about the theory of color in both editions of the Encyclopédie. 3. Goethe reprinted a passage from one of Hegel's letters dealing with the same subject in the 4. Heft zur Naturwissenschaft. And yet their relationship went beyond this outward cooperation. On April 24, 1825, Hegel writes to Goethe describing the inner motives of his dependence, or even devotion, for when I look back over the course of my spiritual development I see you interwoven everywhere, and I could call myself one of your sons. From the nourishment you have given me, my inner self has obtained strength to resist abstraction, and has ordered its course aright by your system as by a beacon. This corresponds to Goethe's statement to Varnhagen, after Hegel's death, that he experienced a deep sense of grief over the loss of this highly talented, important leader, who had been such a well-grounded man and friend, active in all fields. The foundations of his theory lay outside my horizon, but wherever his actions touched on more, or even impinged upon my efforts, I always reaped a great spiritual benefit. 5. Even further from Goethe than the dogmatic foundations of Hegel's own theories lay the subsequent constructions of the members of the Hegelian school, although he also mentions with approval well-stated observations made by them. For example, even when he was 78 years old he studied a book by Hinrichs on ancient tragedy, and used it as the point of departure for an important conversation. 6. Another of Hegel's pupils, L. von Henning, lectured at the University of Berlin on Goethe's theory of color. Goethe furnished him with the necessary material. The most independent of Hegel's pupils of that era was the legal philosopher E. Gans. He gives an account of a conversation Goethe once had with him. Goethe said, if philosophy would take it upon itself to give attention to the things and articles it treated, it would become all the more effective, also coming into more contact with the empiricists. But the question would always arise whether it was possible to be at the same time both a great scholar and observer and also an important generalizer and summarizer. He acknowledged Hegel's many insights both in nature and in history, but he could not refrain from questioning whether his philosophical ideas would not have to undergo continual modification in order to conform to the new discoveries which would undoubtedly constantly be made, losing thereby their categorical nature. Then he came to the Irucher. He disliked a certain awkwardness and discursiveness in the individual articles. He criticized my recension of Savina's History of Roman Law in the Middle Ages on the grounds that I was trying to make the author do something he did not intend. 7. Here Goethe rejects the forceful importation of an alien system of thought. Similarly, in a letter to Hegel, he emphasizes that in his scientific works he is concerned not with an opinion to be put across but with a methodology to be demonstrated. Anyone might make use of it as he likes, as a tool. 8. But this reservation is followed immediately by a recognition of Hegel's efforts which shows how strongly Goethe, too, was opposed to all undisciplined caprice. With great satisfaction I hear from many sources that your effort to educate young men to follow you is bearing fruit. It is necessary that somewhere in this amazing age a theory spread out from a central point, which can be of theoretical and practical benefit to one's life. Of course there is no preventing the hollow skulls from losing themselves in vague ideas and fine-sounding, empty words. This has a bad effect on the better minds, for, perceiving the erroneous methodologies in which the others have been entangled since youth, they withdraw into themselves, becoming abstruse or transcendental. 9. Quite apart from Hegel's theory, the desire for a firm basis which could be passed on united Goethe with Hegel's spiritual activity. This difference characterizes the whole relationship between Goethe and Hegel. It is expressed drastically in a conversation with Kanzler Müller. I do not want to know any details of Hegelian philosophy, although I am somewhat attracted to Hegel himself. Somewhat later, in a more conciliatory mood, Goethe writes to Hegel himself, I keep my mind as open as possible to the gifts of the philosopher, and rejoice each time I can appropriate something which has been discovered by an ability nature was not willing to grant me. 11. Thus during the entire course of his life Goethe felt himself at once attracted to and repelled by Hegel's philosophy. 12. And yet basically he was sure that they agreed in spirit. This is beautifully expressed in his last letter to Ziter. Fortunately, the nature of your talent is focused on the single note, that is, the moment. Now, since a sequence of consecutive moments itself is always a kind of eternity, it has been granted you always to remain constant in the midst of flux, thus fully satisfying both me and the spirit of Hegel, to the extent I understand him. 13. 1. Goethe's idea of primary phenomena and Hegel's comprehension of the absolute. The unity of principle. What appealed to Goethe about Hegel was nothing less than the principle of his spiritual activity, mediation between self-being, Selbstsein, and being other, Andersen. In Goethe's idiom, Hegel placed himself in the middle, between subject and object, while Schelling emphasized the breadth of nature, and Fichte, the height of subjectivity. 14 Where object and subject meet, there is life. When Hegel places himself between object and subject by means of his philosophy of identity and lays claim to this position, we must do him honor. 16. Similarly, Hegel had to see Goethe's subjectivity, the universal content of his self-being. Goethe's diagnosis of the universal sickness of the age corresponds exactly to his fierce criticism of the shallow subjectivity of the Romantics. They are incapable of divesting themselves productively of their subjectivity and venturing into the world of objects. To discover and establish the midpoint between subject and object, between being pro se and being per se, between the internal and the external, was the motivating force behind Hegel's entire philosophy of mediation, from his first systematic fragment to the Logic and Encyclopédie. Through this philosophy, substance was to become subject, and the subject substantial. Similarly, Goethe's naive philosophizing centers upon the problem of harmony between the self and the world. The contradiction between them and its neutralization under the terms subjective idea and objective experience. What is apprehended by the senses and what is conceived are discussed not only in the famous exchange of letters with Schiller 18 but also in 4 special essays, Der Versuch als Vermittler von Objekt und Subjekt, experiment as mediator between object and subject. In Werken der neueren Philosophie, the influence of recent philosophy, Anschauende Urteilskraft, intuitive judgment, and Bedenken und Ergebung, reflection and resignation. Goethe says that, in the process of viewing the universe, man cannot fail to venture ideas and construct concepts with the aid of which he attempts to understand the essence of God or of nature. Here we come face to face with our real difficulty, that between the idea and the experience there seems to be a certain gulf fixed. We exert all our strength to cross it, in vain. In spite of this, we strive constantly to overcome this gap by means of reason, understanding, imagination, faith, feeling, madness, and, if nothing else will serve, with absurdity. Finally, after constant strenuous effort, we discover that the philosopher might indeed be right who states that no idea is fully congruent with experience, but admits that idea and experience can, indeed must, be analogous. 19 The philosopher mentioned here is Kant, and the work in which he forges a unity out of conceptualizing reason and sense perception is the Kritik der Urteilskraft. Of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, on the other hand, Goethe remarks that it lies completely outside his field. Only one thing in it seems to him worthy of attention, that it renews the ancient primary question, how much of our spiritual existence is derived from our own self, and how much from the external world. He himself, he continues, had never separated the one from the other. Whenever he philosophized in his own way, he had done so with unconscious naivete, believing that his ideas really were before his eyes 20. Both as poet and as scientist, he, like nature, had always proceeded both analytically and synthetically. The systole and diastole of the human spirit was to me like a second respiration, never apart, always pulsing. Yet for all of this he had no words, not to mention phrases. He had been kept from penetrating into the labyrinth of Kant's Kritik der reinen Vernunft, at times by his poetic gift, at times by his Haunen understanding, although he believed he understood a few chapters and had gained much from them for his personal use. This relationship to Kant underwent a change with the appearance of the Kritik der Urteilskraft, 1790, which he had to thank for an extremely light-hearted period. Quite in line with his own work and thought, it taught him to view as a unity the products both of nature and of the human spirit, i.e., art, so that aesthetic and theological judgment illuminated each other. I rejoice that the art of poetry and comparative natural science are related so closely to each other, both being subject to the same faculty of judgment. 21. But at the same time Goethe had a critical awareness that his use of Kant's study went beyond the limits drawn by Kant. His mind did not want to be restricted to a purely discursive power of judgment. He claimed for himself that intuitive understanding which was, for Kant, an intellitus archetypus, that is, an idea, which is not a property of Haunen nature. Indeed, the author seems here to have in mind a divine understanding, but only when we bring ourselves to a higher level of morality through faith in God, virtue, and immortality, and approach the primal being, first principle. It might also happen the same way in the intellectual realm. Through perception of nature, eternally creating, we might make ourselves worthy of spiritual participation in its products. Although at first, unconsciously and compelled by an inner drive, I pressed indefatigably toward that original, typical entity, even succeeding in constructing a representation in conformity with nature, nothing now could keep me from encountering courageously the adventure of reason, as the old man of Königsberg himself calls it. 22. This was also the point at which Hegel began in his treatise on Faith and Knowledge, 1802, only to draw from Kant's Kritik der Urteilskraft the conclusions which put an end to subjective idealism and brought understanding to reason. Both interpret the power of judgment as the productive midpoint mediating between the concept of nature and that of freedom, bringing to light a region of identity. Kant's reflections on reason in its reality, as beauty standing objectively before the eyes, in art, and as organization, in nature, already defined formally the true concept of reason, although he was unaware that with his idea of intuitive understanding he was in the realm of speculation. In fact, with the notion of an archetypal understanding, he already had in his hands the key to unlock the riddle of the relationship between nature and freedom. Hegel and Goethe and Schelling too took this latter idea from Kant and used it as a point of departure. Both attempted the adventure of reason by placing themselves disregarding discursive understanding in the middle between personal existence and the existence of the world. The difference between their ways of mediation resides in the fact that Goethe sees the unity from the point of view of nature as it is perceived, but Hegel from the point of view of the historical spirit. This corresponds to the fact that Hegel recognizes a cunning of reason, and Goethe a cunning of nature. In each case, it lies in the fact that the affairs of men are subordinated to the service of a whole. Be the difference in exposition however much their differing views of the absolute as nature or as spirit characterize the relationship between Hegel and Goethe, no contrast in principle is indicated, only a difference in the manner of its exposition. When Goethe speaks of nature, trusting that it also speaks through him, he means the reason behind everything that lives, just as the primary phenomena are themselves a kind of reason, more or less permeating all created things. 23. When Hegel speaks of spirit, confident that it also speaks through him, he understands thereby nature as the otherness of the idea, while the spirit is a second nature. As a consequence of this difference and agreement, Goethe, with benevolent irony, could recommend his primary phenomena for friendly reception by the absolute on an occasion of a gift-giving. Nevertheless, it did not seem to him proper to speak of the absolute in the theoretical sense, precisely because he always kept it before his eyes, seeing it in its manifestations. 24. After a visit from Hegel, Goethe wrote to Nebel that the conversation had aroused in him the desire to be together with Hegel at more length, for what in the printed communications of such a man appears to us abstruse and unclear, because we cannot utilize it immediately for our own needs, immediately becomes our own in the course of live conversation, because we perceive that we are in agreement with him in basic thoughts and ideas, and mutual development and elucidation of them could probably lead to rapprochement and agreement. At the same time, Goethe was conscious of Hegel's approval. Your gracious approval of the major trends of my thoughts confirms me all the more in the same, and I believe that I have made notable progress in many areas, if not in tens of the whole, then for me and my soul. May all that one am yet capable of achieving always be built upon what you have established and continue to develop. 25. This could just as easily have been written by Hegel to Goethe, for in fact the work of the one built upon that of the other. However great the difference in the type and range of their personalities, however rich and active Goethe's life was in comparison to Hegel's prosaic existence, they were at one in the basis of their work, through their recognition of what exists. For this reason they denied the pretensions of individuality, which is only destructive, never philosophically constructive, because it has a conception of freedom which is only negative. 26 However much Goethe's free flexibility within the fixed framework of pursuit of his goal differed from Hegel's constructive violence, the breadth of their mighty spirits exalted them both equally high above the everyday view of the world. They did not seek to know how things are in relation to us, but rather to perceive and to recognize what they are in and of themselves. When, in his essay on experiment, Goethe says that, like an indifferent and yet divine being, one must seek and study what is and not what pleases, it is quite in line with what Hegel says about pure thought in the preface to his Logic and Encyclopaedia. Both valued theoria, in the original sense of pure vision, as the highest phone of activity. Observation of objects at the same time revealed to both their own nature, for which reason they rejected merely reflective self-knowledge as untrue and unfruitful. I hereby confess that the great duty know thyself, which sounds so imponent, has always seemed to me to be suspect, like a trick of priests in secret conspiracy who would like to confuse man through unfulfillable demands and lead him away from ill's proper activity in the external world to a false interior contemplation. A man knows himself insofar as he knows the world, which he perceives only within himself, and himself only within it. Every new object, properly examined, reveals a new organ within us 27. On the same grounds Hegel, too, rejects the complacent devotion of the individual to his own beloved individuality, that is, that which differentiates him as a panicular individual being from the universal being of the spirit and the world. 28 Their conception of growth and existence is directed at an existence which emerges from itself, objectifies itself, within the world. This concern about questions of phenomena of an objective world, stoned by machines, also characterizes Goethe's relationship with Hegel in matters pertaining to the theory of color. From the very beginning this was the actual concrete point of contact between them, although it was within this area, natural philosophy, that recognition and following were denied them. The way they reached an understanding of the problem of light and color shows most clearly the divergence in their method of procedure and in the manner in which they looked at their own work. In the foreground of their correspondence one is aware of a feeling of mutual assistance, approval, and corroboration, especially on the part of Goethe, who calls Hegel an amazingly accurate and acute man whose words on the theory of color are ingeniously clear and penetrating, although not equally accessible to everyone. Hegel, he states, has penetrated so deeply into his work on optical phenomena that he himself has only now understood it. C1 early. 30 The divergence in attitude which lurks in the background appears only in the form of a polite irony, by means of which each asserts the individuality of his own method before the other. Goethe expresses this ironic distance in a well-considered choice of words in his letter of October 7, 1820, in which he insists upon the obvious nature of his idea, carefully differentiating his method of communication from an opinion which must prevail. We see it also in the previously mentioned dedication of the drinking glass, which conciliatorily preserves the distance between the absolute and the primary phenomenon. He expresses his reservations more directly in a conversation on dialectics preserved by Eckermann. Goethe distrusts the dialectic method because it might be misused in order to turn falsehood into truth. One who is dialectically sick, however, can be healed once more by honest study of nature, for nature is always and eternally true, and will not let such sickness prevail. 31 Hegel expresses his irony in his stubborn designation of Goethe's primary phenomenon, based on observation, as a philosophical abstraction, because it isolates from something which is empirically complex something pure and simple, and stresses it. Your Excellency may call your procedure in the pursuit of natural phenomena a naive method. I believe I may yield sufficiently to my faculty as to see and admire therein the abstraction by means of which you have held fast to the simple, basic truth, only inquiring after conditions, discovering them, and throwing them into relief. 32. Goethe has discovered thereby something which is primarily merely visible, a transitory certainty of the senses, a simple observational relationship. He has elevated it to the level of thought, and made it permanent. We read much the same material in Hegel's intricate letter of thanks for the drinking glass which has been sent him, just as throughout the ages wine has been a mighty support of natural philosophy, by inspiring the drinker and thus proving that there is spirit in nature, so this glass demonstrates the ingenious, Geistwahl, phenomenon of light. He wishes thereby to retain his faith in the transubstantiation of thought into phenomenon and phenomenon into thought. In a letter of February 24, 182 Hegel writes that he has understood nothing of the many machinations of other color theorists, although in his case understanding comes before all else, and the dry phenomenon means nothing more to him than an awakened desire to understand it, that is, to comprehend it spiritually. This is just what Goethe has accomplished, more than he himself realized, through his spiritual sense of nature, by breathing into nature an intellectual breath. This and this alone is worth talking about. 33. The simple and abstract, which you most appropriately called the primary phenomenon, you set in first place, then show its concrete manifestations as arising through the addition of further modes of effect and conditions, and regulate the entire process in such a way that the sequence progresses from the simpler conditions to the more complex. When this arrangement has been made, that which is complex now appears in all its clarity through this decomposition. To trace the primary phenomenon, to distinguish it from other, accidental surroundings, to conceive it abstractly, as we say this I consider a matter of great intellectual understanding of nature. Similarly, I consider this whole process to be the truly scientific ponion of knowledge in this field. 34. Hegel interprets Goethe's primary phenomena under the aspect of essence, Wesen. The interest they might hold for the philosopher consists in the fact that such a preparation, that is, something made prominent by the spirit, can actually be used for philosophical ends. At the outset our absolute is something like an oyster, gray or completely black, just as you like. If we have struggled with it in the direction of air and light to the point where it desires the same of itself, we need windows if we are to bring it out completely into the light of day. Our schemata would vanish into mist if we sought merely to transfer them into the motley confusion of a resistant world. It is here, it seems to us, that Your Excellency's primary phenomena prove immensely useful. In this twilight, both worlds greet each other, our abstruse world and phenomenal existence intellectually and conceptually through its simplicity, visibly or sensibly through its sensuousness. 35. For Hegel, then, Goethe's primary phenomena do not assume the status of an idea, but rather an entity intermediate between the intellectual and the sensual, mediating between pure essential concepts and the accidental appearances of the sensual world. Hegel is even clearer in the next sentences, where he no longer masks his disagreement with Goethe, but openly declares it. Now when I discover that Your Excellency shifts the realm of the unsearchable and incomprehensible into the region where we dwell, from which we seek to justify your view and primary phenomena, to understand them one might say prove, deduce, construe them, etc. I know at the same time that Your Excellency, even though you may not be grateful to us for this, even though in fact your own views might attack the taunt of natural philosophy, will at least be so tolerant as to allow us to conduct ourselves with what is yours in our own innocent manner. In spite of everything, this is not the worst that has befallen you, and I can rely on the fact that Your Excellency understands the ways of human nature, how, whenever someone has done anything worthwhile, others come running, wanting to see something of their own accomplished in the process. In spite of all this, we philosophers have one enemy in common with Your Excellency, namely, metaphysics. Thus finally the common element seems reduced to defense against a common foe, the negation of that damned bad metaphysics of the physical scientists, Newton, who do not push on to a concrete notion, but subordinate abstract rules to empirical facts. With all Goethe's receptiveness toward the significant agreement of such an important man, the reservation in Hegel's recognition of his goals and accomplishments could not simply escape his notice. His reply merely hints at this through a reference to Hegel's friendly attitude toward the primary phenomena. In two letters of earlier date their methodological difference seems to be an unbridgeable gulf. In 1807, Hegel writes to Schelling about Goethe's theory of color, "I have seen a portion of the same, out of hatred for the cogitation with which others have ruined the matter, he restricts himself completely to the empirical, rather than progressing beyond it to the other side, to the notion, which will succeed, at most, in becoming dimly visible." 36. What Hegel here calls a mere dim visibility of the notion means for Goethe a genuine self-revelation of the phenomena, in contrast to which Hegel's proofs of God seem to him out of date. 37 and his dialectical construct ions an abuse. In 1812, referring to a passage in Hegel's preface to Phenomenology in which Hegel describes the phases of plant development from the bud to the flower and the fruit as a kind of dialectic progress, he writes, "It is probably impossible to say anything more monstrous. To seek to destroy the eternal reality of nature through a bad sophistical joke seems to me completely unworthy of a rational man. If an empiricist, his mind chained to the earth, remains blind to ideas, one will pity him and allow him to go his way, will indeed derive much profit from his efforts. But when an outstanding thinker, who penetrates within an idea and knows quite well what it is worth, in and of itself, and what higher value it contains, in describing an immense process of nature, makes a joke of it, distorting it sophistically, denying and destroying it by means of words and phrases which artificially contradict each other, one simply does not know what to say." 38. The illusion of perspective from Goethe's point of view, which affected his relationship with Hegel, rests in the fact that the idea as understood by Hegel was not intended to describe a process of nature but a process of the spirit. By it Hegel did not mean the reason of nature which to him was powerless, while it was powerful to Goethe, but the reason of history, and Hegel viewed the spirit of Christianity as the absolute in the history of the spirit. The actual disagreement between Goethe and Hegel thus becomes comprehensible in their attitudes toward Christianity and toward history. 39. Two Rows and Cross. Goethe's rejection of Hegel's association of reason with the cross in 1830, for his 60th birthday, Hegel received from his pupils a medal, displaying on the face his portrait, and on the reverse an allegorical representation. Left, a male figure, seated, reads from a book, behind him is a pillar upon which an owl crouches, at the right stands the figure of a woman holding fast to a cross which towers above her, between the two, turned toward the seated figure, is a naked genius whose raised end points to the cross on the other side. The attributes owl and cross allow no doubt concerning the intended meaning of the representation. The middle figure of the genius mediates between philosophy and theology. This medal is still in the possession of the Goethe collection. At Hegel's request, Zeiter conveyed it to Goethe. 40 of it Zelter said, "The head is good, and not unlike him, but I cannot be happy with the reverse. Who can demand that I love the cross if with that I am forced to share its burden?" When Goethe received the copy intended for him, after Hegel's death, he wrote on June 83 to Zeiter, "The praiseworthy profile on the medal is very well designed by any standard. I do not know what to say of the reverse. To me, it seems to open an abyss which I have always kept at a good distance during my progress toward eternal life." To this, Zeiter replied, "I can easily believe that the Hegelian medal disturbs you. It was long enough in my possession, but you would really open your eyes in astonishment if you would inspect the contents of our new museum. Nothing but the hands of great artists, hands which have fallen into sin through the most tasteless representations." Half a year later, Goethe returns once more to the subject of his thorough dislike. "It is impossible to tell what it is supposed to signify. That I have known how to honor and adorn the cross, as a man and as a poet, I have proved with my stanzas Die Geheimnis, but that a philosopher should lead his pupils to this barren contignation 41 via a detour over the grounds and abysses of being and non-being, that I cannot accept. That can be had cheaper and stated better." Thus Goethe's annoyance is directed neither against the allegorical representation as such, nor against the Christian allegory, About the same time he himself devised an allegorical device for Zelter, and in Die Geheimnis as well as in Wilhelm Meister and Faust he employed Christian symbolism as a man and as a poet. What he objects to is that upon Hegel's metal the Christian symbol of the cross, in its philosophical sense, is applied and misapplied on the Dieter via reason, instead of theology being left at the distance from philosophy which befits them both. His letter continues, I have a medal from the 17th century with the portrait of a high Roman cleric, upon the reverse, Theologia and Philosophia, two noble women, stand opposite each other, the relationship so beautifully and purely conceived, so perfectly satisfying and delightfully expressed, that I keep the medal secret, in order to give it into the possession of one who is worthy of it, should I find such a man. Further on, Goethe opposes the cross, towering above all else, on another basis. In its harshness and crudity it stands opposed to the human and the reasonable, which are indispensable. A week after receiving the Hegel medal, and referring to his design for the Zeiter medal, he writes, an airy, decorative cross is always a cheerful object, the loathsworn wood of the martyrs, the most repugnant object under the sun, no man in his right mind should be concerned to excavate and erect. Yet when one is 82 years old one must allow the dear, accursed world to continue in its fool's life, as it has for millennia, in the name of God. 43. Goethe's interest at that time in the device for Zeiter, together with the temporal proximity of this remark to his ill humor regarding the Hegel medal, render it probable that the Zelter medal, too, has some relationship to that cross which, contrary to everything rational, stands upon the Hegel medal, receiving through a genius its mediation with philosophy. Goethe rebelled against such an introduction of Christianity into philosophy. In a conversation with Ekanan on February 4, 1829, he says with regard to the philosopher Schubarth, just like Hegel, he, too, drags the Christian religion into philosophy, although it has no business there. The Christian religion is a mighty entity in itself, by means of which a sunken and miserable mankind from time to time has worked its way once more to the surface. When this effect is accorded it, it is exalted above all philosophy, and needs no support from it. Similarly, the philosopher does not need the approval of religion to demonstrate certain theories such as eternal existence. The same view is evidenced once more in a conversation with Kanzler Miller, occasioned by the confession of faith of a rational believer. 44. But it is characteristic of Hegelian philosophy, which includes everything in its dualities, that it is a philosophy of the spirit based on the Christian logos, a philosophical theology. We have a metaphor for this amalgamation of the reason of philosophy with the theology of the cross in a famous passage from the preface to Rieck's philosophy, where Hegel calls reason. Arose within the cross of the present. 45. Of course, this image is not iconnect with the allegoflocal representation upon Hegel's medal, which has a cross but not a rose, but it illustrates Hegel's conception of the unity of philosophical reason and the Christian cross. Lassen has given an exhaustive interpretation of Hegel's statement, reducing the theological significance of the cross until it disappears in a universal dichotomy which is reconciled by reason. Nevertheless, he himself points out the connection between Hegel's metaphor and the sect of the Rosicrucians. 46 as well as with Luther's coat of arms, with Hegel's own Lutheranism, and with the third centenary of the Reformation, 18i7. But if the cross means only dissociation between self-conscious spirit and presently existing reality, why then one must ask in disagreement with Lassen's interpretation does Hegel, in such a conspicuous place, label this estrangement with the basic Christian concept of the cross? Obviously because he understands both the estrangement and reconciliation to exist, from the very beginning, in the realm of the history of the Spirit, having in mind Christ's death upon the cross, though understanding the spirit of Christianity philosophically. Reason is a rose within the cross of the present, not because every estrangement strives by its very nature for reunion, but because the agony of the estrangement and reconciliation have already taken place within history in the suffering God. 47 But Goethe's objection to Hegel's contignation is the more significant in that Goethe himself, in Die Geheimnis, used the metaphor of a cross garlanded with roses as a symbol of his idea of the purely human. Goethe's association of humanity with the cross. The content of the poem is briefly as follows: a young monk loses his way in the mountains, finally arriving at a monastery above whose door there is the symbol of a cross garlanded with roses. Within the monastery 12 knightly monks are assembled, who had formerly been scattered in secular life. Their spiritual leader is a mysterious unknown man who bears the name Humanus. In contrast to this personification of pure and universal humanity, each of the 12 others represents a particular nation or religion, with his own way of thinking and seeing. Through their life together under the leadership of Humanus, they have been granted the one, inclusive spirit which is his. He now wishes to leave them. There is no longer any need for his presence, after he has had his effect upon them all. Thus the religion of humanity is not a particular religion among others, nor does it consist in the mere common beliefs of various religions, as in Lessing's parable, it means the eternal duration of an elevated human condition. Despite this, Goethe's own statement refers the cross with the roses to the Christian events of Holy Week. To this faith of half a world Goethe gives a completely new significance by mitigating the theological rigor of the Christian cross and by exalting it to a symbol of pure humanity. The roses lend softness to the rude wood. The symbol is not surrounded by any words of explanation, its meaning is, rather, to become visible mysteriously, to remain, like Faust, a riddle manifest. The human mystery of the Christian cross is hinted at by the hardly understood word of self-liberation through self-conquest. To die and be born makes up Goethe's humanistic Good Friday. To this extent, both Goethe and Hegel humanized, or spiritualized, Luther's theology of the cross. In the metaphor of rose and cross, they interpreted the device of Luther and that of the Rosicrucians within the secular realm. There was nevertheless a divergence in their use of the same symbol. For Goethe, it remains a symbol which cannot be comprehended in words; for Hegel, it merely serves to illustrate a relationship which can be comprehended by concepts. Goethe absorbs Christianity into humanity, and Geheimnis reveals the nature of the purely human. Hegel subsumes Christianity in reason, which, as the Christian logos, is the absolute. Goethe allows the rose of humanity to wind freely about the cross, and philosophy to remain separate from Christianity. Hegel removes the rose of reason into the midst of the cross, and philosophical thought incorporates the dogmatic concepts of theology. In Goethe's interpretation of his poem, the story is placed in Holy Week, but for him the celebration of the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ means only the ratification, Besiegling, of an elevated human condition. Hegel's philosophy seeks to remove the seal from the historical event of Holy Week by turning it into a speculative Good Friday, making of Christian dogmatics a philosophy of religion, which identifies Christian suffering with the idea of the highest freedom, and Christian theology with philosophy. 48 Goethe objected to this association from the ground up. Precisely because he knows how to honor the Christian cross as a man and as a poet, he finds the detour of the philosopher repugnant, doing honor neither to the Christian faith nor to the reason of man. See the Lutheran sense of rose and cross measured against the original Lutheran sense of rose and cross. The divergence between Hegel and Goethe in their attitude toward Christianity pales into insignificance. Luther's device has a black cross in the midst of a heart surrounded by white roses. Its meaning can be read from the legend, De Christen Ers auf Rosen jet, wens mitten unterm Kreuz steht, the Christian's heart walks upon roses when it stands beneath the cross. In a letter written in I-530 to Lazarus Spengler, Luther explains more precisely the meaning of the device: because you desire to know whether my seal is rightly conceived, as a mark of friendship I shall let you have my first thoughts, which I wanted to fix upon my seal as upon a stamp of my theology. First should be a cross, black, within the heart, which would have its natural color, that I may remind myself that faith in him who was crucified makes us blessed. For as one believes with his heart, one is justified. Now the fact that it is a black cross mortifies, and is intended to produce pain, yet, it allows the heart to retain its natural color, does not destroy nature, that is, does not kill but rather keeps alive justus enim fide vivet, sed fide crucifixi. But such a heart should stand in the midst of a white rose, to show that faith yields joy, comfort, and peace. The rose is to be white, not red, for the color white is the color of the spirits and all angels. Such a rose stands in a field the color of heaven, for such joy in spirit and in faith is a beginning of the heavenly joy which is to be, now already comprehended within, held through hope, but not yet manifest. We can read a summary in antithetical form in a passage written in 1543, in juxtaposition with the device, because Adam lives, that is, sins, death swallows up life. But if Christ dies, that is justified, life swallows up death. This Christian interpretation of the rose and cross stands in as great a contrast to Hegel's rational reinterpretation as to Goethe's humanistic reinterpretation. For, paradoxically, the heart of the Christian rests upon roses only when, following Christ, it assumes the cross of suffering, thus standing beneath the cross. The cross in the Christian sense is not mitigated through humanity, nor has it within itself a rose as a rational center. It is as non-humanistic and non-rational as is the Christian in comparison to the natural man, that is, Adam. Therefore it is only in a very attenuated sense that one can speak of Hegel's and Goethe's Protestantism. Hegel's and Goethe's Protestantism. Hegel's Protestantism rests upon the fact that he understood the principle of the Spirit, and thus the principle of freedom, as the conceptual development and consummation of Luther's principle of assurance of justification by faith. 49. He practically identifies the perceptions of reason with faith. This perception has been called faith. It is not historical, externally objective, faith. As Lutherans, I am one and will remain so. We have only that original faith. 50. In this rational faith which knows that man's destiny of freedom rests on his immediate relationship with God, Hegel viewed himself as a Protestant. In this way he reconciled the absolute dichotomy between faith and reason which Luther himself so radically established. Ultimately, to Hegel, Protestantism is identical with the universal insight and education which it effected. Our universities and our schools are our churches. Therein rests the essential contrast with Catholicism. Like Hegel, Goethe esteemed the Reformation as liberation from the shackles of intellectual narrow-mindedness, while for Luther it was the restoration of true Christianity. Once more we have courage, we read in a conversation about the Reformation from the last year of Goethe's life, to stand with our feet firmly planted upon God's eon, conscious of ourselves in our God-given human nature. 51. Neither Goethe nor Hegel had any qualms about how little a Christianity whose meaning resides in a man's ability to feel, as a man, great and free might have in common with its original meaning. Goethe said, "We shall all grow gradually from a Christianity of word and faith to a Christianity of disposition and deed." This statement marks the beginning of the road which led from Hegel to Feuerbach, and further into radical crises. The contrasting attempts of Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, once more to force the decision between paganism and Christianity, are determined reactions to that amorphous Christianity represented by Hegel and Goethe. Goethe's Christian paganism and Hegel's philosophical Christianity. Goethe's statements regarding Christ and Christianity oscillate between a remarkable pro and con. This derives not from any vague vacillation, but from a defiant irony which shuns the either-or. To me, Christ remains a highly significant but problematic entity. 52. A remark which in the mouth of anyone else would be the symptom of a trivial education, coming from Goethe, it comprehends a world of contrasting lines of thought, which his extraordinary moderation held in balance. Goethe once described himself as a decided non-Christian, to whom the discovery of the Earth's movement about the sun meant more than the entire Bible, and another time as perhaps the only true Christian, as Christ would have him be. 53. A contradiction beside which stand the comments, in the same conversation the pederasty of the Greek is as old as mankind, it is rooted in the nature of man even though contrary to nature, and, the sanctity of Christian marriage is of inestimable value. Although marriage itself is unnatural. The ambiguous tension of Goethe's statements about Christianity extends through 60 years. The Prometheus fragment of 1773 is already not only a rebellion against the gods, but as Jacobi and Lessing at once understood 54 an attack upon the Christian faith in God. It was followed in 1774 by Der Jude, an attack upon the church and clergy. A year later Goethe sends a reply to Herder apropos the latter's early Utterungen zum Neuen Testament, thanking him for a stimulating heap of rubbish. If only the whole doctrine of Christ were not so illusory as to be an insult to his human intelligence, he would be immensely pleased by the subject itself, as well as Herder's treatment of it. In 1781, upon receipt of Lavater's published letters, he writes, "I have never looked so gladly upon your Christ and admired him as much as I have done through these letters." It exalts the soul and furnishes occasion for the most wonderful meditations to see Lavater grasp with ardor this crystal vessel, fill it to the very brim with his own bright red draught, and drink it down. I grant you this pleasure gladly, for without it you must needs be miserable. With your wish and desire to derive everything possible from an individual, and with the impossibility that an individual can ever satisfy you, it is glorious that an image has been left to us from ancient times, into which you can for your all, and, seeing yourself reflected in it, worship your soul. But I can only call it unjust, an act of robbery not befitting your good name, that you should pluck from the thousands of fowls of the air their priceless feathers as though they had been usurped in order to embellish your own bird of paradise with them, an action which must appear to us grievous and unendurable, we who devote ourselves to the study of all wisdom revealed through men and man, as sons of God worshipping him within ourselves and within all his children. I quite understand that you can do nothing to change this, and that you are justified in your own eyes. But, since you repeatedly preach your own faith and doctrine, I also find it necessary repeatedly to show you our own, a brazen, unshakable rock of humanity, which you and all Christendom may occasionally dampen with the waves of your sea, but can neither inundate nor cause to tremble upon its foundations. More pointedly, he writes to Herder in 1788, it remains true, the fairy tale of Christ is the reason that the world is able to go forward another 10 meters without anyone coming to his senses. It takes as much strength of knowledge, understanding, and wisdom to defend it as to attack it. Now the generations are confused, the individual is a wretched thing no matter what party he declares himself for, the whole is never a whole, the human race tosses to and fro upon trivialities, none of which would be so important did it not exert great influence upon points which are so essential to man. About 6 years later, after a renewed study of Homer, Goethe states in a conversation that he has just realized what indescribable mischief the Jewish nonsense brought upon us. Had we never come to know the melancholy of the Orient, had Homer remained our Bible, how different a form would mankind have achieved? 30 years later, in a letter to Zeiter on the occasion of the performance of some passion music, we find similar sentiments. Hopefully Jesus' death will bring you a joyous Easter this time, also. The clergy has learned so well how to reap a profit from this most wretched of all events, the painters, too, have profited so from it, why should the composers alone be sent away empty? 4 years later, he writes to Miller that he pities the preachers who must speak and have nothing to say, having as their subject a sheaf which has been threshed for 2,000 years. From the same period dates a remark to Zeiter apropos of an Ecce Homo painting, everyone who looks at it will feel good, seeing someone who is even worse off than he is. And once, when he was accused of being a pagan, he replied, a pagan? Well, I had Gretchen executed and let Ottilie starve to death, isn't that Christian enough for the people? 55 But in his Geschichte Verhandelehre, under the heading of tradition, this same Goethe calls the Bible the book not only of the Jewish people but of all peoples, because it sets forth the history of one nation as a symbol for all the rest. And as far as content is concerned, we should have to add very little to bring it completely up to date. Were one to append to the Old Testament an extract from Josephus, to continue the history of the Jews down to the destruction of Jerusalem, were one to insert a synopsis of the extension of Christianity and the dispersion of Judaism through the world. After the book of Acts, were one, preceding the revelation of John, to draw up a summary of unadulterated Christian doctrine according to the sense of the New Testament, in order to explicate and elucidate the complicated exposition of the epistles. Then, in the immediate present, this work would deserve to regain once more its old position not only as a universal book but as a universal library of all nations. Surely the higher the educational standards of the centuries become, the more it could be used for education, partially as a foundation, partially as a tool, obviously not by dilettantes, but by truly wise men. Finally, in the Wanderjahr, 11/1, Goethe declared Christianity to be the ultimate religion because it represents an exalted culmination, which mankind can and must attain. Christianity alone has opened to us the divine depths of suffering. But the detailed reasoning behind this is by no means Christian. It is very close to what Nietzsche called the Dionysian justification of life. According to Goethe's theory, Christianity transcends ancient ways of sanctifying life because it includes positively within itself what appears to go contrary to life. It teaches us to view as divine even what is repugnant, odious, and loathsome, lowliness and poverty, scorn and contempt, disgrace and misery, suffering and death. It even teaches us to love sin and crime as ways by which to go forward. It is like nature in Satyros, both rooting and undying, primal matter and impossibility, everything and nothing, a comprehensive unity of contradictions. Life, we read in the fragment on nature, is its most beautiful invention, and death its device to have much life. Birth and the grave are one eternal sea. Starting from this concept of nature as divine, Goethe interprets the genuineness of the Bible and its truth. But for him, the sun is no less true and quickening than is the appearance of Christ. What is genuine except everything excellent which stands in harmony with purest nature and reason, even today serving for our highest development? And what is counterfeit except everything absurd, empty, dumb, everything which bears no fruit, at least no fruit of value? If the genuineness of a biblical document is to be decided by the question whether everything it tells us is true, then in a few points the genuineness even of the Gospels could be doubted. And yet I consider the Gospels, all four, to be genuine, for there works within them the reflection of a majesty which proceeded from the person of Christ. It is of such a divinity as any the deity has ever assumed upon earth. If I am asked whether it accords with my nature to give him reverent worship, then I say, completely. I bow before him as the divine revelation of the highest principle of morality. If I am asked whether it accords with my nature to worship the sun, then I say once again, completely. For it, likewise, is a revelation of the Most High, and in fact the mightiest which has ever been granted us mortals to perceive. I worship in it the light and creative power of God, whereby alone we live and move and have our being, and all plants and animals together with us 56. Thus Goethe was able to call himself an adamant non-Christian and at the same time avoid being taken for a pagan. What he worshipped as divine was the productive power of the entire world, against which war, plague, water, and flame can have no effect. 57. To this Dionysian world of self-destruction and rebirth Christ, also, belongs, whose teaching extended the realm of what is to be revered until it included even what is most repugnant. When, in the last month of his life, Goethe writes, speaking of the Bacchae of Euripides, seemingly in a strange anticipation of Nietzsche's idea of a crucified Dionysus, the piece provides a most fruitful comparison of a modern dramatic presentation of the suffering divinity in Christ with the ancient presentation of a similar suffering, thence to issue all the more powerfully in Dionysus. 58. The internal consistency of this statement can be measured by the fact that in the which Jude, a sturmuendi drang Christ, who has had his fill of crosses, utters the unchristian words, 0 world full of wondrous complexity, full of the spirit of order, of casual wandering, thou endless chain of ecstasy and misery, thou mother who borest me even to the grave. Whom I, though present at creation, do not particularly understand. Goethe's free and careless attitude toward Christianity, based upon the fact that he had such true emotions, 59 became a superficial and pale commonplace of the intelligentsia of the 19th century, who thought that they could claim Goethe as their leader because they thought their indifference reconciled differences. A typical expression of the just milieu of this bourgeois Christian cultural class, even during the First World War, was the popular formula Homer and the Bible, both of which were carried in the rucksack. Until very recently, this humanism tinged with Christianity left its stamp upon the more or less free-thinking speeches of Protestant school directors and pastors. Some biblical text would be discussed, illustrated with statements by von Humboldt, Schiller, and Goethe. Overbeck characterized this state of affairs perfectly. It is the fashion for contemporary Christianity to give itself to the world in its own way. In the world of today, no man of imponence can behave in anti-Christian fashion without being claimed by Christianity with special preference. Among the Christians of modern observance, Goethe and Schiller, Feuerbach, Schopenhauer, Wagner, Nietzsche, and, namely, their successors, must be content with this. In actuality, we will soon be at the point with Christianity that all those great men will be much more familiar to us as devout Christians than as apostates from Christianity. If nothing more were needed for evidence of such an estimation than to pluck out of their writings the raisins of warm tones, approving of Christianity, who would hesitate long before joining himself wholeheartedly to modern Christianity? 60. Hegel never viewed his understanding of Christianity as a negation, but as a justification of the intellectual content of the Al-Aliyat religion. In his mind, the Christian doctrine of suffering and redemption was also determinative for speculative thought. A search through his works and letters for ironic invectives against Christianity would be in vain. When he writes polemic, it is directed solely against inappropriate conceptual forms, barren of ideas, as found in particular theological movements. In his old age particularly he made the express claim that his was a Christian philosophy. 61 His biographer could describe Hegel's philosophy justly as a perennial definition of God, so greatly was it a philosophy grounded on the historical basis of the Christian religion. However unambiguous to Hegel was his mediation between philosophy and Christianity, it perforce became ambiguous to an equal degree when this mediation became a point of attack. The critical component which was already present in Hegel's justification became free and independent as soon as the mediation disintegrated. Because the ambiguity present in Hegel's conceptual Aufhebung, exaltation or nullification, of religion could be interpreted in two ways, criticism, too, could take Hegel's justification as its point of departure. On the grounds of Hegel's mediation between philosophy and Christianity, it pressed for their differentiation and for a decision. The consequence of this process can be seen in the criticism of religion which passes from Strauss through Feuerbach to Bruno Bauer and Kierkegaard. 62 Along the way is revealed, together with the crisis of Hegelian philosophy, a crisis of Christianity. Hegel did not see a crisis coming in the history of Christianity, while Goethe, in 1830, saw it plainly before him. For one must either hold fast to the traditional faith without allowing room for 28 Frohl Hegel to Nietzsche. Criticism of it, or surrender oneself to criticism, also surrender e.g. faith. A third course is inconceivable. Humanity is now caught in a religious crisis, how it will come through I do not know. Come through it must and shall. 63 They both saw the political crisis in the Esme way. The external impulse was provided by the July Revolution. The end of the world of Goethe and Hegel. In 1829, in a conversation concerning the state of Europe, Goethe said to a Pole named Odynek that the 19th century is not just the continuation of the preceding one, but seems destined to be the beginning of a new era. For such great events as shook the world in the opening years of this century cannot remain without great consequences, even though the latter, like grain from seed, grow and ripen slowly. 64. Goethe did not expect them until the autumn of the century. The first consequence was the July Revolution of 1830, which shook all Europe, and gave all who experienced it cause to reflect. Eminence said that it was not explicable on the basis of physical need, but only as a spiritual force and enthusiasm, similar to a religious movement, although the motive force was not faith, but politics. More soberly, L. von Stein concluded that it was the great event whereby industrial society came to power. The social truths which it made manifest concerned all Europe, and the doubt which attached to the victory of the bourgeois class concerned civilization in general. More than anyone else, Niebuhr felt the revolution to be epoch-making. His deeply resigned preface to the second edition of the second part of his Roman history, dated October 5, 1830, sees all hopeful prospects threatened by a destruction such as the Roman world underwent in the 3rd century, annihilation of property, of freedom, of culture, of science. And Goethe agreed with him in his prophecy of a barbarism to come. It was, indeed, already at hand. We are already in the midst of it. 6ll. The symptomatic significance of the July Revolution was that it showed that the chasm of the Great French Revolution had closed only in outward appearance. In reality the world stood at the beginning of a whole age of revolutions, in which the masses were to win from the upper classes an independent political power. Müller gives an account of a conversation with Goethe in which the latter said that he could reconcile himself to the new crisis only because he saw in it the greatest opportunity for intellectual exercise which could come to him at the close of his life. 67. A few months later, Goethe writes to Zelter that he finds it remarkable that after 40 years the old frenzy should begin all over again. The strategy for such powers as remained should be to make the individual paroxysms harmless. If we survive, there will be calm again for a while. More I cannot say. 6s. More out of place than ever, there seemed to be present in this revolution an unmitigated striving for absolutism in this thoroughly conditional world. 69. He preserved his sanity through the surety of Nerur, which remains constant in the midst of all change. When Eckermann came to bring him the first reports of the revolution, Goethe said to him excitedly, "Well, what do you think of this great event? The volcano has erupted, all is in flames, and it is no longer a transaction behind closed doors." But to Eckermann's amazement, by this event he did not mean the political news, but a discussion in the Paris Academy concerning the methodology of neural science. 70. Goethe recognized clearly that the world began to undergo a drastic change about 1830, as a result of democratic leveling and industrialization. On October 23, 1828, he said to Eckermann on the subject of mankind, "I see a time coming when God will no longer have any pleasure in it, he will once more have to destroy everything to make room for a renewed creation." The basis of bourgeois society and its social life seemed to him to be destroyed, and he viewed the writings of Saint Simon as the ingenious outline for a radical abolition of the existing order. What came to him from France in the way of modern literature he viewed as a literature of despair, forcing upon the reader the very opposite of what men should be told for their own well-being. It is their satanic business to exaggerate to the utmost limit everything odious, everything loathsome, everything horrible, everything unworthy, along with the whole pack of the depraved. Everything is now ultra and transcendent, in thought as well as in action. No one knows himself any more, no one understands the element in which he lives and moves, no one understands the material which he shapes. There can be no talk of pure simplicity, but of simple nonsense there is plenty. Modern man transcends himself and over-educates himself only to remain fixed in mediocrity. He becomes more extreme and more common. 72. The last document revealing his insight into the currents of the age is a letter to W. von Humboldt, in which he justifies the seal of secrecy he put upon the second part of Faust. Without question it would give me infinite pleasure to dedicate these very serious jests to my esteemed friends, widely dispersed, whom I gratefully acknowledge, while they are yet alive, to let them see them and to hear their replies. But the day is really so absurd and confused that I am convinced that the honest efforts with which I have labored so long on this strange edifice would be ill repaid. They would be driven upon the shore, lie there like a shattered hulk, only to be covered over by the drifting sands of time. Confusing theories for confused actions hold sway over the earth. I have nothing better to do than, where possible, to augment what is my own and has been left to me, to distill and redistill my own individuality, just as you, also, my esteemed friend, are doing in your castle. With these words, full of astounding firmness and resignation, Goethe's correspondence ends, 5 days before his death. Hegel was irritated by the July Revolution no less than Goethe. With rage and horror he saw the onset of new dissensions against which he now defended the existing order as a genuine source of stability. In his last political writing, written in 1831 criticizing the English Reform Bill, he called the desire for reform a disobedience born of courage from below. Accused of servility toward church and state, he wrote to Goeschel on December 13, 1830, "At present the enormous interest of politics has swallowed up all others, a crisis in which everything previously dependable seems to become problematic. So little can philosophy stand up to the uncertainty, violence, and evil passions of this great unrest. I hardly think that it can penetrate into those circles which rest so easily. It must realize that even for the purpose of bringing calm it is only for the few." At the close of the preface to the second edition of the Logic, he expresses the fear that in a period politically so agitated there might be no room at all for the passionless calm of purely thinking knowledge. A few days after finishing the preface he fell ill with cholera and died. In their common opposition to transcendence, Goethe and Hegel were still able to construct a world in which man can live with himself, but even their immediate pupils no longer found themselves at home in it, and misunderstood the equilibrium of their masters as the product of mere harmonization. In Marx and Kierkegaard 74, the midpoint from which Goethe's nature drew its life, the mediation in which Hegel's spirit moved, diverged once more into the two extremes of internal and external, until finally Nietzsche sought, by a new beginning, to retrieve antiquity from the emptiness, fm, ternary, and, with this experiment, vanished in the darkness of misamti. The origin 01, the spiritual development 01, the age in Hegel's philosophy 01, the history 01, the spirit. The eschatological meaning of Hegel's consummation of the history of the world and the spirit. 1. The eschatological design of world history. For Hegel, the history of philosophy is not a process parallel to or outside of the world, but the heart of world history. What dominates both equally is the absolute in the phone of world spirit, the essence of which is movement, and hence history. 1. Not only does Hegel's work include a philosophy of history and a history of philosophy, but his entire system is historically oriented to an extent which is true of no previous philosophy. His philosophizing begins with historico-theological discussions of the spirit of Christianity vastly transcending the historical sense of Voltaire, Hume, and Gibbon. There follow historico-political writings and the first ethical systems, in which the unconditioned power of history is presented as time which conquers all and primal destiny too. Here we read for the first time of the world spirit, which has knowledge of itself in every form, either crude or highly developed, but in any case absolute. In every nation it gives expression to a totality of life. 3. Then follows phenomenology, as the history of the unfolding of the spirit and of the cultural stages of knowledge, here the SYS. Thematic stages of thought and historical relationships are even more inseparable, since they have no empirically determined relationship, but rather interpenetrate. The goal of this elaborate dialectical movement of the spirit, which lives in the element of history, is absolute knowledge. It is attained through recollection of all spirits which have ever existed. This pathway of the eternally present spirit through the previous nature of history is not a detour to be avoided, but the only practicable way to the consummation of knowledge. The absolute, or spirit, not only has its external history, as a man has clothing, but is, in its deepest nature, as a movement of self-development, an entity which exists only by becoming. As a spirit which continuously surrenders and recollects, it is per se historical, even though the dialectic of becoming does not proceed in a straight line toward infinity, but rather goes in a circle, so that the end is the consummation of the beginning. When upon this path of progress the spirit ultimately achieves its full being and knowledge, or its self-consciousness, the history of the spirit is completed. Hegel completes the history of the spirit in the sense of its ultimate fulfillment, in which everything which has taken place hitherto or has been conceived is comprehended in a unity, but he completes it also in the sense of an eschatological end, in which the history of the spirit is finally realized. And because the essence of the spirit is the freedom of existing with itself, complete freedom is achieved with the completion of its history. On the principle of the freedom of the spirit, Hegel also constructs the history of the world, with a view toward a fulfilled end. In his philosophy of history, the most important stages in the self-liberation of the spirit are the beginning in the East and the conclusion in the West. The world process begins with the great Oriental kingdoms of China, India, and Persia. After the decisive victory of the Greeks over the Persians, it continues in the Greek and Roman political edifices on the Mediterranean. It concludes with the Christian Germanic kingdoms in the western part of the north. Europe is identical with the West, and represents the consummation of world history, just as Asia is the East and the beginning. For the sun, which rises in the East and sets in the West, is the universal spirit of the world. During this process, bitter struggles educate the spirit to freedom. The Orient knew and knows only that one man is free, the Greek and Roman world that some are free, the Germanic world knows that all are free. The freedom peculiar to the Christian Germanic world is no longer the arbitrary will of an individual despot, nor is it the freedom of freeborn Greeks and Romans, which depended upon slavery, it is the freedom of every Christian person. The history of the Orient is the childhood of the world process, that of the Greeks and Romans its youth and manhood, while Hegel himself, standing at the conclusion of the Christian Germanic world, produces his philosophy in the old age of the spirit. In the Orient the substance of the spirit remains massive and uniform. The peculiar characteristic of the Greek world is the individual liberation of the spirit. A few important individuals produce a wealth of plastic phones. Here we feel at home immediately, because we are upon the ground of the spirit, which independently claims for itself everything alien. The life of Greece is a true act of youth. Achilles, the youth of poetry, opened it, and Alexander, the true youth, brought it to a close. In both we see individuality at its most beautiful and free, an individuality developed further in the struggle against Troy and Asia. Politically and spiritually, Greece is an anti-Asiatic power, and thus the beginning of Europe. This is reinforced by the nature of the land, which is not a uniform continental block, but lies scattered on many isles and peninsulas along the coasts of the sea. Here we do not find the physical bulk of the Orient. There is no single river linking everything, like the Ganges and Indus, the Euphrates and Tigris. Instead we have a complex land, dispersed here and there, well in accord with the nature of the Greek city-states and the agitation of their spirit. 5. Because it lacked unity, this gifted land of individual persons was subjected to the political power of Rome, which was the first creation of an independent state or political generality, and, in turn, of private individuals with specific rights in relationship to the state. With its power to organize everything on an equal footing, the Roman Empire laid the groundwork for the Europe which was to come, penetrating politically and culturally the entire contemporary world. Upon the Roman roads the Greek cultural milieu moved everywhere. Without them Christianity would never have been able to grow into a world religion. The internal limitation of both the Greek and Roman world consists in the blind faith which, in antiquity, still remained beside the spirit, so that ultimate decisions were determined from without. In all decisive questions of life, the Greeks and Romans did not consult their own conscience, the point of decision, but oracles and signs. Before Christ, man was not yet a fully independent and infinitely free personality. At this stage of history, man's spirit was not yet free to itself, for self-existence. 7. The ultimate liberation of the spirit results from the eruption of Christianity into the heathen world. With the coming of the Christian principle, the earth belongs to the spirit, the earth is circumnavigated, and, for Europeans, a sphere. The Christian world is a world of consummation, for the principle is fulfilled, and thus the end of days is complete. 8. Only the Christian God is truly man and spirit at once. The spiritual substance becomes the subject in an individual historical person. Thereby the unity of the divine and the human is finally brought to consciousness, reconciliation is given to man as the image of God. This principle forms the axis of the world, upon which it revolves. The course of history leads up to this point and flows from it. 9. Thus for Hegel the European way of reckoning time has not only temporary and conditional significance, but absolute historical meaning. In one decisive moment the European world became Christian forever. The spread of faith in Christ necessarily has political consequences. The Greek state was already a state of democratic freedom, but only for good fortune and genius. With Christianity the principle of absolute, monarchic, freedom appears, in which man knows himself to be identical with the power to which he relates himself. The freedom of the Greeks depended upon slaves. Christian freedom is infinite and unconditional. The history of Christianity is the unfolding of the infinite power of free decision. In Christianity it attains its full stature. 10. It extends from the acceptance of the Christian faith by the Germanic peoples, through the hegemony of the Roman Catholic Church, to the Protestant Reformation, which reconciles church and state, conscience and law. Luther was the first to bring to fruition the idea that man is intended to be free through his own agency. Further consequences of the Reformation are the Enlightenment and, finally, the French Revolution. The liberation of the individual conscience from the universal authority of the Pope created the necessary condition for the human will to decide to construct a rational state, the principle of which would be the Christian idea of freedom and equality. For Luther, the content of the Christian faith was determined by revelation, through Rousseau's mediation. In the French Revolution the European spirit determined for itself the content of its goal. In this last stage of the history of the European spirit, pure free will is finally produced, which itself both wills and knows what it wills. For the first time man stands upon his head. The process of the world becomes identical with the intellectual process of philosophy. With this event we reach the conclusion of the philosophy of history, whose principle is progress in consciousness of freedom. Thus for Hegel the so-called secularization of original Christianity, its spirit and its freedom, by no means signifies a reprehensible apostasy from its original meaning. On the contrary, it signifies the true explication of this origin through positive realization. 12. Just as the history of the Christian world is a progressive movement transcending antiquity, so it is also the true fulfillment of the yearning of the ancient world. The Greco-Roman world is aufgehoben, both elevated and abolished, in the Christian Germanic world. Hegel's basic ontological concept is thus doubly defined, as Greek and as Christian logos. On the other hand, it was completely foreign to his concrete sense of history to restore once more the connection between the ancient world and Christianity, seeking to return once more to an abstract origin, either in Hellenism or in Christianity. Ls. The ultimate basis of Hegel's eschatological system lies in his absolute evaluation of Christianity, according to which the eschatological end and fullness of time occurred with the appearance of Christ. But because Hegel displaces the Christian expectation of the end of the world of time into the course of the world process, and the absolute of faith into the rational realm of history, it is only logical for him to understand the last great event in the history of the world and the spirit as the consummation of the beginning. In fact, the history of the idea comes to an end with Hegel. In recollection, he understands all history up to this time and from this time as fulfillment of all ages. This is not contradicted by the fact that the empirical process, without principle and therefore also without epochs, goes on infinitely, without beginning or end. This historical consciousness of Hegelian philosophy entered into the education not only of his pupils and successors, but also of his opponents. Even Burckhardt continued to contain his thinking within the circumference of Hegel's view of history, consciously restricting it to the ancient and Christian worlds, although he recognized that the spirit of the ancient world is no longer our own, and that the modern struggle for power and profit is moving toward an interpretation of life which is independent of Christianity. In spite of this insight and his opposition to Hegel's rational schematization of the world, he, too, confirmed Hegel's eschatological conception. The last motif of Burckhardt's reflections on the history of Europe was the awareness that ancient Europe is at an end. 2. The eschatological nature of the absolute forms of the spirit. Art and religion. The principle of consummation dominates the nature of the three absolute forms of the spirit: art, religion, and philosophy. Corresponding to the three epochs in the history of the world, there are three in the realm of art: the symbolic, the classic, and the Christian romantic. Because every way of looking at the world is a child of its time, the age of genuine seriousness of Greek and Christian art is past. This end of art is not an accidental misfortune which befalls it from without by necessity of time and its prosaic meaning. It is the product and progress of art itself, which bring it to an end when everything has been brought out and there is nothing more left which is internal and obscure, still striving for form. At this point, absolute interest in art vanishes. But now when art has made manifest the essential world views within its idea, together with the general content belonging to these world views, then it has liberated itself from this content, which each time is meant for a particular people, a particular age. The real need to take it up once more arises only with the need to turn against the content which, up to this point, has been the only valid content. Thus in Greece Aristophanes, for example, turned against his age, and Lucian rebelled against the entire Greek past, and in Italy and Spain, at the close of the Middle Ages, Ariosto and Cervantes began to tum against the nobility. 14. In our own time, the development of reflective thought has turned the substantial forms of art completely into a tabula rasa. 15. No matter how excellent we continue to find the Greek images of the gods, no matter how estimable and perfect we continue to find the representations of God the Father, Christ, and Mary, it does not help, we no longer bow our knees. 16. No Homer or Sophocles, Dante or Shakespeare, can appear in our time. What has been sung so well, what has been so freely proclaimed, is proclaimed. These are materials, ways of looking at things and comprehending them, which have been sung through. Only the present is vital, everything else is pale and faded. 17. Not only have particular subjects of art lost their interest, but the form of art in general has ceased to be the highest need of the spirit. For us, it is no longer the supreme way for truth to come into existence. Yes, it is no use to yearn once more to appropriate world views of the past, to become Catholics, for example, like many of the Romanticists, who want to settle themselves in order externally to fix their uncertain dispositions. The artist must not even need to achieve purity in his own disposition, having to watch for the good of his own soul, from the very beginning. His great, free soul must know and possess its goal, be sure of it, and rely upon itself. Today especially, the spirit of the artist needs a liberating education in which all superstition and belief restricted to particular forms of viewing and representation are reduced to the status of mere aspect and instance, over which the free spirit has made itself master by refusing to see in them any per se sacrosanct conditions for artistic creation. Instead, it accords tebum value through the superior content which it finds appropriate and puts into them in an act of renewed creation. 19. Thus transcending itself, art is equally a return of man to himself, whereby it puts aside all concrete limitations to particular contents, to achieve its ultimate goal. It is in this sense of perfection that Hegel interprets the humor in the poetry of Jean Paul, and Goethe's universal humanity, his unbounded freedom with respect to the varying content of his particular activities, and the creedal nature of his literary output, whose saint is simply humanus. Here the artist receives his content from himself, he is the true spirit of man, determining his own destiny, observing the infinite variety of his own feelings and situations, contemplating and expressing them. To him, nothing is alien which can come to life in the heart of man. 20. Everything in which man can feel at home to any degree is a potential subject of this art which has become perfectly free. In conclusion, we also have the form of religion. It is true that the form of its internal consciousness towers above the sensuous consciousness of art, but it, too, is no longer the supreme way for the spirit to dwell on earth. At the close of the 10th lecture on the philosophy of religion 21, Hegel posed the question of the empirical condition of the Christian religion at the present time, and interpreted the signs of the time. For it might occur to us to compare our age with the end of the Roman world, where reason took refuge in the form of private well-being and private justice because a universal religious and political life no longer existed. In such periods, the individual lets the world be just as it is in order to look after his own well-being. What is left is the moral view of the world, the desires and ideas of the individual without objective content. Then the time was fulfilled. This could be the case once more, now, when there is need for the justification of faith because the religious phones which have hitherto been valid no longer hold. How much, one might ask, of this content of the Christian faith will still be considered true? The clergy, whose duty should be to uphold religion, has itself fallen prey to rationalization. It propounds Christian doctrine on the basis of ethical motifs and external history. But when the truth of Christianity is described solely in subjective and historical terms, then it is all over with it. The salt has lost its savor. What is left is merely skeptical elucidation and the arrogant barrenness of the educated classes, who cannot be teachers to the people, since such reflection is of no use to them. Thus Christianity seems to be passing, but this would be to close with a false note. Hegel comes to terms with this consciousness of the historical condition of Christianity by claiming that the passing is an accidental event, concerning only the external aspect of the world, from which he excludes the essential reconciliation. What is to become of the historical present must be left to the present to decide. The false note is without significance to philosophy, for its task is to establish an eternal kingdom of God. The Holy Spirit lives on in the congregation of philosophy, which now takes over the office of the priestly class in administering truth. Just as critical reflection broke into art, so it has broken into religion. It is a mode of thought which cannot be halted and must be carried through to its conclusion, because it is the absolute judge before which the truth of religion must prove itself. Just as art now becomes the study of art, so now also religion becomes philosophy of religion, the thinking spirit having passed the stage of immediate faith and mere enlightened understanding. 22. The subsumption of religion into philosophy of religion is also a way of taking refuge. Religion takes refuge in philosophy. Rational thought, which furnishes religious feelings and conceptions with a comprehended pattern of existence, must be recognized as the purest form of the self-conscious spirit. The science of absolute knowledge has become a true spiritual cult. In such a way the two aspects of art and religion are united in philosophy. The objectivity of art, which has lost its outward sensuousness, has only exchanged it for the highest form of objectivity, the form of thought, and the subjectivity of religion is purified so as to become the subjectivity of thought. For on the one hand thought is the innermost, most individual subjectivity, and on the other, genuine thought, the idea, is the most impartial and objective generality, which can comprehend itself in its own form only through thinking. 23. B. Philosophy, 2, finds itself at a point of consummation. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, at both the beginning and the conclusion, Hegel included his own standpoint of philosophical consummation, bringing the kingdom of thought to completion. According to his arrangement of the history of philosophy into periods, his own system stands at the end of the third epoch. The first epoch extends from Thales to Proclus, including the beginning and breakup of the ancient world. At its highest pinnacle of perfection, in Proclus, there takes place the ancient reconciliation of the finite and infinite, the divine world and the earthly. The second epoch extends from the beginning of the Christian era to the Reformation. In it, there occurs once more, at a higher level, the same reconciliation of the earthly and the divine, so that in the third epoch, Christian philosophy from Descartes to Hegel, the latter may perfect it. The philosophical systems of this final epoch bring about, through rational thought, the reconciliation which previously only had been hoped for. In principle, all are nothing else than more or less complete methods of unification. At their culmination stands Hegel's absolute system, the absolute Christian spirit, comprehending itself in its own element, reality, and recognizing it as its own. Thus the real world has become spiritual in the Christian sense. In agreement with this system of epochs, Hegel's history of the spirit is not given a mere preliminary conclusion at a random point, it is concluded, definitively and consciously. 26. On this historical basis, its logical form is not a verdict, but a conclusion, a merging of beginning and end. Like the conclusion of the Phenomenology, the Logic, and the Encyclopédie, this conclusion of the Geschichte der Philosophie is not an arbitrary "we have arrived at this point," but rather a "we are at the goal," it is an outcome. Like Proclus, Hegel unified the world of the Christian logos into the absolute totality of the concretely organized idea, bringing to an end all three epochs. With reference to Proclus, he states that such a unification of all systems in a comprehensive, total system is no mere eclecticism, but a deeper understanding of the idea, such as must occur from time to time, that is, epically. Point 21. With Proclus, Hegel continues, the world spirit stands at a great turning point before the absolute break, that is, the eruption of Christianity into the pagan world. For Proclus, the divine nature of reality was still an abstract ideal, before it became earthly reality in the particular individuality of the God-man Christ. Only then was the longing of the ancient world fulfilled. From that point on, the task of the world, to be reconciled with the world spirit, was transferred to the Christian Germanic world. In a letter to Kreutzer 28, Hegel writes in a similar vein of the enormous stride which was principally due to Proclus, and formed the true turning point in the transition from ancient philosophy to Christianity. Now once more it is time to take such a stride. Thus it seems to him that nothing is more significant for the age than Kreutzer's new edition of Proclus. But what is the result of all this for Hegel's consummation of Christian philosophy? Obviously this, it is a final step before a great turning and break with Christianity. If this is so, Hegel's consummation of ancient and Christian philosophy is the same thing as was Proclus' philosophy, a destroying reconciliation. Its culmination is contemporary with the onset of a decline, a time when everything is in the throes of dissolution and struggling towards something new. 30. Similarly, Alexandrian philosophy was the final flowering of the foundering Roman Empire, nor were the 15th and 16th centuries, the close of the Second Epoch, any different, during which the Germanic life of the Middle Ages achieved a new form. Philosophy begins with the annihilation of a real world, when it appears, painting its black picture, the freshness of youth, of vitality, has already gone. Reconciliation is a reconciliation not in reality, but in the ideal world. In Greece, the philosophers withdrew from the affairs of state, they were idlers, as the people called them, and fled into the realm of ideas. This is an important observation, it is verified by the history of philosophy itself. 31. Even Hegel's philosophy of the state paints this black picture. It does not seek to rejuvenate a world which has become ripe, its only desire is to continue to know. As such knowledge, it is an acknowledgement of and a reconciliation with that which is. Thought is now completely alone within itself, and yet, at the same time, as organized idea, it comprehends the universe as a world which has become intelligible, sensible, and transparent. All extant objectivity has become one with its self-begetting. It seems that the world spirit has succeeded in discarding all alien, objective existence, it finally comprehends itself as absolute spirit, begetting of itself everything which for it becomes objective, calmly keeping it within its power. 32. In this unity of objectivity and self-directed activity we find the conclusion of the fulfillment consummation of the modern epoch. Only from this eschatological point of view can Hegel's conclusion of the Geschichte der Philosophie be understood in its full pathos and gravity. The world spirit has now arrived at this point. The final philosophy is the result of all that have gone before, nothing is lost, all principles are retained. This concrete idea is the result of the struggles of the spirit through almost 2,500 years. Thales was born 640 BC, of its most serious effort to become objective in respect to itself, to know itself, tanti molis erat seipsam conosceramentum. The ambiguity of Hegel's consummation, meaning both fulfillment and conclusion, is proclaimed by the transformation of Virgil's Romatam Condiragentum 33 into se ipsum conosceramentum. This transformation says, the laying of the foundations of the Roman Empire then demanded the same effort as is now demanded for the laying of foundations in the domain of the spirit. With the courage born of knowledge, Hegel writes an end to 2.5 millennia, thus opening a new era. In fact, he pronounces the end of the history of the Christian logos. He himself says of art that it loses absolute interest as soon as everything has been brought out, its successors are compelled to rebel against the entire past. The same is true of philosophy, which is brought to an end in him, as a result of his consummation. With Hegel's history of the spirit, an entire world of language, ideas, and culture comes to an end. Starting from this end point we have our own true Geistgeschichte, spirit history, like a Lucas anon Lucendug. Hegel did not express directly the eschatological meaning of the consummation wrought by him, but he did so indirectly. He proclaims it by thinking retrospectively, in the old age of the spirit, on what has passed, and also by looking ahead to a possible new realm of the spirit, although in the process he expressly denies any accrual knowledge. Scattered references to America, ever since the beginning of the century, thought of as the future land of freedom, admit the possibility that the world spirit might emigrate from Europe. Thus America is the land of the future, in the time lying before us. The significance of world history will be revealed. It is the land longed for by all who are bored with the historical armory of ancient Europe. Napoleon is reputed to have said, "Cette vieille Europe m'ennuie." But so far, all that has taken place there is only an echo of the old world and the expression of an alien life. As a land of the furor, it concerns us here not at all. Similarly, Hegel concludes a reference to the furor importance of the Slavonic world, which he saw as an intermediary in the struggle between Christian Europe and Asia, with the statement that he is excluding this entire mass from his trianent. Up to the present it has not appeared as an independent force in the series of configurations assumed by reason. Whether this will take place in time to come does not concern us here. 34 In a letter to one of his pupils, Baron von Exkill, the content of which is preserved by Rosenkranz. 35 Hegel expresses himself with less reserve. Europe, he states there, has already become a sort of cage, in which only two sorts of men still appear to move about freely, those who are themselves Rornkeys, and those who have found for themselves a place within this cage where they do not have to take action either for or against the bars. But when conditions are such that one cannot ally himself genuinely to the state of the world, it is more advantageous to live completely as an Epicurean, remaining solitary as a private individual, a position that is admittedly that of an observer, but yet of great effectiveness. Hegel contrasts the future of Russia to this cage of Europe. The other modem states have apparently already attained the goal of their development, perhaps have already passed their peak, their condition has become stagnant. Russia, by contrast, bears within its womb an enormous possibility for the development of its intensive narrower 36. Rosenkranz interprets this as a jest on the part of Hegel in order to cheer his Russian friend. This is most incredible. It is in this letter that he had a presentiment of the mood of the following age, having himself in his Rijksphilosophy painted a black picture. 10 years later, his reconciliation with that which is was attacked by new estrangements due to the July Revolution. It is called into question by a purposeless desire for innovation, against which he felt himself powerless to contend, while his closest pupils imported the shock from political reality into his philosophy. The last months of his life were embittered by a quarrel over university politics with E. Gans, the subsequent editor of Hegel's Geschichte der Philosophie and his Rijksphilosophy. The latter's liberal interpretation of right stands at the beginning of the road which leads to Ruga, Marx, and La Salette. 37. But the possibility of further progress leading to a new estrangement is already allowed for in Hegel's own historical consciousness, and provided for. Philosophical knowledge about the substantial aspects of a period has its locus, it is true, in the spirit of the period in question. It is thus only formally, as objective knowledge, transcendent to the period. But at the same time, together with this contrasting knowledge of the period, there is also postulated a divergence which leads to further development, the divergence between knowledge and that which is. From this follows the possibility, the necessity, of continual progress leading to new estrangements in both philosophy and reality. Thus the formal divergence is also a real, a true divergence. It is this knowledge which engenders a new form of development. 38. Through the freedom of its phone, knowledge revolutionizes even its substantial content. The philosophy which perfects itself becomes the birthplace of the spirit, which then presses onto a new, real configuration. And, in actual fact, Hegel's summation of the history of knowledge becomes the birthplace from which the intellectual and political developments of the 19th century arise. A few years after Hegel's death, Heine, at the conclusion of his Geschichte der Religion und Philosophie in Deutschland, 1834, tried to open the eyes of the French to the very concrete revolution which might proceed from the Reformation and Genin philosophy. It seems to me that a methodical nation like us had to begin with the Reformation, could only thereafter engage in philosophy, and only after the perfection of philosophy go on to political revolution. This order I find quite sensible. The heads which philosophy has used for reflection can be cut off later by the revolution for whatever purpose it likes. But philosophy would never have been able to use the heads cut off by the revolution if the latter had preceded it. But do not become anxious, you German Republicans, the German Revolution will not take place any more pleasantly and gently for having been preceded by the Kantian critique, Fichtean transcendental idealism, or even natural philosophy. Through these theories revolutionary forces have built up which only await the day on which they may break loose, filling the world with horror and awe. Kantians will appear who want nothing to do with mercy even in the phenomenal world. They will plow up without pity the very soil of our European life with sword and axe, in order to eradicate every last root of the past. Armed Fichteans will arise, whose fanaticism of will can be restrained neither through fear nor through self-interest. Indeed, in the case of a social upheaval, such transcendental idealists would be even more inflexible than the early Christians, since the latter bore martyrdom on earth to attain heavenly bliss. While the transcendentalist considers martyrdom itself to be mere appearance, he is unassailable behind the trenchwork of his own thought. More terrible than all would be the natural philosophers, who would participate actively in any German revolution, identifying themselves with the very work of destruction. If the hand of the Kantian strikes swift and sure because his heart is not moved by any traditional reverence, if the Fichtean courageously defies all danger because for him it does not exist at all in reality, so the natural philosopher will be terrible, for he has allied himself to the primal forces of nature. He can conjure up the demonic powers of ancient German pantheism. That lust for battle will flame within him which we find among the ancient Germans. It does not fight in order to destroy, or in order to win, but merely to fight. Christianity, and this is its greatest accomplishment, moderated somewhat that brutal Germanic lust for battle, but it could not destroy it, and if ever that restraining talisman, the cross, is shattered, there shall arise once more that mindless madman's rage of which the Nordic poets sing so much. That talisman is decaying, the day will come when it collapses miserably. I warn you, Frenchmen, keep then quite still, and for God's sake do not applaud. We could easily misconstrue such an action, and, in our crude way, set you at rest somewhat brusquely. I have good intentions toward you, and therefore I tell you the bitter truth. You have more to fear from Germany liberated than from the entire Holy Alliance, with all its Croats and Cossacks. What you are actually charged with I never have been able to understand. Once, in a beer cellar in Göttingen, a young old German declared that revenge must be taken upon the French for Conradin von Stauffen, whom they had beheaded at Naples. Surely you have forgotten that long ago. But we forget nothing. You see, if it ever amuses us to pick a quarrel with you, we shall have no lack of cogent reasons. In any case, therefore, I advise you to be on your guard. No matter what happens in Germany, whether the Crown Prince of Prussia or Dr. Wirth comes to power, keep yourselves always armed. I have good intentions toward you, and it frightened me mightily when I recently perceived that your ministers intend to disarm France. Since, in spite of your present romanticism, you are born classicists, you are well acquainted with Olympus. Among the naked gods and goddesses, You see a goddess who, although surrounded by such gaiety and pleasure, nevertheless always bears a shield, and keeps her helmet on her head and her spear in hand. It is the goddess of wisdom. The German Revolution predicted by Heine did not break out at that time, but what took place through Hegel's pupils has continued to have an effect down to the present day. A decade after Heine's inflammatory warning, there appeared in one and the same year, 1843, the following revolutionary works: Feuerbachs Grundsätze der Philosophie der Zukunft, Proudhon's De la Création de l'Ordre dans l'Humanité, B. Bauer's Das Entdeckte Christentum, and Kierkegaard's Either Or. With the exception of Proudhon, they were all either pupils or opponents of Hegel, who put his theory into practice. Through their work it became clear that Hegel's philosophical theology was really a culmination, a turning point in the history of the spirit and the culture of ancient Europe. In place of Hegel's mediation, there appeared the demand for decision, separating once more what Hegel had united: antiquity and Christianity, God and the world, the internal and the external, being and existence. On the other hand, only a well-ordered system such as Hegel's could be dissolved once more into its components. The critical acuity of the left-wing Hegelians has its historical measure in the completeness of Hegel's reconciliation. The reconciliation found its most intelligible expression in his political and religious philosophy. Its destruction was the goal of his pupils' efforts, precisely because they were concerned with the real state and with real Christianity. 3. Hegel's reconciliation of philosophy with the state and the Christian religion. Hegel's Reichsphilosophy, which appeared at the same time as the first lecture on the philosophy of religion, is the concrete realization of the abstract tendency to reconcile philosophy with reality. In all areas, political philosophy with politics, religious philosophy with Christendom. In both areas Hegel achieves a reconciliation not only with reality, but also within it, albeit through comprehension. At this high point of his effectiveness, he saw the real world as a world conf unto the spirit. In return, the Prussian Protestant state appropriated philosophy in the person of Hegel. 1. In the preface to the Reichsphilosophy, Hegel states the relationship of philosophy to reality expressly and polemically. Here lies the problematical point at which Marx and Kierkegaard met, in their thesis that the purpose of philosophy is to become realized. In the case of Marx, philosophical theory became the brain of the proletariat; in Kierkegaard's case, pure thought became the existential thinker, for existing reality seemed neither rational nor Christian. Hegel's political philosophy is directed against the view that, in reality, there has never been a rational state, that the true state is a mere ideal and a postulate. 41. Thus true philosophy, an investigation of everything rational, is also the comprehension of what is present and real. It does not postulate something in another world, an ideal state which is merely meant to exist and never does. He saw the existing Prussian state of 182 as a reality in the sense defined by the logic, an immediate union of internal being and external existence, a reality in the emphatic sense of the word. Once this fruition of reality, that is, ripeness for downfall, has been attained, thought no longer stands in critical opposition to reality. Instead, it stands opposite reality, reconciled, related to reality as the ideal to the Raj. 43 Reason, which is conscious of itself, the philosophy of the state, and reason as existing reality, the real state, are united with each other. In the depths of the substantial spirit of the age they are one and the same. But what lies between existing reality and reason as self-conscious spirit, what still separates the former from the latter and opposes reconciliation, this Hegel declares both apodictically and vaguely to be the fetter of something abstract, not yet liberated to the point of being an idea. 45. This hiatus irrationalis is bridged by his elucidation of the idea of rational reality by means of differentiation between appearance and being, between variegated exterior and inner drive. 46. Between externally accidental existence and internal necessary reality. Hegel excluded mere transitory, accidental existence from the interest of philosophy considered as a knowledge of reality. Later he was attacked with his own weapon in the charge of accommodation of things transitory. This adjustment to existing reality in Hegel's comprehension of that which is disguised by the fact that that which is covers both that which merely exists and also that which is truly real. For an understanding of Hegel's system, his philosophy of religion is even more important than his philosophy of the state. It is not just one component of the whole system, but its spiritual center of gravity. Hegel's philosophy is worldly wisdom 47 and knowledge of God 48 together, for its knowledge justifies faith. He states that God had damned him to be a philosopher, 49 for him, the language of enthusiasm was identical with that of the notion. Reading the newspaper stood on an equal footing with reading the Bible. Reading the newspaper early in the morning is a kind of realistic morning benediction. One orients one's attitude toward the world according to God or according to the way the world is. The former gives the same assurance as the latter that one knows how one stands. 50. True philosophy is itself worship, though after a peculiar fashion. The philosophy of history is a theodicy, the philosophy of the state, a comprehension of the divine upon earth, and logic, a representation of God in the abstract element of pure thought. For Hegel, the philosophical truth of Christianity consisted in the fact that Christ effected a reconciliation of the estrangement between the human and the divine. 51. This reconciliation can come into existence for man, only because it has already taken place per se in Christ, but it must also be brought about through us and for us as individuals, in order that it may become the truth which it already is. 52. This unity of divine and human nature in general, which for Hegel was attested in the incarnation of God, was once more torn asunder by both Marx and Kierkegaard. Marx's determined atheism, his absolute belief in man as man, is thus in principle further from Hegel than from Kierkegaard, whose paradoxical faith presupposed the difference between God and man. For Marx, Christianity is a perverted world; for Kierkegaard, a worldless standing before God; for Hegel, being in the truth, grounded on the incarnation of God. Divine and human nature in one man, that is admittedly a hard, a difficult expression, but only so long as it is taken representationally and not comprehended spiritually. In that grammatical monstrosity, the God-man, it is made clear to man that the finite weakness of human nature is not irreconcilable with this unity. 53. The reconciliation between the earthly and the divine, the kingdom of God, 54, is viewed as a condition, that is, a reality in which God reigns as the one and absolute Spirit. To produce this reality methodically through philosophy had been the goal of Hegel as a young man. 55. In his history of philosophy it seemed to him that he had finally attained his goal. The kingdom of God of the philosophy of religion is identical with the intellectual kingdom of the history of philosophy, and with the kingdom of spirits of the phenomenology. Thus philosophy as a whole represents the same reconciliation with reality as does Christianity through the incarnation of God. As the finally comprehended reconciliation, it is philosophical theology. It seemed to Hegel that the peace of God was brought about in a rational way through this reconciliation of philosophy with religion. Since Hegel ontologically comprehends both the state and Christianity on the basis of the spirit as absolute, religion and the state have a corresponding relationship. He discusses this, taking into account their disparity and pointing out their unity. This unity lies in their content, the disparity in the varying forms taken by the same content. The nature of the state is the divine will present, a spirit which unfolds into the real structure of the world. Similarly, the Christian religion has as its content nothing less than the absolute truth of the Spirit. Therefore religion and the state can and must come to agreement on the ground of the Christian spirit, even though, giving form to the same content, they go separate ways in church and state. A religion of mere heat and inwardness, hostile to the laws and institutions of the state and thinking reason, or merely remaining passive and allowing the temporal affairs of the state to take their course, does not bear witness to the strength of religious conviction, but rather to its weakness. True faith is unconcerned with whether or not it corresponds with reason, it is without regard or reference to reason. 57. But this state of affairs is peculiar to our age, and one might inquire whether it arises from a real need or an unsatisfied vanity. True religion has no negative bent in regard to the existing state, but recognizes and affirms it, just as the state likewise recognizes ecclesiastical confirmation. What to Kierkegaard's extremely polemic concept of faith seemed an abominable compromise was for Hegel an essential agreement. 58. It lies in the nature of the case that the state should fulfill its task by providing the congregation with every aid for its religious function and guaranteeing it protection. Indeed, since religion is the factor which integrates the state in its deepest convictions, it may demand of all its citizens that they hold membership in a religious denomination, any denomination they like, for the state may not interfere in the content to an extent that would affect the inner nature of the representation. The state, which is highly developed in organization and therefore strong, can conduct itself all the more liberally in this matter, completely overlooking details which actually affect it, and putting up with denominations within it, of course, depending upon their number, which do not recognize religiously their immediate duties toward the state. 59. Philosophical insight perceives that church and state are at one in the content of truth when both stand upon the ground of the Spirit. In the Christian principle of the absolutely free spirit, there is present the absolute possibility and necessity that temporal power, religion, and the principles of philosophy should coincide. The reconciliation of universal reality with spirit, of the state with religious conscience, and also with philosophical knowledge, are all brought about. 60. Hegel's Philosophie des Objektiven Geistes closes with the sentence: the morality of the state and the religious spirituality of the state thus mutually guarantee each other. With his understanding of Christianity as an absolute and at the same time an entity, connected historically with the world and the state, Hegel is the last Christian philosopher before the break between philosophy and Christianity. This break was perceived and made final from two opposite directions by Feuerbach and Kierkegaard. According to Feuerbach, any mediation between Christian dogmatics and philosophy must be denied in the interest of philosophy and of religion. If Christianity is taken in its historically conditioned reality, and not as an unconditional idea, every philosophy is necessarily irreligious, because it explores the world through reason and denies the miraculous. 62. In the same sense Ruge, also, declared that all philosophy from Aristotle on is atheism. 63. Simply because it studies and comprehends nature and man. On the other hand, Christianity cannot seek to be merely one factor in the history of the world, a human phenomenon. Philosophy and Christianity can never agree, begins an entry from Kierkegaard's journal. For if I want to hold fast something of the nature of Christianity, then the necessity of salvation must extend to the whole man, and thus also to knowledge. One can indeed conceive of a philosophy subsequent to Christianity, that is, after a man has become a Christian, but then the relationship in question is no longer that of philosophy to Christianity, but of Christianity to Christian knowledge. Unless one desires that philosophy prior to Christianity or within it should arrive at the result that the riddle of life cannot be solved. But if this were the case, philosophy at the height of its perfection would involve its own downfall. No, it could not even serve as a transition to Christianity, for it would have to come to a halt with this negative result. In fact, here gapes the abyss. Christianity views human knowledge to be defective by reason of sin, and set right by Christianity, the philosopher seeks, simply qua human being, to account for the relationship between God and the world. The result can indeed be said, therefore, to be limited, in the sense that man is a limited being, but at the same time to be the ultimate possible for man qua man. 64. The philosopher judged from the Christian point of view must either accept optimism, or despair, because, as a philosopher, he does not know salvation through Christ. In contrast to this either or, Hegel divinized reason after the manner of Aristotle, and determined the divine with reference to Christ. Hegel's reconciliation in the element of philosophy between reason and faith, and between Christianity and the state, came to an end around 1840. The historical schism with Hegelian philosophy is in Marx's case a break with the philosophy of the state, and in Kierkegaard's with the philosophy of religion, and in the case of both with the unified structure of state, Christianity, and philosophy. This schism was carried out as much by Feuerbach as by Marx, and by B. Bauer no less than by Kierkegaard, but in different ways. Feuerbach reduces the essence of Christianity to sentient man, Marx to the contradictions of the human world, Bauer explains its appearance on the basis of the dissolution of the Roman world, and Kierkegaard, surrendering the Christian state, the Christian church, and theology, in brief, all its historical reality, reduces it to the paradox of a despairing, decisive leap into faith. No matter to what they reduce the phenomenon of Christianity, they agree in destroying the bourgeois Christian world, and thereby also Hegel's philosophical theology of reconciliation. To them, reality no longer appeared in the light of freedom to be at one with oneself, but in the shadow of man's estrangement from himself. Clearly aware of the complete end of Hegel's Christian philosophy, Feuerbach and Ruge, Stirner and Bauer, Kierkegaard and Marx, the true heirs of Hegelian philosophy, proclaimed a revolution which absolutely negates the existing state and existing Christendom. Like the young Hegelians, the old Hegelians also comprehended the eschatological significance of Hegel's theory. They were so thoroughgoing that as late as 1870 they still viewed all the philosophies which had appeared since Hegel as the mere later history of his system, while the young Hegelians undermined his system by means of his own method. In comparison with the neo-Hegelians, they had the advantage of not failing to recognize the claim which is found at the end of the Logic and Phänomenology, under system in the Encyclopädie, and in the conclusion of the Geschichte der Philosophie. Two old Hegelians. Young Hegelians, neo-Hegelians. 1. The preservation of Hegelian philosophy by the old Hegelians. It is characteristic of the division of the Hegelian school into a right wing, composed of old Hegelians, and a left wing, composed of young Hegelians, that this division did not result from purely philosophical differences, but political and religious ones. Its form grew out of the political division of the French Parliament, and its content out of divergent views on the question of Christology. The differentiation was first made by Strauss, L., and then amplified by Michelet, 2. It has continued ever since. Following Hegel's breakdown of the Christian religion into content and form, the right wing, Goeschel, Gabler, B. Bauer, 3. accepted the Fahner positively, while the left wing subjected the content to criticism, together with the forms in which religion appeared. With the idea of the unity of the divine and human nature, the right wanted to preserve the entire gospel story, the center, Rosenkranz, and to a degree also Schaller and Erdmann, only a portion, while the left declared that, on an ideal basis, the historical accounts of the Gospels could not be maintained either partially or in toto. Strauss counted himself among the left. In his lectures on the personality of God and the immortality of the soul, Michelet, together with Gans, Vatka, Marhinek, and Beneri, suggested a coalition of the center with the left. Among the pseudo-Hegelians he counts Fichte, K. Fischer, Weiss, and Braunis. It is today very difficult to imagine the liveliness of the controversies on the question of the divine human nature, the personality of God, and the immortality of the soul. So familiar are we with the destructive outcome of the criticism of religion accomplished by Hegel's pupils. The debate, concerned with these theological questions, was no less significant for Hegel's continuing influence than that which stemmed from his theory of the state, as developed by Ruge, Marx, and Lassalle. The majority of the editors of Hegel's works were old Hegelians in the original sense of the school founded by Hegel, von Henning, Hotto, Forster, Marhinek, as well as Hinrichs, Daub, Conradi, and Schaller. They preserved Hegel's philosophy literally, continuing it in individual historical studies, but they did not reproduce it in a uniform manner beyond the period of Hegel's personal influence. For the historical movement of the 19th century they are without significance. In contrast with these old Hegelians, the designation young Hegelians, or neo-Hegelians, arose. 6. To avoid any confusion, in the following pages the term neo-Hegelians will be applied exclusively to those who have rejuvenated Hegelianism in our own period, young Hegelians to the radical left among Hegel's pupils and successors, and Old Hegelians to those who preserved his historical way of thinking beyond the period of the Revolution, through the entire century, each in his own free way. They can be called Old Hegelians because they were not inclined toward radical innovation. Seen from this point of view, Rosenkranz particularly, but also Heim, Erdmann, and K. Fischer were the real preservers of Hegelian philosophy in the period between Hegel and Nietzsche. K. Rosenkranz, 1805–1879, rightly called by Ruge the most liberal of all the old Hegelians, made an accurate evaluation of the historical state of philosophy after Hegel in his two unsurpassed monographs on Hegel. 7 We men of today, he says in his first account, written in 1844, seem to be merely the grave diggers and monument builders for the philosophers produced by the second half of the 18th century, who died in the first half of the 19th. Are we equally capable of providing for the second half of our century a company of philosophic saints? Are there among our young men those whose Platonic enthusiasm and Aristotelian devotion to labor arouse them to unflagging efforts for the cause of speculative thought? Do our young men perhaps dream of other crowns? Do they see perhaps the gleam of the higher goal of action? As doers, is it their idea to bring about the ideals of those philosophers? 8 Or should they allow themselves to sink into indifference toward science and life, and, not seldom having prematurely boasted themselves the victors of the day, find themselves without sufficient strength for the future? Strangely enough, the talents of our own day do not seem capable of enduring. They quickly wear themselves out. After a few promising blossoms they become unproductive. They begin to copy and repeat themselves at the very point where, once the more inhibited and imperfect, one-sided and violent experiments of youth have been overcome, a period of powerful sustained effort should follow. And, with a side thrust at those young Hegelians such as Feuerbach, Marx, and Ruge, who claim to realize Hegel's philosophy, he speaks of those who, in self-fabricated preeminence of an ephemeral journalistic appointment to leadership, improvise reforms and revolutions in philosophy, of which they will never have any experience in their course through history. These cavaliers of impromptu speculation, stumbling about in the maze of their hypotheses, confuse the babble of their beer hall adventure with the serious discussion of legislative assemblies, and the uproar of a critical brawl with the tragic thunder of battle. In spite of all this, Rosenkranz had no reservations about the dialectical progress of philosophy. Its emergence from its previous alienation from the world undeniably has extended and transformed its relationship with reality. But even in this it was Hegel who not only had asserted but also preserved the unity of theory and practice, namely in the identity of notion with reality, and through the explication of being in phenomenal existence. In contrast, post-Hegelian philosophy once more is falling into the one-sidedness of abstract ontology, Braunis, and abstract empiricism, Trendelenburg. Both tendencies of disintegration are combined in the existential philosophy of Schelling. The reflex of this abstract theory is the abstract practice of Feuerbach, which makes palpability the criterion of reality. Feuerbach is the most determined, the most brilliant opponent of Schelling, but he agrees with him in avoiding the development of his science into a system. 9 He persists in asserting embryonic generalities, and thus he cannot exert upon the further development of philosophy the influence which one might expect in view of the energy of the criticism with which he made his appearance. Like Schelling today, he does not venture further into the study of nature or the state. He begins at once with man as he lives and breathes. He has a mortal terror of all theories of being, potential being, and necessary being, of terreal being and imaginary being, etc., as though they were antediluvian phantoms. He therefore appears more accessible, more particular, more human, more domesticated than Schelling, who derives real pleasure from inventing processes within the status absconditus of the Godhead, and knows how to captivate people with the mysterious air of one who is initiated into primordial events. Lo! All four parties, it is true, move in an aura of deceptive self-confidence in their victory, but they have not attained Hegel's concretely organized idea, in which all dichotomies, reason and reality, theory and practice, ideality and reality, thought and being, subject and object, idea and history, are already overcome in principle, and hence in reality. They all remain abstract theologians, who merely draw upon concrete reality for examples, disdaining to know and comprehend it. These extremes provoked by Hegel's philosophy must once more be submerged within it. This philosophy is now entering its second epoch, more permanent and free of the egoism of the schools. The task before us now is to execute its method throughout the particular realms of knowledge. 12. In this process, without special preference for one thing or another, the universe must be gone through with equitable justice. But at this very moment Marx and Kierkegaard were directing their impassioned attacks against this tolerance inherent to all-inclusive knowledge. They fought against Hegel's all-sidedness within the one-sided element of thought, with the most dogmatic one-sidedness and intolerance based on interest in real, economic and ethical, existence. 13. Rosenkranz could account for the immeasurable sympathy which this faction of Hegelianism found among the younger generation only on the grounds that it was immeasurably comfortable. Everything that has happened up to now is nothing, we dismiss it. What we shall do next, we do not yet know. But all that will work itself out, once everything in existence has been leveled to make room for our creations. Young Hegelianism casts suspicion upon old Hegelianism with the simple innuendo that the latter was seized with fear when confronted with the real consequences of the system, while the former, with its rare sincerity, was prepared to accept them. This makes the younger generation uncommonly happy. A show of courage looks good. B. Rosenkranz appraises Die Heilige family of Marx and Engels as merely a clever book. And yet it was a precursor of Deutsche ideology, with which not only Marx but German philosophy in general took leave of its belief in universal reason and the spirit. In Rosenkranz's view, the crisis of German philosophy did not affect its entire substance, but only the temporary relapse of Hegelian ontology into logic and metaphysics, and of the latter into a philosophy of nature and the spirit. As a result of this separation, logic perished, and metaphysics regressed to the notion of existence or even practical reality. Incapable of manifesting the notion itself as the true content of real events, they take the need for a metaphysical principle, which is still present, and transfer it to ethics. Ethical philosophy has become the rage, and is destroying both metaphysics and knowledge of the good through presumptuous, moralistic twaddle. Quite apart from his negative appraisal, Rosenkranz's description of the state of philosophy after Hegel in fact grasped the decisive traits, to the extent that they derived from Hegel. 25 years later, in his second monograph on Hegel, Rosenkranz once more described the intellectual situation of the period. He believed that he could demonstrate the weakness of all the actions taken against Hegel's system up to 1870, since it has suffered so many and various defeats. If one is to believe the talk of its opponents, it must have been pulverized into nothingness, and yet it remained the perpetual object of public attention. Its opponents continued to draw nourishment from polemic against it, the Latin nations continued to go further and further in their efforts to turn it aside. In short, Hegel's system is still the focus of philosophical agitation. Even now, no other system exercises such a universal attraction. Even now, no other has turned all the rest against it to such a degree, no other is so ready and willing to make use of all true progress of science. Its opponents, old and young, never cease repeating their traditional polemic, but the public has become more indifferent to such attacks. This signalizes the victory of Hegelian philosophy, in the great political struggles, in civil and international wars, in the ever-expanding economic efforts of the nations. The consciousness of the age was given a meaning against which the significance of conflicts of philosophical schools, not to mention the quarrels of a few philosophers, shrank into ephemeral insignificance. One must perceive clearly this transformation of our entire public life if one is to understand how greatly philosophy, too, has gained thereby, most of all Hegelian philosophy. It, more than any other, was dragged more deeply and dangerously into the and 8 from Hell to Nietzsche folding crisis LT. A bit less confidently, he writes 2 years later after a survey of the philosophical catchwords of the present. At the moment, our philosophy seems to have vanished, but it has merely become latent to the extent that it has to adjust the truth of its principles to the immense wealth of new discoveries, which continue to mount at such an enormous rate. A process of dissolution has set in which the epigones continue to battle each other. But they deceive themselves when they speak as though the only question to be decided is whether Hegel or Schelling, Herbart, or Schopenhauer, will gain the upper hand. Neither will one of the old systems arise once more, nor will a completely new one appear, until the process of dissolution is completed. Everything has its time, and when this has taken place, there may once more be a decisive step forward of knowledge. This step forward will probably be connected with a further transformation of the entire contemporary religious worldview. 18. Rosencrantz did not realize that the decisive step against knowledge and against Christendom had already been taken in 840. He himself, with indefatigable effort, preserved that readiness to accept all true scientific progress which he ascribed to Hegel's mode of thought. Even technology and the First World Expositions, which Burckhardt found so appalling, were included by Rosencrantz in the progress of mankind as he now translates spirit conscious of freedom. Far removed from pessimistic perspectives, he saw in the universal spread of international commerce, the book trade, and the press, an elevation of mankind to the level of universality and progress in the uniformity of our civilization. 19. The sequestered life of bounded consciousness must now subject itself to the rationalism of the thinking spirit and its leveling process. To de Tocqueville, Taine, and Burckhardt, to Donoso Cones and Kierkegaard, this leveling was simply the evil of the age. To this cultured disciple of Hegel it signified a reduction of the remaining particularities to the general level of a spirit already seen from a humanitarian point of view. He attached positive value to this leveling. In themselves, steam engines, railroads, and telegraphs are admittedly no guarantee of increasing cultural advance and freedom. Nevertheless, they must ultimately serve for the humanization of mankind, because universal laws, which have been discovered by science and broadcast by the press so that they are common property, are working irresistibly toward that goal. 1. 20. Just as the press and world travel strengthen, from day to day, the self-consciousness of mankind, making a reality of the Declaration of Human Rights, so also the new geographical discoveries and subsequent commerce have engendered a true cosmopolitan spirit. In oceanic trade we see the truth of the ocean of the spirit. 21. In this way, with undeniable consistency, Rosencrantz put the events of the 19th century into philosophical order, according to the Hegelian principle. A further preservation of Hegelian philosophy beyond the period of the Revolution was also effected by the critical historical study of Hegel made by Arheim. More radical than Rosencrantz, he turned resolutely against Hegel's system, drawing even more far-reaching conclusions from the historical change. Unlike Rosencrantz, he did not intend to reform Hegel's philosophy 23 but merely to elucidate it historically. To Rosencrantz, Heim's historical criticism seemed an unfortunate error and a product of bad temper. In place of political action, he wrote his book, which happened to be about Hegel, and was thus doomed to be diseased. By this disease he meant the liberal tendencies of the time, to which Hegel appeared a reactionary. But in spite of this, the unusual bitterness of Rosencrantz's quarrel with Heim is not based upon their completely divergent positions, but upon repulsion of an all too close contact. The divergence in their attitudes toward Hegel's metaphysics, which Rosencrantz modified while Heim abstracted from it, reduces itself to the different way in which each brought Hegel's theory of the spirit into agreement with the changing times, Rosencrantz through cautious humanization, Heim through ruthless historicization. The language used by Rosencrantz goes back beyond Hegel and Goethe to the culture of the 18th century. The political passion and deliberately commercial form of expression used by Heim is already completely at home in the new century. On good terms with his time, he narrates not without pleasure the fall from preeminence of Hegel's system. He recalls the period when one was considered either an Hegelian or a barbarian, a contemptible empiricist. One must recall this period if one is to know what is really involved in the recognized domination of a philosophical system. That passion and assurance must be brought to mind with which the Hegelians of 1830 in absolute, deadly seriousness debated the question of what was to be the future content of world history, now that in Hegelian philosophy the world spirit had reached its goal, knowledge of itself. One must recall this, and then compare it with the modesty with which our Hegelians of today, even the strictest school, those most true to the system, allow themselves the thought that Hegel was really not unproductive for the development of philosophy. In contrast to the epigones of Hegelian philosophy, Heim confirms not only the decline of this one system, but the exhaustion of philosophy in general. This one great house has fallen into bankruptcy only because this whole line of business has collapsed. At the moment, we find ourselves in a tremendous and almost universal shipwreck of the spirit, and of belief in the spirit in general. An unprecedented revolution has taken place in the first half of the 19th century. It is no longer an age of systems, no longer an age of poetry or of philosophy. Instead, it is an age in which, thanks to the great technological discoveries of the century, material seems to have come to life. The deepest foundations of our physical as well as our spiritual life are being torn up and remodeled through these triumphs of technology. The existence of the individual as well as of nations is set upon a new basis, forced into new relationships. 24. The philosophy of idealism has not stood the test of time. Interests and needs. Two concepts which characterized the polemic of Feuerbach, Marx, and Kierkegaard have brought it down. It is more than refuted, it is condemned, by the real, objective course of the world and the law of living history, which even Hegel himself recognized as the court before which the world is judged, even though it contradict the absolute claim of his system. 25. Therefore, the task of the present can be only to comprehend the historical position of Hegelian philosophy, not to determine a new system in an unready age, clearly incapable of metaphysical legislation. The positive side of this reduction of Hegelian philosophy to its historical elements is the referral of philosophical truth once more to its human origin, the sense of truth, the conscience and temper of man. Therefore the study of history, as an intellectually stimulating discussion of human events, is the only legitimate heir of Hegelian philosophy. But to the extent that Heim subjects Hegel's philosophy to objective criticism, he carries out only an academic modification of those motifs of attack upon Hegel which had already been brought out radically by Feuerbach, Ruge, and Marx. That which Heim was the first to declare unhesitatingly, and to make the guiding principle of his presentation, was also the concern of Erdmann, Fischer, and Dilthey, whose criticism of historical reason stands at the end of the development which grew out of Hegel's metaphysics. 26. In 1834, J. E. Erdmann began his monumental work on the history of philosophy from Descartes to Hegel, and finished it in 1853. Better than any other, it preserves the penetrating power of Hegel's historical sense. The inauspiciousness of the time for a new edition, and the simultaneous appearance of Fischer's Popular History of Philosophy, led in 1866 to his publishing the two-volume Grundrisse der Philosophie, the second edition of which appeared in 1870. In the excellent supplement, which he says took more work than the body of the text, because of lack of preparatory work, he discusses the period from Hegel's death to 1870 under the headings Dissolution of the Hegelian School and Attempts at the Reconstruction of Philosophy. At the conclusion of his work, in which he calls himself the last of the Mohicans of Hegel's school, he asks whether this preponderance of the historical viewpoint over the systematic may not be in general a symptom of the decrepitude of philosophy. It is an undeniable fact that what little interest is shown in the study of philosophy no longer consists in philosophizing on one's own account, but in studying how philosophy has been conducted by others, like the preponderance of literary history over poetry, and of biographies over great men. In the case of Hegel, the historical viewpoint was itself systematic, but it has become typical of the philosophers following him that their systematic studies should be almost completely ignored, while their critical historical works retain lasting importance, as in the case of Sigwart, Ritter, Prantl, K. Fischer, and Trendelenburg. Even within the systematic branch of philosophy, the predominance of the historical element has become apparent. It could be stated as a general rule that the historical critical portion of these works comprises more than half their bulk. Yet the comforting remark can be added that the history of philosophy is not far removed from philosophizing, and a philosophical presentation of the history of philosophy is itself philosophical. The matter of philosophy is basically indifferent, whether it be nature, the state, or dogma, then why not, now, the history of philosophy? Thus, in answer to the plaint that philosophers have become historians, I would make clear that the historians of philosophy themselves carry on philosophy. Here, too, perhaps, the lance which wounds can bring healing. The historical significance of this argument can be measured by the fact that even today, 70 years later, we clearly cannot do without it. 27 While Rosencrantz still had a systematic basis which allowed him to annul the claims of the younger generation, Erdmann, with his historical point of view, had to content himself with depicting the process of dissolution of the Hegelian school as an historical datum. All the events after 1830 proved to him that everything which seems so superbly joined together can be put asunder. From the historical point of view, he called Hegel the philosopher of the Restoration, 28 in conjunction with the political restoration after the fall of Napoleon, and in contrast to Kant and Fichte, whose systems corresponded to the various phases of the French Revolution. Hegel restored what Kant and those after him had destroyed, the old metaphysics, the dogmas of the Church, and the substantial content of the moral powers. But there is no more danger of Hegel's reconciliation between reason and reality putting the movement of history to rest than the reverse, that their dissolution be final. On the contrary, awareness of a job well done will give the spirit of mankind strength for new deeds, but when there are to be deeds of great significance in the history of the world, the philosopher to comprehend them will not be lacking, nor the spirit which is to beget them. 29. With this historical perspective which looks beyond the period of dissolution, Erdmann refers the impatience of the present to future ages. Our lustra are not equal to the centuries between the few, but truly decisive events in the history of the spirit, and Hegel still awaits his. Fichte. 30. The actual mediator in the renewal of Hegelianism in the 20th century is K. Fischer, whose Geschichte und Philosophie began to appear in 1852, at a time when Hegel was as good as forgotten in Germany. As a friend of D. F. Strauss, as well as through his relationship with F. Th. Vischer, Ruge, and Feuerbach 31 and his criticism of Stimmer 32, he was well acquainted with the circle of young Hegelians, and at the same time distant enough from their impassioned disagreement with Hegel that he could view Hegel's accomplishment with the neutrality of the historical chronicler. In contrast to Erdmann and his thesis of restoration, Fischer interpreted Hegel as a philosopher of evolution, and declared him to be the leading thinker of the 19th century, which he thought to be characterized by biological theories of evolution, Lamarck, Darwin, and historical criticism based on the evolutionary view of history, F. A. Wolff, K. Lachmann, Niebuhr, Mommsen, F. Bopp, K. Ritter, E. Zeller. From 1818 to 1831, Hegel dominates his age through personal influence, and then until 1848 through his pupils who made critical use of his philosophy, and finally through the appropriation of his historical viewpoint on the part of academic history. The idea of development inspired by him characterizes not only the historical criticism of the Bible of the Tübingen school, F. C. H. Bauer, Strauss, 33, but also the historical criticism of economics in Marx's Kapital, 1868, and Lassalle's System der Erwerben Recht, 186i. Hegel also dominates the 19th century in the antitheses of A. Comte and E. Düring, Schopenhauer and E. V. Hartmann. In detail, it is true, much of Hegel's system may be untenable and deficient, but the essential fact remains that he was the first and only philosopher of importance to see history in the light of infinite progress. By this, Fischer no longer meant Hegel's notion, but the simple infinity of an endless continuum. The spirit is to raise itself to infinity through constant multiplication of the duties of mankind. Hegel's conclusion of the Geschichte der Philosophie, according to which the final philosophy is the result of all that have gone before, means nothing more to Fischer than that Hegel's philosophy, by virtue of its historical inclusiveness, is temporarily the ultimate philosophy, but at the same time the first in which the development of the world problem is now taken over by the history of philosophy. Thus the preservation of Hegelian philosophy comes about through an historicization of all philosophy, making it into a history of philosophy. Corresponding to this retreat into known history, there is a withdrawal from the events of the day, which were accepted more or less resignedly after 1850. Trusting in the reason of history, Rosenkranz expected a Ionustride of the world spirit. Heim, greatly disillusioned by the triumphant misery of reaction, subjected himself to the judgment of the age, and Erdmann, in defiance of the age, with careless irony set about the accomplishment of his historical task, while Fischer left the solution of the problems to evolution. The historicism which developed out of Hegel's metaphysics of the history of the spirit 34 became the ultimate religion of the intelligentsia who still believed in education and knowledge. The great accomplishment of the historical school and the historical studies of the spirit cannot blind us to the philosophical weakness of a philosophy reduced to its own history. What was meant by the spiritual historical world, from Heim and Dilthey on, is as far from Hegel's philosophical theology as was the mode of thought of the contributors to the H. Alesha J.R. Butcher. The concept of Geistesgeschichte, spiritual or intellectual history, which has come into vogue since 1850, has not much more than the bare words in common with Hegel's notion of spirit and history. For Hegel, the spirit as substance and subject of history was the absolute and basic concept of his theory of being. Thus natural philosophy is just as much a spiritual discipline as are the philosophies of the state, art, religion, and history. This absolute spirit, absolute because identical with the absolute religion of Christianity, exists by knowing itself. It is an historical spirit to the extent that it has as its course the recollection of previous forms of the spirit. Its perseverance in the direction of free existence, appearing in the form of chance, is history, but in the direction of its comprehended organization, it is the science of phenomenal knowledge. Both together, comprehended history, comprise the memorial and Golgotha of the absolute spirit, the reality, truth, and certainty of its dominion, without which it would be solitary and lifeless. A great gulf separates the idea of an infinitely progressing spiritual history from the spirit-filled infinity. Hegel accorded to the human spirit the strength to open the sealed nature of the universe, revealing its riches and its depth. 35 But from Heim to Dilthey it was the more or less avowed conviction that the human spirit is essentially powerless vis-a-vis the political and natural world, because it is itself only a finite expression of socio-historical reality. For them, the spirit is no longer the power of an age, in itself timeless because it is eternal present, it is merely an exponent and mirror of the age. Thus philosophy becomes a worldview and interpretation of life, the ultimate consequence of which is the self-assertion of particular, individual historicity in Heidegger's Senuendizeit. 36 From a constructive point of view, F. A. Lang has evaluated impartially the scope of the post-Hegelian reaction, and presented it as a limitation to the materialism of the 19th century. 37 In the July Revolution he sees the end of the age of idealism and the beginning of a turn to realism, by which he means the influence of material interests upon spiritual life. The conflicts between church and state, the sudden flowering of industries based upon scientific discoveries, coal and iron became the catchword of the age, the founding of polytechnic institutions, the rapid growth of transportation systems. The first railroad was put into operation in 1835, the socio-political creation of the customs union and the tradesmen's unions, but also the writings of the young Genini opposition, Heine, Born, Gutzkow, the biblical criticism of the Tübingen school, and the immense popularity of Strauss's Leben Jesu, all this together resulting in new audience for, and new importance given to those philosophical writings whose content lagged far behind their revolutionary impulse. In association with these events, a theological and political crisis of Hegelian philosophy which for violence, scope, and significance has never been equaled in the course of history 38 resulted. On the dividing line between old and young Hegelians stood Michelet, active in many fields, the publisher of Hegel's Geschichte der Philosophie and the Genenser Abhandlungen. His long life, 1801 to 1893, connects original Hegelianism with the beginnings of modern neo-Hegelianism, to which he himself was related through the person of A. Lassen, 1832 to 1917. 39 In his eyes, also, the pinnacle and also the test of Hegel's system was the philosophy of history. 40 Yet he does not historicize Hegel's system radically, but leaves it grounded upon the absolute of the spirit. The question of the Senruri, 41 which was the problem of bourgeois society, seemed to him soluble within the framework of the philosophy of the spirit. He wanted to introduce science into life, in order to realize Hegel's thesis of the reality of the Rationale. 42 For what is left after Hegel is this, to elevate to reality the reconciliation in thought between the human and the divine, to allow Hegel's principle to permeate all areas of life. And thus thought ceases to be merely the end result of a particular stage in the unfolding of the world spirit, as befits the discretion of old age, it also becomes the first principle, consciously serviceable for the achievement of a higher stage. 43 Philosophy, he writes 5 years later, in the style of the young Hegelians, is not only the owl of Minerva which begins its flight at dusk, but also the cock-crow which proclaims the dawn. 44 With this twofold metaphor Michelet takes his place between Hegel and Marx, who likewise took over Hegel's symbol, but instead of supplementing it, turned it into its opposite. To the overthrow of Hegelian philosophy by the young Hegelians. There is nothing more illogical than absolute logic, it gives rise to unnatural phenomena, which finally collapse. Goethe. Through Rosenkranz and Heim, Erdmann, and Fischer, Hegel's accumulated empire was historically preserved. The young Hegelians divided it into provinces, undenied the system, and thereby made of it an historical force. The expression young Hegelians first of all means merely the young generation of Hegel's pupils, in the sense of left-wing Hegelians, it designates the radical party, revolutionary in respect to Hegel. At this time they were also called Hegeling, Hegelists, in contrast to Hegelitern, Hegelites, characterizing the revolutionary tendencies of these youths. But at the same time, the differentiation between old and young Hegelians had also indirect reference to Hegel's differentiation between the old and the young, which Stirner reduced to triviality. In Hegel's system of morality, the old are those truly called to govern, because their spirit no longer thinks individually, but only universally. 40. As incarnate indifference to the various classes, they serve for the preservation of the whole. The elders, unlike the youths, do not live in a relationship of unsatisfied tension to a world which they find inappropriate, with antipathy toward reality, neither do they live in conformity to the real world. They are like old men, without any particular interest in this thing or in that, oriented to the universal and the past, which they thank for their knowledge of the universal. In contrast, the young adhere to the particular and are attracted to the future, seek to alter the world, out of harmony with the world as it is, they set up programs and put forward demands with the wild idea that their first job is to set right a world which has jumped the tracks. To the young, the realization of the universal seems apostasy from duty. Because of this bent for the ideal, the youth gives an appearance of having a more noble heart and being more selfless than the man who is active on behalf of the world, adjusting himself to the reason of reality. When compelled by necessity, youth takes the step of recognizing things as they are, a painful desertion to the life of the Philistines. But they deceive themselves in viewing this circumstance solely as an external necessity and not as a necessity of reason, in which lives the wisdom of age, free from all the particular interests of the present. In contrast to Hegel's evaluation of youth and elders, the young Hegelians represented the party of youth, not because they were themselves real youths, but in order to overcome the consciousness of being epigones. Recognizing the fugacity of all that exists, they turned from the universal and the past in order to anticipate the future, to promote the particular and individual, and negate that which exists. Their personal lives exhibit the same characteristic traits. Writing of Feuerbach, F. A. Lang somewhere remarks that he worked his way up out of the abysses of Hegelian philosophy to a kind of superficiality, possessed of more character than spirit, but without quite losing the traces of Hegelian melancholy. In spite of its numerous consequences, his system hovers in a mystic darkness which is not made more transparent by his emphasis on sensibility and perceptibility. This characteristic is true not only of Feuerbach, but of all the young Hegelians. Their writings are manifestos, programs, and theses, but never anything whole, important in itself. In their hands, their scientific demonstrations became sensational proclamations with which they turned to the masses or the individual. Whoever studies their writings will discover that, in spite of their inflammatory tone, they leave an impression of insipidity. They make immoderate demands with insufficient means, and dilate Hegel's abstract dialectics to a piece of rhetoric. The contrasting reflective style in which they generally write is monotonous without being simple, and brilliant without being polished. Burckhardt's conclusion, that after 1830 the world began to grow commoner, is borne out not least by the language which now becomes current, which amuses itself with massive polemic, emotional bombast, and stark imagery. F. Liszt is also an example. Their critical activism knows no bounds, what they seek to bring about is in every case and at any price change 49. And yet, for the most part, they were desperately honorable men, who devoted their effective existences to what they wanted to see realized. As ideologues of growth and movement, they establish themselves upon Hegel's principle of dialectical negativity, and upon the conflict which moves the world. It is typical of their mutual relationships that each tries to outdo the other in a process of mutual cannibalism. They take the problem presented to them by the age and develop it to the extreme. They are deadly logical. United only against a common foe, they can dissolve their personal and literary ties with infinite ease, separate, and then, according to the measure of their radicalism, revile each other as bourgeois and reactionary. Feuerbach and Ruge and Marx, Marx and Bauer and Stirner, they comprise pairs of hostile brothers, only chance denying the moment each will look upon the other merely as an enemy. They are cultured men run wild, frustrated existences who, under the pressure of social conditions, translate their scholarly knowledge into journalese. Their real occupation is free pamphleteering, perpetually dependent upon patrons and publishers, readers and censors. The world of letters, as a vocation and means of earning a living, came into its own in Germany about 1830.50. Feuerbach considered himself a writer and human being in the distinguished sense while Ruge had definite journalistic talent, Bauer lived from his writing, and Kierkegaard's life is conterminous with his authorship. What unites him with the others, in spite of his passionate opposition to journalism, is the intention of seeking effect solely through his writings. The special calling which he ascribed to his work as an author, namely, to be an author on the boundary between the poetic and the religious, not only distinguishes him from, but unites him with the literary activity of the left-wing Hegelians, who moved along the boundary between philosophy and politics, or politics and theology. Through the efforts of these men, it became Hegel's paradoxical fate that his system, which like none previous demands mental exertion, was popularized energetically and exerted an enormous influence. If Hegel's statement is true, that the individual man is positively free and really amounts to something only in the generality of a particular class 52, then Feuerbach and Ruge, Bauer and Stirner, Marx and Kierkegaard were only negatively free, and amounted to nothing. When one of Feuerbach's friends attempts to get him an academic position, Feuerbach writes to him, "The more people make of me, the less I am, and vice versa. I am something only so long as I am nothing." Hegel felt himself free in the midst of bourgeois restriction. For him it was by no means impossible as an ordinary official to be a priest of the absolute, to be something and at the same time be himself. With reference to the life of the philosopher in the third epoch of the spirit 53, that is, since the beginning of the modern world, he says that even the physical circumstances in which philosophers live are different from what they were in the first and second epochs. The philosophers of antiquity were plastic individuals, each framing his life according to his theory, with the result that philosophy as such determined also the position of the individual in the Middle Ages. They were primarily doctors of theology who taught philosophy, and, as clerics, were separate from the rest of the world. In the transition to the modern world, they, like Descartes, continued to wander about, always in inner struggle with themselves and in external struggle with the conditions of the world. Since then, philosophers no longer comprise a separate class, they are what they are, in perfectly ordinary relationship to the state, officially appointed teachers of philosophy. Hegel interprets this transformation as the reconciliation of the worldly principle with itself. It is open to each and everyone to construct his own inner world independent of the force of circumstances which has materialized. The philosopher can now entrust the external side of his existence to this order, just as the modern man allows fashion to dictate the way he will dress. The modern world is in fact this power of universal mutual dependence in the context of everyday life. The important thing, Hegel concludes, is to remain true to one's purpose within the context of the normal life of a citizen. To be free for truth and at the same time dependent on the state to him, these two things seemed quite consistent with each other. It is typical of Hegel that, within the system of needs, he remained true to his purpose which transcended the system. Similarly, it was to be typical for all who came after him that for the sake of their purpose they withdrew from the common order. Because of the scandal caused in academic circles by his Gedankenübertat und Unsterblichkeit, Feuerbach had to resign his position as Privatdozent at Erlangen, at best to continue to lecture privately in a village which didn't even have a church. He only appeared once more in public, when in 1848 the students called him to Heidelberg. Ruge was even harder hit by the fate of revolutionary intelligence, constantly at odds with the authorities and the police. He immediately lost his teaching position at Halle. His attempt to found a free academy in Dresden fell through, and the Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst, of which he was joint editor, had to cease publication after a few years of productive effectiveness. To avoid imprisonment for a second time, he fled to Paris, then to Switzerland, and finally to England. Because of his radical theological views, B. Bauer was removed from his teaching position and thus became an independent writer, and the center of the Berlin independence. And yet the continual struggle with the necessities of life never so much as made a dent in his firm character. Stirner, who at first had been a schoolteacher, was reduced to miserable poverty, and finally scratched out a living by translating, and selling milk. Marx failed in his plan of gaining a lectureship in philosophy at Bonn. First he took over publication of the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, among whose contributors were Ruge and Heine. Later, in Paris, Brussels, and London, he lived on scanty honorariums, newspaper work, subsidies, and credit. Kierkegaard could never make up his mind to use his theological degree to obtain a cure, to settle himself in finitude in order to realize the universal. He lived upon his own credit, like a king without a country, as he called his life as a writer, and materially on the estate left him by his father, which was exhausted just at the moment that he collapsed from exhaustion in his fight against the church. Schopenhauer, Dye, and Nietzsche, too, were only briefly in the employ of the state. After his abortive attempt to teach at the University of Berlin in competition with Hegel, Schopenhauer withdrew once again into private life, full of scorn for university philosophers. Dyring was relieved of his instructorship for political reasons, and, after only a few years, Nietzsche withdrew from the University of Basel forever. He admired Schopenhauer, not least for his independence from state and society. All of them either withdrew from all connection with the existing world, or sought to overturn the existing order through revolutionary criticism. The schism of the Hegelian school into right and left wings was made possible by the basic ambiguity of Hegel's dialectical Aufhebungen, suspensions, which could be interpreted conservatively and revolutionarily with equal ease. An abstract emphasis on one side alone was all that was necessary in order to arrive at F. Engel's statement, which characterized the entire left wing, The conservatism of this point of view is relative, its revolutionary character is absolute because the historical process is a movement of progress and thereby a perpetual negation of everything presently existing. 54 Engels demonstrates this revolutionary character with Hegel's statement that what is real is also rational. At first glance, it seems reactionary, but in truth it is revolutionary, because by reality Hegel does not mean simply that which happens to exist, but rather true and necessary being. Therefore, the apparently conservative thesis of the philosophy of right can be subjected to all the rules of the Hegelian system and be turned into its opposite: all that exists is worthy of perishing. 55. Hegel himself, of course, did not draw this conclusion of his dialectics so sharply. Instead, he contradicted it through the conclusion of his system and disguised its critically revolutionary aspect under a conservative dogmatic cloak. Therefore he must be freed from himself. Reality must be brought to the point of reason through methodical negation of all that exists. Thus both sides of the schism in the Hegelian school can be traced back to one source. Hegel united two principles in one metaphysical point: the reason of reality and the reality of the rational. 56. These were once more separated, into left and right, first in the question of religion, second in the question of politics. The right wing emphasized that only the real was rational, and the left wing that only the rational was real, while for Hegel the conservative and revolutionary components, at least formally, were given equal weight. In regard to content, the methodical overthrow of Hegelian philosophy attacked first of all its character of being a philosophical theology. The battle was fought over the atheistic or theistic interpretation of the philosophy of religion. Does the absolute have its real existence in God become man, or only in mankind? 57. In this struggle, Strauss and Feuerbach opposed the dogmatic remnant in Hegel's philosophical Christianity. At this point, as Rosenkranz says, Hegel's philosophy within its own boundaries went through the epoch of sophistry, but not to be rejuvenated, rather to reveal, in Bauer and Kierkegaard, the radical crisis of the Christian religion. The political crisis turned out to be no less important. It was revealed in the criticism of the philosophy of right, which Ruge began and Marx brought to a head. For both prongs of the attack, without themselves being aware of it, the young Hegelians reached back to the theological and political writings of Hegel's youth, which had already stated quite bluntly the problems involved in measuring the bourgeois state and the Christian religion against the Greek polis and its popular religion. Three phases can be discerned in the overthrow of Hegelian philosophy. Feuerbach and Ruge undertook to alter Hegel's philosophy to bring it into agreement with the spirit of the changing time. B. Bauer and Stirner brought all philosophy to an end in radical criticism and nihilism. Marx and Kierkegaard drew the extreme conclusions from the changed situation. Marx destroyed the bourgeois capitalistic, and Kierkegaard the bourgeois Christian world. A. L. Feuerbach 58, 1804–1872, like all philosophers of German idealism, Feuerbach started from Protestant theology, which he studied in Heidelberg with Paulus and the Hegelian dogma. He writes home that the lectures of the former are a spider web of sophistries, a rack upon which words are tortured until they confess something which was never meant. Repelled by this expectoration of a delinquent genius, he wanted to go to Berlin, where Schleiermacher and M3. Rieneck, as well as Strauss and Neander, lectured. Philosophy is mentioned only in passing, but even in his first letter from Berlin he writes, "I am resolved to dedicate this semester primarily to philosophy, in order to complete the prescribed program in Philosophie in his course of studies all the more thoroughly, and with more practical use. Therefore I am attending logic and metaphysics and philosophy of religion with Hegel. I am infinitely pleased with Hegel's lectures, even though I am by no means resolved to become a Hegelian on that ground." Having conquered his father's opposition, he devoted himself entirely to philosophy, studied 2 years with Hegel, and concluded his studies with the dissertation De Ratione Una, Universale, Infinita 59, which he sent to Hegel in 1828, accompanied by a letter, in which he called himself the latter's immediate pupil, who hoped he had made his own something of his teacher's speculative spirit. The revolutionary changes which Feuerbach later was to undertake in Hegel's philosophy already can be seen through the tangle of Hegelian concepts in this letter of the 24-year-old Feuerbach. He excuses in advance the failings of his dissertation with the statement that it is intended to be a living and free appropriation of what he learned from Hegel. He already lays emphasis upon the principle of sensuousness. Ideas should not remain above the sensuous in the realm of the universal, but should descend from the heaven of their colorless purity and unity with themselves to observable particularity 60 in order to incorporate themselves in the definiteness of phenomena. The pure logos demands an incarnation, the idea, a realization and secularization. He remarks in passing as though he had a premonition of his own fate that with this materialization and realization he does not have in mind any popularization of thought, or even a transformation of thought into fixed observation, and of concepts into mere images and tokens. He justifies the tendency to secularization with the statement that it is time for it, or, what is the same thing, it is grounded in the spirit of Hegelian philosophy itself, which is certainly not a mere academic subject, but the concern of mankind. 61. The anti-Christian bent is likewise given clear expression in this letter. The spirit stands at the beginning of a new world period. The important thing, if the idea is to attain full realization, is to dethrone the self, this only spirit which exists, which has dominated the world ever since the beginning of the Christian era, thereby eliminating the dualism of sensuous world and supersensual religion, as well as that of church and state. 62. Therefore the important thing now is not the development of concepts in their universalphone, in their withdrawn purity and self-contained existence, rather, the important thing is truly to destroy all previous historical ways of looking at time, death, this world, the next, the individual, the person as seen beyond finitude in the absolute and therefore called absolute, namely God, etc., in which is contained the foundation of all history up to the present, as well as the source of all Christian conceptions, both orthodox and rationalistic. We must bore through to the very foundations of truth. All these are to be replaced by the insights contained in recent philosophy, even though they are only entangled there. Christianity can no longer be considered the absolute religion. It is only the antithesis to the ancient world, and has excluded nature from the spirit. Similarly excluded from the realm of the spirit, death, that natural event, is considered by Christianity to be the most indispensable laborer in the vineyard of the Lord. 63. How at home Feuerbach was in Hegel's thought, in spite of this more than free appropriation, is shown by his criticism, 1835, of von Bachmann's Anti-Hegel. 64. Hegel himself could almost have written it. In 64 pages, he does away with Bachmann's concept-free empiricism with a penetration and superiority completely in line with the philosophical criticism whose nature Hegel developed. 65 and used upon all human understanding. 66. Feuerbach differentiates two kinds of criticism, that of knowledge and that of misunderstanding. The one enters upon the positive nature of its object, and takes the central idea of the author as a measure by which to evaluate. Misunderstanding, coming from without, attacks what is philosophically positive. It is always concerned with other things than its opponent is concerned with, and where the latter's concepts transcend its own ideas, it understands nothing. Feuerbach points out to Bachmann that he did not in the least understand Hegel's theories of the identity of philosophy with religion, logic and metaphysics, the subject and object, thought and being, notion and reality. Bachmann's criticism of Hegel's idea of God is gross persiflage. The superficiality and groundlessness of his objections to Hegel's deepest and most exalted idea is beneath all criticism. In view of this academically correct use of the Hegelian categories, it is understandable that Rosenkranz could write 7 years later, who would have thought that the Hegelian philosophy, which Feuerbach once defended with me against Bachmann in his polemic against the latter's Anti-Hegel, would be so degraded in his hands. 67. Feuerbach himself later explains his criticism of the anti-Hegel with reference to Lessing's criticism of the opponents of orthodoxy. He says that he was only an interimistic defender of Hegel against an unphilosophic attack, and that it would be most premature to think that whoever writes against the opponents of something is himself unconditionally in favor of what is being attacked. Rather he had the anti-Hegel within himself, but because he was as yet only half a man, I commanded him to remain silent. 68. Feuerbach's own opposition appeared in the open only in 1839, with the publication, in Ruges/Arbücher, of an article, on the criticism of Hegelian philosophy. In all important points this criticism is in complete agreement with the previously demolished criticism by Bachmann. Feuerbach, too, now negates absolutely the dialectical identity of philosophy and theology, of notion and reality, thought and being. What he had previously defended against Bachmann as Hegel's most exalted idea seems to him now the nonsense of the absolute. The absolute spirit is nothing else than the departed spirit of theology, wandering about like a ghost in Hegel's philosophy. In 1840, Feuerbach once more took account of his relationship with Hegel. He calls Hegel the only man who ever caused him to learn what a teacher is. But what we have been as pupils never vanishes from our being, even though it may from our consciousness. Not only had he studied Hegel, he also taught others, convinced that it was the duty of a young lecturer to acquaint the students, not with his own opinions, but with the teachings of recognized philosophers. I taught Hegelian philosophy. At first as a man who identifies himself with his subject, because he does not know anything different and better, later, as a man who differentiates and separates himself from his subject, giving it its historical due, but all the more anxious to grasp it properly. Thus he was never an absolute Hegelian, holding rather to the essence of Hegelianism, subjecting even the absolute system to the law of universal finitude. As a budding author, I took the point of view of speculative philosophy in general, and of Hegelian philosophy in particular, but only insofar as it is the final, most comprehensive expression of speculative philosophy. 69. 20 years later, mi 860, Feuerbach summarized his position in regard to Hegel for the last time. In contrast to the heroes of the spirit, he calls himself a last philosopher, relegated to the uttermost limit of the realm of philosophy, beyond the intellectual exaltation of system. In a style that reminds us of Kierkegaard's polemic, he calls Hegel the paragon of the self-sufficient professional thinker, whose real existence is looked after by the state and therefore is meaningless to his philosophy. He put an historical halo upon the lecture platform: the absolute spirit is nothing more than the absolute professor. 70. But of what does the transformation, proclaimed by Feuerbach, of the philosophy perfected by Hegel consist? A memorandum from 1842 to 43 on the necessity of a transformation gives the most important points. Philosophy is no longer within the epoch which included the development from Kant to Hegel. In fact, it no longer falls primarily within the domain of history of philosophy, but rather the immediate course of world events. Therefore a decision must be made, either to continue along the old track or to open a new epoch. But a radical transformation is necessary. It is a demand of the age, more precisely, of the age that is coming into the present from the future. The period of breakdown of an historical worldview is necessarily filled with conflicting demands. Some think it necessary to preserve the old and banish the new, others think it necessary to realize the new. Which party recognizes the true need? The one which sees the need of the future, the anticipated future, the one which shares in forward progress. The need for preservation is something artificial, something itself evoked reaction. Hegelian philosophy was the arbitrary unification of various existing systems, superficialities, with no positive strength, because it contained no absolute negativity. Only he who has the courage to be absolutely negative has the strength to create something new. 71. To race forward into an anticipated future was also the intention of Ruge, Stirner, Bauer, and Marx, because they all saw in the present only something temporary, not, like Hegel, something eternal. One and all, up to Nietzsche and Heidegger, they are preparatory philosophers. The initial impulse was given to this overthrow of Hegel's philosophy of recollection by Feuerbach's Thesen zur Reform der Philosophie and Grundsätze der Philosophie der Zukunft. The dwelling place of the spirit, we read in a letter written about this time, has collapsed. We must make up our minds to emigrate an image which we shall meet again in Marx, taking with us only our private possessions. The carriage of history is a confined carriage, just as it is impossible to get inside if the right moment is allowed to slip by, so likewise if one wishes to go along, one may take along only what is absolutely necessary, what is one's own, but not all the furniture. 73. A metaphor which, for its view of history, is reminiscent of Kierkegaard's image of the defile through which everyone must pass, and of the one thing needful. A man cannot concentrate himself too much, one thing or nothing, says Feuerbach. Feuerbach criticizes Hegel from the viewpoint of the intended changes. Of necessity, philosophy is now in a stage of disillusionment. The illusion in which it has rested hitherto was that of self-sufficient thought, that the spirit could base itself upon itself, while nature, both the nature of the world and of man, is determined by the spirit. The anthropological presupposition of this idealism or spiritualism is the isolated mode of existence of the thinker as a thinker. Hegel, too, in spite of all suspensions of opposites, was an extreme idealist. His absolute identity was in fact an absolute one-sidedness on the side of self-assured thought. Starting with I am in the form of I think, the idealist views his contemporary world, his environment, in fact the whole world, as merely the other side of his self, as an alter ego, with the emphasis on the ego. Hegel interprets the other, that which I myself am not, as my own otherness, and thereby mistakes the specific independent existence of nature and other people. He builds his philosophy upon a self-conscious, purely philosophical foundation. He mistakes the non-philosophical beginnings or principles of philosophy. Therefore, Hegelian philosophy is subject to the same reproach as all modern philosophy after Descartes, the reproach of an unrepaired breach with the observations made by the senses, an immediate presupposition of philosophy. There is, of course, an unavoidable discontinuity which resides in the nature of science, but it is mediated by philosophy's ability to engender itself out of non-philosophy. The philosopher must insert into the text of philosophy what Hegel put in a footnote, that part of man which does not philosophize, which is against philosophy and opposed to abstract thought. 76. Thus the critical starting point for Feuerbach's inquiry into the thou mediated by the senses was the traditional point of departure of the philosophy of the spirit from cogito ergo sum. The historical motive behind idealism's disparagement of natural sensibility as mere naturalness can be found in the origin of modern philosophy in Christian theology, the principle of which is called the pure self in the letter to Hegel. Thus Feuerbach's attack in the Grundsätze is directed against Hegel as a philosophical theologian. Modern philosophy is a product of theology, it is nothing else than theology broken up and transformed into philosophy. The contradiction inherent in modern philosophy, that it is a negation of theology based upon theology, or a negation of theology which is itself a theology, this contradiction is particularly characteristic of Hegelian philosophy. Whoever does not surrender Hegelian philosophy does not surrender theology. The Hegelian doctrine that reality is determined by the idea is only the rationalistic expression of the theological doctrine that nature was created by God. On the other hand, Hegelian philosophy is the last refuge, the last rationalistic support of theology. Just as once the Catholic theologians became de facto Aristotelians in order to combat Protestantism, so now the Protestant theologians must become de jure Hegelians in order to combat atheism. Thus in the highest principle of Hegelian philosophy we have the principle and result of his philosophy of religion, that philosophy does not invalidate the dogmas of theology, but rather establishes them through the negation of rationalism. Hegelian philosophy is the last ambitious attempt to re-establish lost, defeated Christianity by means of philosophy, by following the universal modern procedure and identifying the negation of Christianity with Christianity itself. The much lauded speculative identity of spirit and material, infinite and finite, divine and human, is nothing more than the accursed paradox of the modern age, the identity of belief and unbelief, theology and philosophy, religion and atheism, Christianity and paganism, at the very summit, the summit of metaphysics. Hegel conceals this contradiction by making of atheism, the negation, an objective component of God as a process, and atheism as one component of this process. 77. But the infinite of religion and philosophy is and was never anything else than something finite, and therefore definite, but mystified something finite with the predicate of being not finite, that is, infinite. Speculative philosophy made the same mistake as did theology. It made predicates of the infinite out of predicates of finite reality simply through negating the definite predicate through which they are what they are. A philosophy like Hegel's, which derives the finite from the infinite, the definite from the indefinite, will never arrive at a true placing of the finite and definite. The finite is derived from the infinite, that is, the infinite, the indefinite, is defined, negated, it is admitted that the infinite is nothing without definition, that is, without finitude. Thus the finite is set up as the reality of the infinite. But the negative nonentity of the absolute remains in the background, the postulated finitude is thus always abrogated. The finite is the negation of the infinite, and the infimite the negation of the finite. The philosophy of the absolute is a contradiction. The beginning of a truly positive philosophy cannot be God or the absolute, nor being in itself without anything which is to be, but only what is finite, definite, and real. But, above all, mortal man is a finite reality for whom death is affirmative. This new philosophy is the negation of all academic philosophy. Although it contains within itself whatever truth there is in the latter, it has no language of its own, no principle of its own. It is thinking man himself, the man who is and knows himself. But if this name of the new philosophy is translated back into that of self-consciousness, the new philosophy is being interpreted in the sense of the old, is being set once more upon the old foundations. But the self-consciousness of the old philosophy is an abstraction without reality, for only the individual human being is self-consciousness. 78. To construct an anthropological philosophy, one determined by man, means for Feuerbach in the first place, take care for the sensuous basis of one's own thought, the mode of which is definite, sensuous observation which fills thought with meaning. In the second place, have regard for one's fellow man who confirms one's own way of thought, who is the epistemological partner in intellectual dialogue. Attention given to both aspects will take thought which moves independently, which is restricted to deductive logic, will open it to the world and set it right. The first aspect, sensuousness, is never merely the essence of human senses, but also of nature and corporeal existence in general. Fischer has remarked that, for Feuerbach, the senses were the third estate, hitherto scorned, which he elevates to total significance. Hegel, on the contrary, extols thought as having no need of sight and hearing. The true concept of existence derives only from sensuousness, for the real existence of a thing is proven by the fact that it encounters us palpably, that it cannot be thought of, imagined, and merely conceived. This sensualism of Feuerbach is most readily apparent in his criticism of the Hegelian dialectic of soul and body. 81. In opposition to it, Hegel asserts that this, like all Hegelian identities, is in actual fact only an absolute one-sidedness. Hegel sees nothing in the ideas of those who think that man should not have a body, because the body demands care for the satisfaction of its physical needs, thus diverting man from his spiritual life and making him incapable of real freedom. Philosophy must recognize that the spirit can exist for itself by relating itself to material partially as its own corporeality, partially as external world. The spirit must then take what has been so differentiated and restore it to unity through antithesis and resolution of the same. Of course there is a closer connection between the spirit and its own body than between the rest of the external world and the spirit. Because of this necessary connection between my body and my soul, the activity which the latter engages in vis-a-vis the former is not merely negative. First, I must assert myself in this immediate harmony of my soul and my body. I may not scorn my body and view it as an enemy. If I order my life according to the laws of my bodily organism, my soul is free within its body. Completely true, says Feuerbach, but Hegel continues immediately with, nevertheless, the soul cannot call a halt at this immediate unity with its body. The form of immediacy of that harmony contradicts the notion of the soul, its characteristic of being an ideality which refers itself to itself. In order to correspond to its notions, the soul must transform its identity with its body into an identity determined or mediated by the spirit, take possession of its body, make of it a compliant and well-adapted implement of its activity, transform it so that the soul may refer to itself within the body. The word immediate, Feuerbach continues, is used innumerable times by Hegel, but what this word refers to, the immediate, is completely absent from his philosophy. He never gets beyond the logical notion, because from the stand he makes the immediate into one component of what is most mediate, the notion. How could Hegel speak of an immediate unity with the body, since the body has no truth, no reality for the soul, since, according to Hegel, the soul is only a notion mediated through the suspension, the negation of corporeality, is itself, in fact, the notion. Where can we find even a trace of immediacy? Asks Feuerbach, and he answers, nowhere. Why? Because, as everywhere in idealism and spiritualism, the body is only an object to the soul, an object even of the thinker, but not at the same time ground of will and consciousness. Therefore it is completely overlooked that we perceive what is corporeal before our consciousness only through a corporeality behind our consciousness which is not objective to us. Of course, the spirit forms and determines the body, and this to such an extent that a man who has a spiritual profession, and orders his way of life accordingly, his sleeping, eating, and drinking, at the same time also determines indirectly his stomach and circulation according to his will. But seeing the one side, let us not forget the other side, let us not forget that, however the spirit consciously determines the body, it was itself unconsciously so determined by the body. For example, as a thinker I determine my body according to my purpose because constitutive nature, allied with destructive time, have organized me into a thinker, I am thus a thinker by fate. How and what the body is determined, so the spirit is determined. Cause becomes effect, and vice versa. Thus Hegel's recognition of sensuous natural corporeality is only true under the hypothesis of a philosophy of the spirit which builds upon itself. The idealistic notion of self-consciousness no more recognizes the independent reality of other men than it recognizes the reality of sensuous natural corporeality. 82 For Feuerbach, the fundamental exponent of sensuous natural corporeality is that organ which is not mentioned by name in proper society, although by nature it has great significance in the history of the world, and exerts a power which dominates the world, the natural sexuality of man. The true I is not a neuter id but, a priori, either a feminine or masculine existence, thus, eo ipso fated to be a social being. Philosophy could abstract from the difference between the sexes only if it were limited to the sexual organs. But it penetrates the whole man, including his specifically feminine or masculine perception and thought. Conscious of myself as a man, I recognize thereby the existence of a being different from me, a being which belongs to me and contributes to the determination of my own existence. Thus before I understand myself, I am grounded in the existence of others by nature. My thinking only makes me conscious of what I am already, a being, not ungrounded, but grounded upon another existence. Not I, but I and thou is the true principle of life and thought. The most real relationship between I and thou is love. The love of another tells you what you are. The truth speaks to us, not from within our own preoccupied self, but from another. Only through communication, only through the conversation of man with man, do ideas arise. Two human beings are necessary for the begetting of another human being, spiritually as well as physically. The unity of man with man is the first and last principle of philosophy, truth, and universality. For the essence of man is contained only in the unity of one man with another, a unity which is based upon the real difference between I and thou. Even in thought and as a philosopher I am a man among others. With this appeal to the love which unites mankind, Feuerbach, the critic of Hegel, comes remarkably close to the young Hegel, whose concept of the spirit had as its point of departure the suspension of differences within the living relationship of love. Later, however, Hegel was to use the entire strength of his thought to differentiate philosophically concretely his concept of the spirit into its various attributes: sensual, perceptual, and rational consciousness, desiring and reflecting, servile and masterful, spiritual and reasonable self-consciousness. In contrast, Feuerbach's love remains a sentimental cliché without any definite attributes, although it is the unified dual principle of his philosophy, of sensuousness and the thou. A further consequence of Feuerbach's radical transformation is the changed attitude of philosophy toward politics and toward religion. Philosophy is itself to become religion, and also politics, a kind of political worldview which replaces the religion of the past. For we must once more become religious, politics must become our religion, but it can only do this if we have something ultimate in outlook, something which will make politics into a religion. 83. But the ultimate for man is man. The thesis that philosophy comes to occupy the place of religion leads of necessity to the further thesis that politics becomes a religion. When the man, poor in earthly goods, replaces the Christian, the fellowship of work must replace the fellowship of prayer. With complete logic, Kierkegaard explains the resurgence of politics out of the disappearance of the Christian faith. 84. With equal logic, Feuerbach deduces the necessity of man's becoming political from his faith in man as such. Religion in the usual sense is so far from being the bond of the state that it is rather the dissolution of the same. If God is Lord, man must rely upon him and not upon men. If, on the other hand, men form a state, they deny thereby in praxis faith in God. Faith in God did not found the states, but despair over God. Subjectively, the origin of the state is explained by faith in man as the God of man. 85. Apart from the Christian religion, the secular state naturally becomes the essence of all realities, the universal entity, and the providence of man. The state is man writ large, the state in relation to itself is absolute man, it becomes at once the reality and practical refutation of faith. Thus practical atheism is the bond of the state, and men now throw themselves into politics because they recognize that Christianity is a religion that robs man of polity. Cal Energy. 86. Feuerbach did not give up this conviction even after the failure of 1848, which convinced him that it was not the time and place for realizing the political worldview. The Reformation destroyed religious Catholicism, but a political Catholicism arose in its stead. What the Reformation had accomplished only in the domain of religion must now be striven for politically, the transformation of the political hierarchy into a democratic republic. Feuerbach's actual interest was the concentration and extension of the power of the state as such, much more than the outward form of a republic. This is even more true of Ruge, Marx, Bauer, and Lassalle, and is shown by the circumstance that later they viewed Bismarck not as an enemy, but as a pacemaker along the road to their previous revolutionary goals. 87. In a letter written in 1859, Feuerbach says, "As far as genin politics is concerned, our motto is famous, quod capitatat sensus. But geniny can never be put under one heading until it comes under the control of one head, and it will never come under the control of one head until someone has the courage to stand with sword in hand and proclaim, 'I am the head of Germany.' But where is this union of heart and head? Prussia, to be sure, has the head, but not the heart. Austria has the heart, but not the head. 88. Measured by the standard of Hegel's history of the spirit, Feuerbach's massive sensualism must seem as a step backward in comparison to Hegel's conceptually organized idea, as a barbarization of thought which replaces content by bombast and sentiment. Hegel's final doubt, whether the tumult of his contemporaries and the deafening loquacity of vanity left any room at all for passionless knowledge, is drowned out by the verbose rhetoric of his pupils, who replaced philosophy with the interests of the day. Upon Hegel's friendship with Goethe follows the idyll between Ludwig, Feuerbach, and Konrad, Dubler, 89, whose ingenuous worship of the great man was thoroughly in conformity with Feuerbach's disposition, basically so inoffensive. And yet it would be a great mistake to suppose that, mounted upon the steed of a dead philosophy of the spirit, one could ride roughshod over the materialism of the 19th century. Feuerbach's effort to make Hegel's philosophical theology tangible and finite simply became the standpoint of the age. Now consciously or unconsciously it belongs to all of us. More completely than Feuerbach, Ruge based the new philosophy of the New Age upon the statement that everything depends upon history. It goes without saying, he adds as a good Hegelian, philosophical history 9.0. But history is philosophical not only as history of philosophy, but also, and primarily, as mere course of events and consciousness of history. True reality is nothing else than consciousness of historical time, which is the truly positive, ultimate outcome of history 91. The historical idea of an age or the genuine spirit of an age is absolute master. The only thing valid in history is that which is the power of the age. The absolute nature of the spirit is real only within the process of history, which is determined in freedom by the political entity, man. 92. In contrast, the spheres of the absolute in Hegel's system are mere attempts to absolutize history, which is in itself absolute. We attain the absolute only in history, but in history it is attained at all points, before and after Christ. Man is everywhere in God, but the final historical form is also, as form, the ultimate. The future is the limit set to everything historical. The form of religion is not perfected in Christ, that of poetry in Goethe, that of philosophy in Hegel. They are all so far from being the culmination of the spirit that their greatest glory lies in being the beginning of a new development. 93. Everything falls within history, therefore, whatever is the newest philosophy is truly positive, containing within itself the future as its own living negation. The historical spirit or the self-consciousness of the age corrects itself in the course of history, which must also be the end of Hegel's system. 94. Thus a title such as Our System, or the Wisdom and Movement of the World in our TIMFJ5 has more than incidental reference to the time. This system is itself a philosophy of time, of the age, just as the wisdom and movement of the world are one. Thus the fourth volume of Ruge's Aus Früherer Zeit addresses the Germans first of all by speaking of the spirit of our time. In this work, following the pattern of Hegel's history of philosophy, he gives an excellent popular history of the development of philosophy from Plato to Hegel, concluding with the critical development of philosophy and the spirit of the age. Here, also, he thinks of philosophic thought as a partner of the age, for the general spirit of the age, together with its particular philosophy, forms one and the same movement of the spirit. And in actual fact, no age has been so permeated with philosophy in all realms, including journalism, belles lettres, and politics, as was this epoch, through the influence of the young Hegelians. It is an a priori of their philosophy that the spirit of the age, which Ruge occasionally equates with public opinion, always and necessarily keeps pace with the philosophical spirit of the age. This conscious unity of the world spirit and the philosophical spirit is characteristic of our age. 96. But Ruge was firmly convinced that the spirit of the age, by its very nature, was progressive, just as he was convinced that the course of time cannot be turned back. No reaction can defraud the spirit of the age of its power and logical conclusion. Referring to the J.R. Butcher he published, he says, "The ultimate victory is victory in the spirit." Thus when we speak of a position taken by the Jahrbucher toward history, and thereby, of its future course, particulars are furnished by the public spirit, or, more accurately, the spirit which, though present, is kept from being truly public. For it is an open secret that the ostensible spirit of paid and guarded newspapers is not the real spirit, nor the disinterested spirit of ancient learned academies, nor the spirit capable of life. 97. Thus the truly present spirit of the age is under certain circumstances a public secret, but under all circumstances it is the spirit which drives history forward to victory. The reason of the age is easy to recognize, anyone can know it if he so desires. For all the young Hegelians, the actual discoverer of the unity between philosophy and time was none other than Hegel. To justify their radical historicization of the spirit, they appealed to Hegel's preface to his Philosophy, which says, as concerns the individual, each is a son of his time, and philosophy is their time comprehended in thought. It is just as foolish to imagine that some philosophy transcends its present world as to imagine that an individual can transcend his time. 98. Hegel drew a reactionary conclusion from the circumstance that no theory can transcend its own time, opposing and rejecting any imagined imperative, and refused to construct a world upon the yielding element of purpose, a world which is not but should be. His pupils, on the other hand, on the basis of the same identity between spirit and time but with their eyes to the future, insisted upon what should be. They sought to place philosophy at the service of the revolution, following the progress of time. In spite of this contrast in orientation, which in the one case looked to the past, in the other to the future, both held to the thesis of the necessary unanimity of philosophical consciousness and historical fact. 99. For Hegel, the history of the spirit was the heart of world history. Similarly, the young Hegelians took the true course of events as the criterion for the movement of the spirit. They took the measure of the very reason of history with an historical measuring rod. As a result of the basic connection made between history and the spirit, Hegel's system was also used for reflection upon the age in which it was developed. In the case of Ruge, the conclusion is twofold. Hegelian philosophy is contemporary with the French Revolution, which exalted the free individual as the purpose of the state. Hegel does the same by showing that the absolute is the thinking spirit, and its reality the thinking individual. As a political program, the spirit of freedom lives in the Enlightenment and Revolution, as metaphysics, in genuine philosophy. 100 In Hegel, human rights attained philosophical self-consciousness, there can be no further development than their realization. The same philosophy which gained for the human spirit the highest dignity of absolute freedom is a contemporary of the counterattack of the spirit of the past against freedom in thought and political purpose. Thus Hegel was related to both the progressive and reactionary spirit of the age. Insofar as he was the latter, he was untrue to his own principle, progress in consciousness of freedom. Therefore it is the task of the progressive spirit of the age to free Hegel's philosophy from itself by means of the dialectic method. According to Hegel's statement that the present is uppermost, lol, it is the absolute right of the age which has superseded him to defend his system critically against himself, in order to accomplish the principle of unfolding and freedom. Through negation, history unfolds the truth contained in Hegel's system. It does this by removing the still present contrast between notion and existence through theoretical criticism and practical revolution. The genuine revolution of 1848 is the practical aspect of this theoretical correction. 102. The Hall-Eschler-Bucher für Deutsche Wissenschaft und Kunst, 1838–1843, 103 were the literary organs for the theoretical groundwork of the practical revolution. After their forced removal from Prussia to Saxony, they were renamed the Deutsche Arbeiter. Among their contributors were Strauss, Feuerbach, Bauer, F.Th. Vischer, E. Zeller, Droysen, Lachmann, J. Grimm, and W. Grimm. Ruge's assertion in the foreword to the fourth series is no overstatement. No other German scholarly periodical ever experienced such satisfaction, seeing its discussions become events which went far beyond the circle of theoreticians, becoming involved in all of life. To the present day, German philosophy has nothing comparable to this journal which could equal it in critical forcefulness, effectiveness, and influence upon political theory. The criticism undertaken in the /Arbeiter is primarily concerned with religion and politics. Rosenkranz censured the brusque, atheistic republican tone of Ruge's writings. To him the German atheists seemed awkward and childish in comparison to the well-mannered and well-educated followers of Holbach. 104 But compared to Bauer's radical overhauling of Strauss's and Feuerbach's criticism of religion, Ruge is extremely moderate, and Rosenkrantz's last studies show that in this matter he was not far removed from Ruge. In his case, too, the unfolding of the spirit had been tacitly changed to the progress of mankind. More decisive than Ruge's abolition of the Christian religion in a humanized world of liberated men is his criticism of the state and of politics. In an article in the /R Butcher entitled Politics and Philosophy, he differentiates the young and old Hegelians. The latter accommodate Hegel's philosophy to what exists, while the former translate the philosophy of religion and the philosophy of right into a negating and postulating activism. Therefore the young Hegelians are compelled to protest, on the one hand against Hegel's modesty, which transfers political reality from the obvious present course of events to a state of affairs in ancient England which was no longer true even in his own time. 105 On the other hand, they protest against the arrogance of absolute philosophy, which seeks to be a present-day apocalypse through recollection of what has been, whereas philosophy actually merely begins the future through its criticism in the present. Instead of constructing an absolute state by means of the categories of logic, the present existence of the state must be criticized historically with reference to the immediate future. For only the spirit of the age, as it realizes itself, is truly comprehended reality, as Hegel himself teaches in 100 passages, although he avoided everything that might give offense to the Church and the state. Ruge's fundamental criticism of Hegel's philosophy of the state is contained already in his review of the second edition of the Rijksphilosophy. 106 Its greatest merit he sees in the fact that Hegel made self-determining will the basis of his theory of the state, so that the state is the substantial will which knows itself and fulfills its knowledge, while at the same time it has its mediate existence in the free will and knowledge of the individual one. 107 The great defect in the execution of this principle is that Hegel does not expressly include history, with the effect of its entire content, in his philosophy of right, but rather puts it at the end in contrast to his aesthetics, the systematic development of which is thoroughly historical. The precondition of developed history is of course the existing state, for all history is the history of states, but the state is already in itself an historical movement toward freedom, which is never present absolutely, but only as the act of liberation. Hegel exhibits only the static concept of the state, but not the idea of the state in movement, the motive force of which is history. The absolute system of freedom must now be followed by the historical system, the presentation of freedom both real and to be realized. In place of the system of abstract and theoretically absolute development, we have the system of concrete development, which everywhere grasps the spirit in its history and places at the end of every history the demand of its future. Hegel's speculative contemplation must be awakened once more by Fichte's energy/os for his polemic against what should be leads to forms of existence without concept and thus to recognition of that which merely exists, without being in agreement with its true concept. For example, in Hegel's system the royal and governmental power, the National Assembly and the bicameral system, are such forms of existence contradicting the spirit of history. Hegel has no faith in the majority, and hates all fonts of election. But for Ruge, not to have faith in this means not to have faith in the spirit of the age. It is a stupid objection that the masses are dumb, and respectable only in riots. Low 9. In whose name then do they riot, and how does it happen that they conquer only in the name of the spirit of world history? How does it happen that the rioting of the masses turned out to be purposeless neither in 1789 nor in D.I3, and the majority by no means to be wrong? To hold to the statement, Philosophia paucis contenta est judicibus, represents a total failure to understand the spirit and its process. On the contrary, truth subjects the world en masse. Those who are wise in their wisdom will never leave the majority for long, and when the prophets of a new spirit are in the minority to start with and perish, then the acclamation, the exaggeration even, of their merits is all the more assured them among posterity. The truth of the majority is not absolute, but on the whole it is the assurance of the spirit of the age, political or historical truth. and if only one individual in a national assembly knows the word of the spirit of the age and speaks it, and such will never be lacking, then surely only egoism and malicious caprice remains in the minority. The majority shares its relative error with the historical spirit and its assurance in general, which of course cannot prevent itself in turn from being negated by the future. 110 The conviction of the truth of the masses is itself virtue. This is the discovery of our century, which eluded Hegel, although it is only a consequence of his system of thought, which includes the spirit in the world process. Hegel denied this truth on the basis of his own viewpoint, still not sufficiently historical. That is, contrary to his own principle, he doubted the power of the spirit, otherwise he would not have expended so much effort in excluding the mass of the electorate from his system of rights. In its place, he arrived at the establishment of the classes and the absurd stipulation of primogeniture. In reality, even the material interests of the masses cannot go against the unfolding of the spirit, because, ever, material progress is also spiritual progress if history is all and a product of the real spirit. As in the case of Marx, Ruge's criticism of Hegel's philosophy of right one rests upon the principle of critical differentiation of metaphysical essence, WSN, from historical existence, existence. The general essence of the state is identical with that of the spirit, and thus definable by the general categories of logic, universality, particularity, individuality, and the philosophy of the spirit, will and freedom, but the real state, to which Hegel refers in agreement with his thesis of the reality of freedom, is an historical existence, which therefore can be comprehended only historically and criticized only with reference to its substantiality. In logic or in the study of the eternal process, there are no existences. Here existence, the thinker, and his spirit, is the indifferent basis, because what this individual does should be nothing else than the universal action of thought itself. We are concerned here with the universal essence as such, not its existence. In the natural sciences, the existence of the natural object is of no interest. Although the processes which exist are the object of examination, they are nevertheless the indifferent, ever-recurring example of the eternal law and eternal behavior of nature in the course of its self-production. Only with the entrance of history into the realm of science does existence itself become of interest. The movement of history is no longer the cycle of recurring forms, but rather it brings to light new forms in the self-production of the spirit. As this existence, the constitution of the spirit and the state in various ages is of scientific interest. The circumstances of its formation are no longer indifferent examples, but stages in this process. The peculiarity of these historical existences is important for knowledge of them. The matter of concern is this existence as such. 112. Therefore, just as dogmatic theology was criticized by Strauss, Hegel's absolute metaphysics of the state must be historically criticized. This criticism is also the only objective criticism, because it judges according to the course of actual events. The historical change from universal essence to individual historical existence is not yet present in Hegel's philosophy of right, which, therefore, has the same impalpable character as his phenomenology. The Hegelian state is no more real than the Platonic, nor will it ever become more real, for although it refers to the present-day state in the same way the Platonic did to the Greek, even calling it by name, it does not draw its conclusion from the historical process, and therefore has no direct effect upon the development of political life and consciousness. Here the French are far in advance of us, they are historical at all points. Among them the spirit is vital, and forms the world according to its own design. 113. In order to prevent historical criticism from appearing, Hegel makes metaphysical essences of historical existences, for example, giving a speculative demonstration of hereditary kingship. 114 But the true connection of the concept with reality is not the apotheosis of existence into concept, but the realization of the concept in actual existence. Even freedom never exists absolutely, but always relative to specific external circumstances of existence from which man liberates himself. Hegel remains on the side of the purely theoretical spirit and purely theoretical freedom, although he himself stated in the opening paragraphs of his philosophy of right that will is only the other side of thought, that theory is itself practice, and the difference between the two is merely whether the spirit turns inward or outward. Discovered theoretically this practical side of theory, but practically it hid it. True science does not go back to logic, but out into the real world of history. Logic itself is drawn into history and must allow itself to be comprehended as existence, because it belongs to the structure of this particular philosophy, and the only truth is in fact historical. Even truth is always in motion, it is self-differentiation and self-criticism. 116 Similarly, the theoretical one-sidedness of Hegel's philosophy of right can only be comprehended historically, and only historically justified. Hegel's age was not very favorable for politics, it had no political journalism or public life whatever. 1L7. The spirit retreated into theory and renounced practice. But Hegel had learned too much from the Greeks and had lived through the Great Revolution with too clear a consciousness to avoid seeing that the extant, dynastic state of bourgeois society, with police and civil service, by no means corresponded to the idea of a public community, a polis. Thus his rejection of imperative demands grows out of a lack of logic, the roots of which lie deep in the Prussian-German situation in which Hegel lived. The systems of Kant and Hegel are systems of reason and freedom in the midst of irrationality and subjugation, they were constructed in such a way that they both hid this incongruity. Kant made the famous statement to Mendelssohn, "Of course I think many things with absolute conviction which I would never have the courage to say, but I shall never say anything that I do not think." 118. This divergence between public pronouncement and private thought rests upon the fact that, as a thinker, Kant was as different from himself as a subject as was the public life of his time from the private, and the general morality from the conscience of the individual. A subject was not allowed to be a philosopher, therefore, he becomes a diplomat, but without losing his self-respect. His limited viewpoint is historically the viewpoint of Protestant narrow-mindedness, which knows freedom only as a question of conscience, because it separates private from public virtue. 119 The case of Hegel is even more dubious, because his philosophy elevates the Kantian viewpoint on morality and moral responsibility to a universal and political code of ethics. Now, as a philosopher, Hegel did not have any similar conflict with the Prussian state, on the contrary, it confirmed him in his philosophy, and thus he could declare himself to be on the side of thought, on good terms with the state. But his agreement is only apparent. It could only last as long as the absolutism of the Prussian state was reasonable enough to recognize the reason in Hegel's system, while Hegel, for his part, merely had an interest in securing his absolute system of knowledge and making it a force within the life of the state. Although Hegel originally was no enemy of political activism and criticism of the state, he later restricted himself to the development of his theory as such. In his inaugural speech at Heidelberg, he declared his conviction that philosophy should not engage in political reality, in which the enormous interest during the period of the wars of liberation displaced all interest in knowledge. To this, Ruge asks indignantly, "What is this supposed to mean?" And answers, "Nothing less than, let us continue, gentlemen, from where we were before the revolution and the war, namely, in the furtherance of inner freedom, the freedom of the Protestant spirit or abstract theory, of which philosophy is the ultimate perfection." Hegel perfected this form of freedom, bringing it to a climax, now it can only retreat. 121. This restriction to the notion as such was bound to lead to conflict with reality, for, when a clear view of the essence of the state has been achieved, it is driven to confront reality as criticism. Theoretical freedom, in its private existence, was bound to discover, through censorship, that it is practically without value, because it is not itself public property. But the practical passion of true knowledge cannot be restrained. The conflict from which Hegel was preserved was reserved for his pupils, and so it becomes clear that the age, or the attitude of consciousness toward the world, was radically altered. The development is no longer abstract, the age has become political, albeit there is still much lacking before it is sufficiently political. 122. 19th century man, Ruger writes apropos of a criticism of the aesthetic period of German civilization, cannot do without ethical and political passion. 123 Transition from philosophical criticism to political activism and from narrow-minded conscience to broad-minded party loyalty typify Ruger's development. Typical also is his forced retreat to the kind of historicism which no longer consciously makes history, but only writes history. Besides the publication of his own collected works, the last piece of work he performed in exile was a translation of Buckle's History of Civilization in England. The task of theoretical criticism and practical revolution against the existing order, which he introduced, was taken up and continued with absolute consistency by Marx. When Ruger went to Paris after the banning of the Deutsche Jahrbucher and there founded the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, it was Marx who provided most of the assistance with this journal. In it appeared in 1844 Marx's discussion of the Jewish question, the introduction to the criticism of the Hegelian philosophy of right, and an exchange of correspondence between Marx, Ruger, Bakunin, and Feuerbach. Soon afterward, Marx broke with Ruger. The extremely harsh judgment passed by Ruger upon Marx as a person / 25. And the no less unfavorable opinion expressed by Marx about Ruger, do not alter the fact that they held principles in common, in their criticism of Hegel. The difference rests upon the fact that, in respect to scientific rigor and impact, Marx far surpassed the journalistic talent of Ruger. Of all the left-wing Hegelians, he was not only the most radical, but also the only one who was a match for Hegel in conceptual acuity and also in erudition. Ruger's rhetoric is an essential component of his writings, Marx's is only a means to an end, and does not weaken the forcefulness of his critical analyses. How well schooled he is in Hegel is shown less by his early writings referring directly to Hegel, which were influenced by Feuerbach, than by Das Kapital. The analyses presented in this work, although far removed from Hegel in content, are unthinkable without the incorporation of Hegel's manner of reducing a phenomenon to a notion. As he grew older, Marx came to determine the actual course of history by the changes in material production, and to view the struggle of the economic classes as the sole motive force of all history. He thought he had settled accounts with his familiar philosophic conscience, but basically the original dialogue with Hegel remained even after his transition to criticism of the economy. His first and also last criticism of Hegel begins with an antithesis to Hegel's consummation. The question which moves Marx in his dissertation concerns the possibility of a new beginning after that conclusion. His dissertation of 1840 to 184 I on Epicurus and Democritus contains an indirect argument with the situation brought about by Hegel. Epicurus and Democritus are viewed in connection with Greek philosophy as perfected by Plato and Aristotle. An analogy is drawn to the dissolution of Hegelian philosophy by its materialistic and atheistic epigones. The introductory portion, discussing the relationships of classical Greek philosophy to the later philosophical sects, alludes to Marx's own relationship to Hegel. Greek philosophy seems to encounter what a good tragedy should not encounter: a feeble ending. With Aristotle, the Macedonian Alexander of Greek philosophy, the objective history of philosophy in Greece seems to come to a halt. Epicureans, Stoics, skeptics, all seem an inappropriate postscript, completely out of proportion to their mighty premises. 126. But it would be an error to assume that Greek philosophy simply lived out its life. History shows that the so-called decomposition products of Greek philosophy became the archetypes of the Roman spirit, the independent and intensive individuality of which is beyond doubt. And even if this was the end of classical philosophy, the death of a hero does not resemble the bursting of a frog that has puffed himself up, but rather the setting of the sun, which promises a new day. Furthermore, is it not a remarkable phenomenon that new systems appear after the Platonic and Aristotelian philosophers who made philosophy all-inclusive, systems which do not depend upon these previous ample intellectual forms, but rather, reaching further back, turn to the simplest schools, in physics, to the natural philosophers, in ethics, to the Socratic school. Is, therefore, the need at this time, after the departure of classical German philosophy, for a similar concentration and simplification of philosophy, such as went from Athens to Rome? But how, after Hegel, can we achieve any point of view which neither copies him nor yet is completely arbitrary? Only through a radical disengagement from Hegel's all-inclusive philosophy, through a suspension of it which will also realize it. Philosophy is always at such a nodal point when its abstract principle has become totally concrete, as in the case of Aristotle and Hegel. Then the possibility of continued development in a straight line is interrupted, a full circle has been described. Two totalities now stand confronting each other, an all-inclusive philosophy, and, opposite it, the actual world of complete non-philosophy. For Hegel's reconciliation with reality was not within reality, but only with it, in the element of comprehension. Now philosophy must itself run outward and engage the world. As a philosophy of the state, it becomes a philosophical politics. Then philosophy, which in Hegel was contemporaneous with the intelligent world, runs directly to the really existing world, and against philosophy. This two-edged behavior is the consequence of the division of the entire world of theory and practice into two mutually exclusive totalities. Because it is two totalities which confront each other, the disunion of the newly developing philosophy is itself total. The objective universality of a perfected philosophy breaks down first into the merely subjective phones of consciousness of an individual philosophy which grows out of it. This tempest, in which everything wavers, follows upon such nodal points of all-inclusive philosophy with historical necessity. Whoever does not see this necessity would have to deny, as a logical consequence, that man can continue his spiritual life after such a philosophy. Only this theory makes comprehensible the appearance after Aristotle of Zeno, Epicurus, and Sextus Empiricus, and after Hegel of the usually baseless, impoverished experiments of recent philosophy 127. In contrast to the other young Hegelians, who only wanted to effect a partial reformation of Hegel, Marx gained from history the insight that philosophy itself was at stake. The half-hearted ones, meaning philosophers like Ruge at such times, hold to a view contrary to that of all generals. They think they can repair the damage by a reduction in forces, by dissipation, by a peace pact with the real demands. When Athens, that is, philosophy was threatened by devastation, Themistocles, that is, Marx urged the Athenians to desert it completely, and to found upon the sea, upon a different element, that is, upon the element of political and economic practice, which must now be understood as what is a new Athens, that is, a completely new kind of philosophy, which is not even a philosophy, according to the old definitions. It should also not be forgotten that the age following such catastrophes is an age of iron, fortunate if characterized by the clash of titans, miserable if, like the centuries which limp along after great artistic epochs, these latter busy themselves with copying in plaster and copper what sprang from Carrara marble. But these are times of titans, these times which followed an all-inclusive philosophy and its forms of subjective development, for gigantic is the dichotomy which is their unity. Thus Rome followed upon Stoic, skeptical, and Epicurean philosophy. They are wretched times and inflexible, for their gods have died, and the new goddess has the dark shape of fate, of pure light or pure darkness. The colors of daylight are still missing. But the heart of the misery is that the soul of the age, satisfied with itself, cannot give recognition to any reality which has come into existence without its aid. The fortune in such misery is, therefore, the subjective form, in which philosophy, as subjective consciousness, relates itself to reality. Thus, for example, Epicurean and Stoic philosophy were the positive results of their time. Thus the nocturnal moth, when the universal sun has set, seeks out the lamplight of the individual 128. The statement that the new goddess has the dark form of an uncertain fate, either of pure light or of pure darkness, refers back to Hegel's image of philosophy being carried on in the grey twilight of a world which has been completed. For Marx, this says, now, After the dissolution of the philosophy completed in Hegel, we cannot yet see with certainty whether this twilight is the evening twilight before the onset of a dark night, or the twilight of dawn before the awakening of a new day. 129 For Hegel, the senescence of the real world is concomitant with a final rejuvenation of philosophy. For Marx, who anticipates the future, a philosophy brought to completion is concomitant with the rejuvenation of the real world in opposition to the old philosophy. Through the realization of reason in the real world, philosophy as such is suspended, enters into the practice of existing non-philosophy. Philosophy has become Marxism, an immediately practical theory. In Hegel, the world was given philosophical form; in Marx, philosophy must become completely worldly. Hegel's system is seen as a single abstract totality, having as its other side a total irrationality. Its inner polish and self-sufficiency is broken. The inner light in Hegel's philosophy becomes a devouring flame, reaching out. The liberation of the world from non-philosophy is at the same time the liberation of non-philosophy from philosophy. From the theoretical point of view, this new kind of philosophy does not yet transcend Hegel's system, but is included within it. Therefore, the new way of philosophizing is aware of itself only in contrast to the complete system. It does not yet understand that its own dissolution of Hegelian philosophy is the most appropriate realization of the latter. For Hegel's principle is also Marx's principle, the unity of reason and reality itself as a union of essence and existence. Therefore, Marx is forced to attack in two directions, against the real world, and against existing philosophy. This is so because he seeks to unite both in an all-inclusive totality of theory and practice. His theory can become practical as criticism of what exists, as a critical differentiation between reality and idea, between essence and existence. In the form of such criticism, his theory prepares the way for practical changes. On the other hand, one can argue backwards from the nature of the revolution to the historical character of Hegelian philosophy. Here we see the curriculum vitae of a philosophy narrowed down to its subjective point, just as the death of a hero can be made to tell the story of his life. Marx had such a radical understanding of the new situation that he could develop from a critic of the Hegelian philosophy of right to the author of Das Kapital. For this reason, he could better understand Hegel's accommodation to political reality than could Ruge. It is conceivable that some accommodation or other could lead a philosopher to some inconsistency or other; he may even be aware of this himself. But he is not aware of the fact that the possibility of this apparent accommodation has its deepest roots in an inadequacy or an inadequate formulation of his principle itself. If a philosopher really accommodated himself in this way, his pupils must explain on the basis of his essential, inner consciousness what he himself saw in the form of exoteric consciousness. 13.0. Because Hegel's philosophy does not include the world of theory and of practice, essence and existence, it must necessarily compare itself with what exists and accommodate itself. The entire concrete content of what is to be comprehended is always predetermined for it by what in the sense of that which exists is. The dialectic of theory and practice forms the basis not only of Marx's criticism of the idealistic philosophy of the spirit, but also of his criticism of Feuerbach's materialistic philosophy. In the 11 Theses on Feuerbach, 1845, Marx designates the major defect of earlier materialism: it apprehended sensuous reality only under the phone of observation, theoria, and therefore as an already present object, but not as the product of the activity and practice of sentient human beings. 131. On the other hand, idealism, taking the subject as its point of departure, gave full weight to the latter's productive activity, but only in the abstract, as a spiritual framework. Neither spiritualism nor materialism understand revolutionary, i.e., practical critical, activity, which contributes most to the creation of the human world. The historical reason for Feuerbach's limitation to a materialism of mere observation lies in the barriers erected by late bourgeois society, a society of mere consumers who do not know that everything they consume is the historical product of common human activity, that even an apple is the result of trade and world commerce, and is not at all just suddenly there. 132. It was Feuerbach's great merit within this limitation to dissolve the religious world into its secular basis, but without calling the latter into question either theoretically or practically. Feuerbach, too, interpreted this world alienated from man differently, namely, humanly, but according to him the primary task was to transform it through theoretical criticism and practical revolution. 133. With Marx, the will to change the world does not mean direct action alone, but at the same time a criticism of previous interpretations of the world, a transformation of being and consciousness. For example, the political economy is to be transformed both as actual economic system and as economic theory, for the latter is the consciousness of the former. 134. Using Engels' procedure. 135. Popular Marxism simplified the dialectical relationship between theory and practice by freezing it upon an abstract material basis, the relationship of which to the theoretical superstructure can be inverted with equal ease, as M. Weber showed. 136. If, on the contrary, Marx's original insight is adhered to, then even Hegel's theory can be seen as practical. For the deeper reason why Hegel allows the content of his comprehension to be advanced without seeking to alter it through criticism lies not only in what it interprets, but in what it strives for as a practical goal. Hegel's comprehension sought to make its peace with reality. But Hegel could reconcile himself to the contradictions in the empirical world because, as the last Christian philosopher, he was in the world as though he were not of it. On the other hand, Marx's criticism of the existing order is not motivated by mere desire for change. It has its roots in a Promethean rebellion against the Christian order of creation. Only the atheism of man with faith in himself must also see to the creation of the world. This atheistic motif of Marx's materialism is expressed in the theme of his dissertation on two classical atheists and materialists. For him, Epicurus is the greatest representative of the Greek Enlightenment. He was the first among mortal men to dare to defy the gods of heaven. The philosophy of human self-consciousness acknowledges Prometheus as the most honored martyr in the philosophic calendar, against all the gods of heaven and earth. 137. The destruction of the Christian religion is the prerequisite for the construction of a world in which man is his own master. Therefore, Marx's criticism of the Prussian state and Hegelian philosophy of the state begins with the statement that criticism of religion, the prerequisite for all criticism of the world, is essentially concluded. It is therefore the duty of history, the beyond of truth having vanished, to establish the truth of this world. Philosophy is in the service of history. Its primary duty, once the sacred image of human self-estrangement has been unmasked, is to unmask self-estrangement in all its unholy forms. Criticism of heaven is transformed thereby into criticism of earth, criticism of religion into criticism of right, criticism of theology into criticism of politics. 13b. Together with philosophy, economic criticism stands in the service of history. This is the starting point for an understanding of Marx's peculiarly historical materialism. His historical studies of the class struggles in France, the French Civil War, the 18th of Brumaire, and the German bourgeoisie are not a mere byproduct of his politico-economic analyses, they are an essential component of his basic conception of the entire human world as being historical. In spite of his presupposition that philosophic theory stands in the service of historical practice, Marx's criticism is not directed, as one would expect, at immediate political reality, but rather at the Hegelian philosophy of the state, instead of at the original, at a copy. The reason for this apparently idealistic turn lies within historical reality. The German political situation in the 40s is an anachronism within the modern European world, dating from the French Revolution. German history has not even caught up with what has taken place in France since 1789. We have shared in the restoration of the modern nations without sharing in their revolutions. We were restored, first, because other nations dared a revolution, and second, because other nations suffered a counter-revolution, the one time because our rulers were afraid, the other time because our rulers were unafraid. We, with our pastors in the lead, found ourselves in the company of freedom on the day of its burial 139. Germany has experienced only one radical act of liberation, the Peasants' War 140, and it came to grief in the Reformation, in which Germany's revolutionary past manifested itself theoretically, i.e., religiously. But today, when theology itself has come to grief, the greatest bondage of German history, our status quo, will come to grief in philosophy, that is, in Marx's historical practice of philosophic theory. Intellectually, the Germans have already anticipated their future history in Hegel's Reichsphilosophy, the principle of which transcends the present state of affairs in Germany. We are philosophical contemporaries of the present, without being its historical contemporaries. German philosophy is the ideal extension of German history. Among the progressive nations, there is a practical dissociation from the modern conditions of the state. In Germany, where these conditions do not even exist, there is critical dissociation from the philosophical reflection of these conditions. German philosophy of right and the state is the only part of German history that stands on a par with the official modern present. The German people must therefore include the stream history in its attitude toward existing conditions. Not only these conditions, but also their abstract extension must be subjected to criticism. The future of the German nation cannot restrict itself to an immediate denial of its real political and legal conditions, nor to an immediate execution of ideal conditions. In its ideal conditions, it possesses the immediate denial of its real conditions, and, in the view of its neighbors, it has almost outlived the immediate execution of its ideal conditions. 141. To what extent this criticism makes Marx an Hegelian or Hegel a Marxist is shown by Hegel's exposition of the differing relationship between philosophy and reality in France and in Germany. He, too, states that the principle of freedom is present in Germany only as notion, while in France it has achieved political existence. The reality which has come to the fore in Germany appears as an act of violence of external circumstances and reaction against it. 142. The French have a feeling for reality, for action, for getting a thing done. We have all kinds of commotion within our heads. And the German head prefers to lie quietly with its sleeping cap on, operating completely within itself. 143. From this difference, Hegel drew the following conclusion: these two phones, each one-sided, of theoretical and practical freedom must be comprehended concretely out of the unity of thought and being, the basic idea of philosophy. In actual practice, with this speculative move, he did not place himself above particular reality, but rather on the side of German theory. With regard to the relationship of philosophy to reality, Marx took up a twofold position. He opposed the practical demand of a simple negation of philosophy, and also the merely theoretical criticism of the political party. The one side believes that German philosophy does not belong to reality, and would like to abrogate philosophy without realizing it. The other side holds that philosophy can be realized without abrogating it. True criticism must do both. It is a critical analysis of the modern state, and at the same time a dissolution of previous political consciousness, the final, most universal expression of which is Hegel's philosophy of right. Only in Germany was the speculative philosophy of right possible, this abstract, rapturous thought of the modern state, the reality of which remains in the beyond. Conversely, the German idea of the modern state, abstracting from real man, was possible only because and to the extent that the modern state itself abstracts from real man, or satisfies the whole man in a way which is merely imaginary. In politics, the Germans have thought what the other nations have done. Germany was their theoretical conscience. The abstraction and arrogance of its thought always kept pace with the one-sidedness and modesty of their reality. Thus, if the status quo of the German political structure expresses the perfection of the ancien regime, the status quo of German political theory expresses the imperfection of the modern state. 144. Marx's dominant interest in theoretical criticism of the philosophy of right is based on this practical significance of the Hegelian theory for German history. 145. The dialectical unity in Marx's evaluation of German philosophy and reality differentiates him from both old and young Hegelianism, which still lacked the practical or material viewpoint necessary for the comprehension of the real history of the world. In the draft of a preface to the Deutsche Ideologie, Marx derides the innocent fantasies of the young Hegelians, whose revolutionary clichés are received with awe and horror by the German public. The purpose of the Deutsche Ideologie was to unmask these sheep who think themselves wolves and were so thought by others, as well as to show that the boasting of these philosophers merely reflects the wretchedness of conditions in Germany. As German ideologues report, begins the section on Feuerbach, in recent years Germany has gone through an upheaval without parallel. The decay of the Hegelian system, which began with Strauss, has developed into a worldwide ferment, into which are pulled all the forces of the past. In the universal chaos, mighty empires have been formed only to vanish once more, heroes have emerged suddenly only to be hurled back into the darkness by more daring and more powerful rivals. It was a revolution in comparison to which the French Revolution is a children's game, a world struggle in the presence of which the battles of the Diadochus seem petty. The principles displaced each other, the heroes of thought overthrew each other with unexampled rapidity, and in the 3 years from 1842 to 1845, more was set in order in Germany than had been in the previous 3 centuries 146. But in actual fact, there is no revolution at all, but only the decay of the absolute spirit. The various philosophic entrepreneurs who had previously lived off the extension of the Hegelian spirit speedily formed new alliances, they squandered their inheritance in mutual competition. At first it was carried on in a way rather ordinary and without imagination. Later, when the German market was flooded and, in spite of every effort, the wares were not popular on the world market, the business was destroyed in the customary German way: mass production of outwardly attractive goods, reduction of quality, sophistication of raw material, false advertising, sham purchases, bill jobbing, and a system of credit without any basis in reality. The competition turned into a bitter struggle, which we now acclaim, construing it as an historic revolution, producing enormous results and gains. To evaluate correctly this philosophical medicine show, which awakens a beneficent feeling of national pride even in the breast of a respectable German citizen, the local narrow-mindedness of the whole young Hegelian movement, in order to display the tragicomic contrast between the real accomplishments of these heroes and the illusions entertained about these accomplishments, it is necessary to take a look at the whole spectacle from a standpoint outside of Germany 147. In contrast to French criticism, German criticism never left the realm of philosophy, even in its most radical efforts. Far from subjecting their universal philosophical hypotheses to searching criticism, all their questions arose within the framework of one particular philosophic system, the Hegelian. There is a mystification not only in their answers, but even in the questions themselves. This dependence on Hegel is the reason why none of these recent critics even attempted a criticism of the Hegelian system, however much they all declared that they had transcended Hegel. Their polemic against Hegel and against each other is limited to the fact that each takes a page of the Hegelian system and turns it against the whole, as well as against the pages taken out by the others. At first, pure, undistort Hegelian categories were taken, such as substance and self-consciousness. Later, these categories were profaned with more secular names, such as species, the individual, man, etc. 148. The real accomplishment of German criticism is limited to the criticism of theology and religion, under which ethical, legal, and political ideas were subsumed. The young Hegelians criticized everything by the simple expedient of declaring it theological. The old Hegelians comprehended everything as soon as it could be reduced to Hegelian categories. Both parties are united by a common faith in the rule of universal notions. The one side attacks this rule as usurpation, while the other considers it legitimate. The old Hegelians want to conserve the old consciousness, the young Hegelians want to revolutionize it, both equally far from the true historical situation whether the consciousness they insist upon is human, Feuerbach, critical, Bauer, or egoistic, Stirner. This demand that the consciousness be altered gives way to the demand that existing reality be interpreted differently, that is, be granted recognition by means of a different interpretation. In spite of their purportedly earth-shaking words, the young Hegelian ideologues are the greatest conservatives. The youngest of them have found the right form of expression for their activity when they state that they are only fighting against clichés. But they forget that they themselves have nothing but clichés to oppose to these clichés, and that they are not attacking the real world when they merely attack the clichés of this world. The only results of which this philosophical criticism was capable were a few, one-sided clarifications of Christianity from the viewpoint of history of religions. All their other claims are merely further embellishments of their pretension of having furnished discoveries of historic import with these insignificant clarifications. It never occurred to any of these philosophers to inquire into the relationship between German philosophy and German reality, into the relationship of their criticism to their own material environment. 149. The boundary of their theory was historical practice. Within this limitation, they went as far as possible without ceasing to continue to exist in philosophic self-consciousness. In opposition to this entire German ideology, Marx developed his materialistic view of history, which has since determined the thought of non-Marxists and anti-Marxists more than they themselves realize. In respect to Hegel's spiritual world, it makes no basic difference whether Geistesgeschichte after Hegel is given a material interpretation based on the economic factors of production, in general sociological terms, or based on socio-historical reality, whether history is organized by classes or by races. They all, like Marx, would comprehend the real-life process and the particular way of living. These are not unconditional, but are the very precondition for a particular mode of thought. A point of view is not unconditional. It proceeds from real conditions, it never leaves them for a moment. Its preconditions are human beings, not in some fantastic abstraction and seclusion, but in their real process of development under specific conditions. As soon as this active life process is described, history ceases to be a collection of lifeless facts, as is the case even with the abstract empiricists, or an imaginary action of imaginary subjects, as is the case with the idealists. 15. Marx declares this conditionality of all historical existence alone to be unconditional. Hegel's metaphysics of the history of the spirit is developed thereby to the most extreme position possible, made temporal, and placed in the service of history. From this historical point of view, Marx sees all previous history in the role of mere prehistory leading up to a total transformation of the existing economic situation, the way in which men produce their physical and intellectual life. To this nodal point in the history of philosophy there corresponds a point of intersection in the history of the world between the future and the past. The only thing radical enough to be compared to Marx is the converse program of Stirner, whose book divides the entire history of the world into two sections, entitled Man and I. D. M. Stirner, 1806–1856, Stirner's book Der Einzige und sein Eigentum has usually been considered the anarchic product of an eccentric, but it is in reality an ultimate logical consequence of Hegel's historical system, which allegorically displaced it reproduces exactly. Stirner himself admits this derivation from Hegel in his discussion of Bauer's Posen. At the conclusion of his history of philosophy, Hegel himself summoned men to grasp the spirit of the age and bring it from obscurity into the light of day, each in his own place. Marx, too, saw Stirner's book as a study of history after the pattern of Hegel, and furnished evidence in detail. 151. Stirner's Hegelianism is disguised by his ascription of names to the Hegelian categories which are popular, and thus gives an impression of being more concrete, presuming himself thereby to be above the history of the spirit. 152. The individual and his individuality draws life from the belief that it is the beginning of a new epoch, in which each individual I becomes the owner of his individual world. For this revolution, Stirner returns to creative nothingness. Starting from this point, he outlines the history of the Old and New World of paganism and Christianity against an eschatological horizon. I am the new beginning. To the citizens of the Old World, the world was a material truth, after which came Christianity. To those of the New, the Spirit became supernatural truth, after which comes Stirner, following upon Feuerbach. The last offshoot of the spiritual history of Christianity is the political, social, and humane liberalism of the left-wing Hegelians, which Stirner overtrumps with his alliance of egoists. Radical that is, without roots as he has put behind him the worldly wisdom of the Greeks, the theology of the Christians, and the theological insurrections of the most modern atheists. For 2000 years, man has been at work trying to profane the spirit which originally was holy. The Christian faith in the spirit, which gives life, reached its final and highest form in Hegel. The process which began at the close of the Catholic Middle Ages came to a climax in him. Luther sanctified all secular being through faith, Descartes, through foundation in thought, and Hegel, through speculative reason. Therefore Hegel, a Lutheran, succeeded in applying the notion to everything. In everything there is reason, that is, Holy Spirit 153. But in light of the perfect bagatelle achieved by Stirner, the difference between Luther, Descartes, and Hegel shrinks to nothing. They all believed in something divine within man, they were not yet aware of completely ordinary man, just as he is, who is his own I. Finally, the man of humanitarianism still seemed to be a divine truth, but he is only a solemn cliché, which Stirner transcends with his absolute cliché of the individual as the end of all clichés. Therefore his point of departure is neither spirit nor man, but exclusively himself. At the utmost limit of a lost faith in the Christian spirit and the pagan world, Stirner's I creates its world out of nothing. And it becomes evident that man has no universal destiny and duty at all. 154 For the significance of the individual I'll resides solely and uniquely in his own individual power of Akmslotlan. If one nevertheless inquires after a universal destiny of man, one is still within the magic circle of Christianity, and within the state of tension between universal, divine, essence and individual, eonly, existence. Christianity, which was as concerned as was antiquity about the divine, never achieved an unambiguous history within the world. The Christian had before his eyes the salvation of the world as the end of days, or the salvation of man as the goal of history, neither saw history in the immediate moment, 155 which is the temporal locus of the I. Only man as one, freed from magic, neither a citizen of the Christian kingdom of God nor an official in Hegel's spiritual kingdom of the world, is per se the history of the world and that transcends Christianity. The individual has no concern for the rest of the world, which lies at his disposal. If I rely upon myself, an individual, I am grounded upon the transitory, mortal creator of myself, consuming myself, and I may say, I rely upon nothing. Thus Stimmer ends his historical system, based on the consummation achieved by Hegel, on a note of extreme reduction of everything to the finite and temporal, no longer considering the general species of man as Marx, but only the I. From the standpoint of the materialistic conception of history, Marx tore into the system in his criticism, Sankt Max, as a spiritual history which has become phantom history. Stirner confuses the local outcome in Berlin, that the entire world is sick and tired of Hegelian philosophy, with his individual world empire. In the case of a provincial Berlin schoolmaster or writer, whose activity is restricted to hard work on the one hand and intellectual pleasure on the other, whose world extends from Moabit to K6 and is boarded up behind the Hamburg Gate, whose connections with this world are reduced to a minimum by his miserable position in life, it is unavoidable, in the case of such an individual, that he have an intellectual need to make his thought as abstract as his person and his life. 156. Such a thinker must let philosophy come to an end by proclaiming his own lack of thought as the end of philosophy and its triumphant entrance into corporeal life, while in reality he was only spinning upon his speculative heel. Marx's purpose is to demonstrate positively that Stirner is merely the most radical ideologue of decayed bourgeois society, a society of isolated individuals. What Stirner liberates himself from are not real-life situations, but merely intellectual situations. He himself never sees through them because he is trapped in the private egoism of bourgeois society. Therefore he makes of the private individual and private property an absolute category of the individual and property in general. In opposition to this thesis of the property of the individual, Marx demanded an expropriation, in order to give to man as a member of a species the world as his own. Stirner and Marx philosophize against each other in the same desert of freedom. Marx's man, alienated from himself, must transform the entire existing world through revolution, in order to be at one with himself under the new order. On the other hand, Stirner's I, having freed itself completely from everything, has nothing else to do than turn back to its own nothingness, in order to make use of the world just as it is, to the extent that it is serviceable to him. E. B. Bauer, 1809–1882, Bauer's literary work begins with a criticism of the accounts of the Synoptic Gospels, and ends with a profusion of historical studies which treat the revolutionary movements of the 18th and 19th centuries in France and Germany. 157 His thought is completely historical, as is true of all the younger Hegelians. The highest stage of intellectual activity is the historical process. In contrast to the left-wing Hegelians, who wanted to continue the practice of philosophy, he proclaimed the final end of metaphysics. For his own part, he devoted himself to a permanent criticism, the purity of which did not permit a practical application. He sought neither to transform the existing world, nor make use of it for his own purposes, but, rather, critically to illuminate the historical situation. Even his attitude toward Hegel's consummation is determined historically. The conclusion of the Christian Germanic world is seen against the background of the rising power of Russia. In 1853, he wrote a study entitled Russland und das Germanentum, which anticipates some of Dostoevsky's ideas. In it, he analyzes the historical position of German philosophy. Kant's philosophic and political ideas move within the limits of the French Revolution, in which he saw the highest surety for the natural moral tendency of man to progress. He arrived at his view of the task of history on the basis of his knowledge of this revolution. Fichte flattered the pride of the Germans by representing them as the primal creative people, and linked the restoration of the rest of mankind to the self-assertion of their nature. Hegel's consummation of knowledge, as a recollection of past history, represents a conclusion. He excluded from his presentation the possibility of a break with all prior civilization, and did not allow the question of a new age to arise. All these German philosophers who expressed most grandly and purely the views of their nation were thinking only of the West for them. The East did not exist, there was no relationship for them between the Germanic world and Russia. And yet Catherine, as early as in the time of Kant, had brought this entire land mass under the power of a dictatorship which far surpassed in power, influence, and historical significance that of Charles V of Spain or Louis XIV of France. 158 The question of today is whether the Germanic world will survive the downfall of our old civilization, for nothing is more certain than its downfall, or whether the Russian nation alone will determine the new civilization, whether the age that is beginning will be called the Age of Russia, or the German name will stand next to the Russian. 159 The German question and the Russian question are the only two vital questions of modern Europe, but the latter is already so precisely formulated that its answer must precede that of the other. It is supported by an organization so great that the power to which its conduct is subject can determine the moment in which it wishes to provide the answer and cut through the Gordian knot. 160 In connection with the dissolution of Europe, Bauer evaluates the end of philosophy 161 as the natural conclusion of an historical development, as a transition to a new organization of the world, both political and spiritual. Is it a mere accident that philosophy, to which the Germans have dedicated their best minds for the past 80 years, should collapse at the very moment in which Germany, with all its national assemblies, congresses, and trade conferences, is seeking in vain for the locus of inner strength which would be necessary to organize it? Is it a mere accident that the conquering power with which philosophy subjugated all the individual sciences, moral as well as physical, should be completely destroyed, that the supremacy which it has hitherto exerted over all other sciences should be called into question in the very moment in which the nation that convulsed the West in the name of philosophy has likewise lost its offensive power? Is it a mere accident, finally, that in the very moment in which the spiritual supremacy of the metaphysicians has attained its culmination, a nation is asserting its dictatorship over the continent, a nation to which, from the very beginning of its existence, the philosophic work of the West has remained alien, which holds no brief with the metaphysics of the West, and which we mean the Russian nation knows only one point of view, what is practical? No. There is no doubt, the catastrophe which has simultaneously befallen the entire European political system, constitutionalism as well as metaphysics, is an inwardly consistent event. 162. The universities, Bauer continues in detail, have lost their attraction, their professors of philosophy are mere repeaters of antiquated systems, they no longer produce a single new thought which could move the world as in the past. The universal poverty of the time, a spiritual and economic pauperism, 163 has destroyed all interest in metaphysical studies. With good reason the number of students enrolled at the universities declines each year, while the engineering schools are growing. Even the academies bear witness to the decline of general studies, since they are filling out their ranks with the most ordinary men. The nations which seek finally to come into being through the subjugation of nature need only the engineer, who builds industrial firms on new and logical principles, or overthrows previously fearsome difficulties in the setting up of means of communication. He is the man in whom the nations in their practical struggle with space and time put their trust. But they have neither the time nor the inclination to listen to philosophers quarrel over the concept of time and space, nor to interest themselves in the skill with which these same philosophers make the transition from idea to nature. And the governments? The standing armies are their philosophic schools, which have agreed for the present to instruct the nations in the only system appropriate to the age, peace and order. At the universities, they only put up with the teachers of the old metaphysics as one puts up with an old ruin beside a new establishment as long as pressing needs do not demand its demolition. And Europe is right. It is only expressing what German criticism had stated and begun to carry out 10 years earlier. If Europe has turned away from metaphysics forever, this same metaphysics has been destroyed forever by criticism. There will never again be a metaphysical system set up, that is, none which will claim a place in the history of civilization. 164. Instead, imperialistic dictatorships will dominate Europe, through which the question Russia or Europe will be decided. The illusion of the March Revolution that the time has come in which the members of the family of nations, protected by the new principle of equal rights against previous influences in their self-determination, will constitute themselves independently and work together in peace, an illusion which has been expressed in the experiments of individual governments, as well as in the idea of a Congress of Nations and in the deliberations of the peace congresses. This illusion, as all the others, which determine the era of a new freedom since the downfall of previous barriers of personal activity, must be dissolved in the recognition of a power more rigorously applied. They will all suffer the same fate as the illusion which sees a complete solution in individualism, the result of the last 60 years of revolution, but is forced daily to discover that this individualism is only a temporary arrangement, it comprises only one aspect, and is bound by an iron law to its opposite, imperialism and dictatorship. 165. The destruction of the old alliances and classes has robbed the individual of his personal importance as a member of particular bodies, and subjected him to an expanded system of centralization and the absolute power of the whole. Work has been freed, but its liberation has resulted in a more powerful centralization which grasps with an iron arm all the individual existences which felt happy and protected in their previous seclusion, compelling them to submit or perish. Once again there will be a law over mankind, just as in the old military theological world before. The French Revolution, taking mankind into its protection and ordering its emotions, thought, and volition according to fixed standards. But we do not yet have the historical science of law which could grasp the popular spirit of the masses as did the old moral order. In this area, the natural sciences still maintain their lead. Between the anarchy which faces us and the form of society and government which is yet to come, our contemporaries are rootless individuals, anxiously asking, what now? Supposing that their dissatisfaction with today already contains the strength of the future. In contrast to them, Bauer takes his stand upon his own self-being, as the true philosophical standpoint in periods of radical change. When the political power of Rome collapsed, the Christians were the party of the future precisely because they avoided all political activity. Similarly, what is necessary now is refusal to become involved in the existing order and assertion of oneself against the powers of government as the nucleus of a new community. Like the early Christians, all who bear within them an idea transcending the moment are absolute strangers to the affairs of state. Just as the Christians opposed their passive resistance to the momentary victory of the empire and waited for their future, so now entire parties have withdrawn into passive resistance against the dominant moment. 166. At such turning points of history, positive creative power necessarily appears negative. Toward the existing state and religious tradition, Socrates boasted of his lack of knowledge. 167. The Christians were concerned for nothing beyond the salvation of the soul, and, at the end of the Middle Ages, Descartes bade man doubt everything which is not based on self-consciousness. But just these heroic deeds of negation 168 created new worlds. Similarly, the important thing now is to will nothing of the old in order to give mankind dominion over the world. For this man needs a new beginning based on his own strength, a beginning which in contrast to the revolutions of 1789 and I-848 must not be involved in any of the dead elements. With Hegelian faith in the eternal course of history, Bauer destroyed the present in his critical historical works, surpassing the negativity of romantic irony in the same way as Kierkegaard, but for a different purpose. This criticism is absolute because it recognizes nothing as being absolutely valid, even negating itself in its own critical process. It is therefore quite deliberately different from the previous philosophic, theological, and political criticism of Feuerbach, Strauss, and Ruge, who all desired to be positive and were therefore forced to be one-sided, while Bauer analyzes the various non-entities with stoical equanimity. The basic theme of his historical criticism was the French Revolution as the beginning of a universal destruction. But his own peculiar critical accomplishment consisted in the discovery of the Christianity both represented and at the same time attacked by Kierkegaard. His critical nihilism, limited only by his faith in history, did not have an extended influence in his own day, but more than a century later came to life once more in a new party of the future. Political writers of the circle of the resistance took up Bauer's ideas and applied them to the present. 169. F. S. Kierkegaard, 1813–1855. If Kierkegaard is not taken as a mere exception, but as an outstanding phenomenon within the historical movement of his age, it becomes clear that his individuality was not at all individual, but a widespread reaction to the contemporary condition of the world. A contemporary of Bauer and Stirner, of Marx and Feuerbach, he was above all else a critic of the events of his time, and his either-or, in matters of Christianity, was also determined by the social and political movement. In times like these everything is politics, begins the foreword to his two observations on the individual, 1847, which concludes with the statement that what the time demands, namely social reforms, is the opposite of what it needs, namely something absolutely firm. It is the misfortune of the present to have become mere time, wanting nothing more to do with eternity. In the work which Kierkegaard in 185 I commended to the present for self-examination, we read in the discourse on the outpouring of the Holy Spirit that today hardly anyone can be found who does not believe in the spirit of the age, no matter how much he may otherwise be blessed with mediocrity and stand under the curse of paltry regard. Even he believes, firmly and obstinately, in the spirit of the age. He considers the spirit of the age something higher than himself, although it cannot be higher than the age, over which it hangs suspended like marsh gas. Or he believes in the world spirit and the human spirit of the entire species, in order in this manner to be able to believe in something spiritual. And yet no one believes in the Holy Spirit, who would have to be conceived definitely, but in the light of the Holy Spirit. All those other spirits are evil. In an age of dissolution a man is unstable, he therefore prefers to rely on something unsteady, the spirit of the age, in order with a clear conscience to be able to yield to every breath of the age. No, by seeing himself as a corrective against the age, Kierkegaard viewed himself historically, and oriented his task according to the character of the age. The individuality of the existence which decides for itself for or against Christianity has a precise relationship to the universality of the anonymous public course of world history. The individual is to make known that the author knows how to express absolutely decisively with a single word the fact that he understands his age and himself in relationship to it, that he has comprehended the fact that it is a time of dissolution, as Kierkegaard doubly emphasizes. 171 It is a conscious reference to the development of the world, namely leveling of all decisive differences, which led Kierkegaard to emphasize the isolated individual, while the same historical circumstances, in the case of Bauer, produced the critical position of self-being, in the case of Stirner, the nihilistic position of the individual, and in the case of Marx, the socialistic position of the member of a class. This attitude toward his own age and toward time in general also determines Kierkegaard's relationship to Hegel's philosophy. He saw it as representative of the leveling of the individual existence in the universality of the historical world, of the dispersion of man in the world process. Similarly, his attack upon Hegel's system is directed not only against systematic philosophy, but also against the system of the entire existing world, as the ultimate wisdom of which he saw Hegel's philosophy of history. His criticism of Hegel and the age begins with the concept of irony, 1841/72, the absolute negativity of which he propounds as the truth of subjectivity against Hegel's systematic and historical interpretations. In philosophical fragments he explicitly denies Hegel's system of existence, for there could only be a system of existence if from it can be abstracted that which its very essence implies, the ethical existence of the individual. In this divergence of the system from the world resides the truth of individual existence, for which the history of the world is merely concurrent and accidental. But Hegel's speculative way of thinking has ruined the 19th century for the seriousness of existence. It is perhaps for this reason that our age is displeased when it must act, because it has been spoiled by speculation, thence, the many fruitless experiments by which man attempts to become more than he is, men joining themselves together in social groups in the hope of influencing the spirit of history. Spoiled by continuous converse with the historical, man seeks solely that which is significant, man concerns himself solely for what is accidental, the historical issue, rather than what is essential, what is innermost, freedom, morality. 173. In comparison to ethical existence, the quantitative dialectics of history is mere trimming. But the Hegelian refuses to be content with the subjectivity of existing. With a kind of magnificent unselfishness, he sees in every age a moral substance and an idea, as though his own existence were metaphysical speculation and the individual were the generation. He commands a view of entire forests by taking no notice of the individual trees. For in the nerural world, the single individual stands in immediate relationship to his species, whoever improves a breed of sheep affects all the individuals of the species. But when the individual is a spirally defined human being, it would be foolish to suppose that, for example, Christian parents automatically beget Christian children. The development of the spirit is an act of the individual himself, and therefore it does not suffice to be born in the 19th century, for a man cannot achieve his full stature with the aid of history and his generation. The more the idea of the generation, even in ordinary thought, gains the upper hand, the more terrible is the transition to being an individual existing man, instead of belonging to the species and saying, we, our age, the 19th century. I cannot deny that this is extremely difficult, and therefore great sacrifice is required not to reject it. What is an individual existing man? Yes, our age knows only too well how little he is, but this is the peculiar immorality of the age. Every age has its own, ours consists perhaps not in pleasure and enjoyment, but in an extravagant disregard for the individual. In the midst of all the jubilation over our age and the 19th century is heard the note of a secret disregard for human life. In the midst of the imponence of the generation, there reigns a despair over human life. Everything seeks to be included, everyone seeks to deceive himself historically in totality, no one wants to be an individual existing man. Thence possibly also the many attempts to hold fast to Hegel, even on the part of people who have seen the difficulties in his philosophy. There is a fear that if anyone becomes an individual existing man he will vanish without a trace, so that not even the daily papers, much less historical philosophers, will take any notice of him. And it cannot be denied, without ethical or religious enthusiasm, a man must despair upon finding himself an individual man but not otherwise. 175. The apparent courage of the generation hides the real cowardice of the individuals, who dare to live only in great mass activities, in order to be something. The individual confuses himself with the age, the century, the generation, the public, the mass of mankind. Since Hegel omits the individual, his talk of progressive becoming is mere illusion. In fact, he understands world history as the conclusion of a being which has already come to be, excluding any real becoming, to which belong action and decision. Just as irrelevant to the individual existence as Hegel's recollection of the past is the prophecy of his pupils about the possible progress of the world. In all seriousness, it can mean nothing more than an amusement such as skittles or cards, says Kierkegaard at the conclusion of his criticism of the age. He was able to confront his age with a decision only because he, too, participated in its events, even though negatively. He himself expresses the manner of his individual participation in a metaphor. His age appears to him like a ship under way, upon which he finds himself, together with other passengers, but having a cabin alone for himself. The bourgeois reality of this being alone was an isolated private life, which, however, does not prevent him from following the public events of the world. He saw in his little Denmark, as in a complete preparation, the downfall of the European constitution, in the face of which he considered the individual who happens to be the basis of Christendom as the sole salvation of the age. The progress of the world toward complete leveling and the Christian imperative to exist before God as oneself both seemed to him to coincide like a fortunate accident. Everything fits into my theory of the individual completely. People will soon see how I am the one who understood the age, Kierkegaard notes, with the pride of the exception which understands the rule precisely because it is the exception. L77 He signalized the catastrophe of 1848, and thought he could predict that, unlike the Reformation, this time the political movement would turn into a religious movement. Driven faster and faster by growing passion, all of Europe has wandered into problems which cannot be answered in the medium of the world, but only in the presence of eternity. How long the state of mere convulsion will remain cannot be guessed, but it is certain that eternity will once again be considered, when the race has become fully exhausted through suffering and loss of blood. To obtain eternity once more, blood is necessary, but blood of a different sort, not that of 1,000 slain sacrifices, no, the valuable blood of individuals, of martyrs, the mighty dead, who can accomplish what no living man who has sacrifices slain by the thousands can accomplish, what these mighty dead themselves were unable to accomplish alive, but only dead, to force a raging mob into obedience, precisely because this raging mob was able to slay the martyrs in their disobedience. 17s. In this decisive moment of sudden change, only martyrs will be able to rule the world, but not as ordinary earthly rulers. What will be needed then are sacred ministers, not soldiers, and diplomats, ministers who can separate the crowd and make it into individuals, ministers who would not make too great claims on studying, and would desire nothing less than to rule, ministers who, when possible, though powerfully persuasive, would be no less powerful in silence and patient suffering, ministers who, when possible, though trained to know the human heart, would be no less trained in withholding judgment and condemnation, ministers who would know how to use authority to make sacrifices with the help of art, ministers who would be prepared, trained, and educated to obey and to suffer, that they might relieve, caution, edify, calm, but also compel not by force, by no means, no, compel through their own obedience and above all, suffer patiently all the rudeness of the sick without being disturbed. For the human race is sick, and, speaking spiritually, sick unto death. 179. Thus, in spite of his polemic against Hegel's process, the force of the age led even Kierkegaard to historical speculation and, against Marx, to an anti-communist manifesto. He went so far as to predict the danger which would come when the catastrophe broke. False prophets of Christianity will then arise, inventors of a new religion, who, infected with demons, will arrogantly declare themselves apostles, like thieves in the costume of police. Thanks to their promises, they will receive terrible support from the age, until it finally becomes clear that the age stands in need of the absolute, and of a truth which is equally valid for all ages. With this view toward a restoration of Christendom through martyr witnesses who allow themselves to be slain for the truth, Kierkegaard is the contemporary antithesis to Marx's propaganda of a proletarian world revolution. As the actual strength of communism, Kierkegaard saw the ingredient of Christian religiosity which it still contained. ISO. Schelling's connection with the young Hegelians. The many-pronged attack made by the young Hegelians upon Hegel's system was promoted by Schelling in his last years, as he lectured on philosophy in 184 I in Berlin. Among his listeners were such varied contemporaries as Kierkegaard, Bakunin, F. Engels, and Burckhardt. 181 The polemic with which Schelling opened his positive philosophy was directed against Hegel's ontology as being merely negative, comprehending merely potential being but not real being as it comes to the attention of thought. With this last event in the history of classic German philosophy begins the philosophy of existence which Marx and Kierkegaard developed in opposition to Hegel, the one externally, the other internally. The term existential was originally a scholastic concept, the opposite of essentia. In the Christian philosophy of the Middle Ages, everything created by God shared in this dichotomy, but not God himself. Of him, it is true to say that his being exists essentially, because his essence is characterized by perfection, which is itself characterized by existence. Only in God do essence and existence occur together or as one. The demonstration of this was the purpose of the ontological proof of God of Anselm of Canterbury, and the same line of argument was taken by Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Wolff. The first criticism to attempt a radical refutation was Kant's, on the grounds that the existence of a concept cannot be separated from the concept itself. In concept, 100 real dollars and 100 potential dollars are indifferentiable. What differentiates them? The positive quality of existence lies outside their whatness, their essence. This critical distinction between what something is and the fact that it is was once more suspended by Hegel. His logic defines the real as the immediate unity of essence and existence, or the inward and the outward. Therefore what, according to the older view, characterizes only the being of God, Hegel applies to everything which is, everything that is truly or in the emphatic sense a reality. For it is trivial to contrast essence as something solely inward to reality as something solely outward. Rather, essential being, that which is real and has effect, is the idea or the notion. In contrast to this equation of essence and existence, Schelling insisted once more upon the contrast between a positive and negative philosophy, but not in order to return to Kant, but to go beyond Hegel. 182. Schelling's philosophical turning against Hegel's rational philosophy to a philosophy centered on existence had been expressed long before his philosophy of mythology and revelation in the preface to a work by Cousin. 1834, and in his Munich lectures on the history of modern philosophy /84, but it was publicly discussed in numerous writings only after the Berlin lectures. We meet all the motifs of his criticism also in Feuerbach and Ruge, Marx and Kierkegaard, as well as in T. Rendellenberg, to whose criticism of Hegel, Kierkegaard frequently refers. In Hegel's logical ontology, Schelling misses the justification for dialectical progress and the transition from idea to nature. Pure thought cannot result in true movement or in any vital perception of the world, because there is no empirical basis for the deliberate lack of preconditions in its immanent movement. The synthesis of becoming out of pure being and nothingness is an illusion. An abstraction of an abstraction, such as pure and vacuous being, can never proceed from itself, go towards something, and return to itself, or even give itself up to nature. This can be done only by something that really is, something positive. The further definition of being in the dialectical progress of becoming is possible for Hegel only because a more substantial being already exists and because the thinking spirit itself is already such. What unknowingly guides the progress of Hegelian logic is its terminus ad quem, the real world, in which science makes its appearance, the perception of which is already presupposed. Without its interpolation, Hegelian being would remain unfulfilled as what it is, namely, nothing. Primary, highest being is itself a particular being, even if only as the thought of an existing subject that thinks. 190 But Hegel's philosophy of reason seeks being without anything which is to be. Its idealism is absolute to the extent that he does not even discuss the question of positive existence. Hegel completely removed all these a priori empirical data, which were thus accidental. T91 by substituting the logical notion for that which lives and is real. He hypostasizes this notion by the strange expedient of ascribing to it a self-movement which it does not possess. As soon as his system takes the serious step from the negative aspect of existence, that is, the merely logical, into reality. 192 The thread of dialectical movement is broken completely, and there remains a wide, ugly ditch between Huemes and Thomas, WSN and Das Sen. A second hypothesis becomes necessary, for some reason, apparently to interrupt the boredom of mere logical being. It occurs to the idea to disintegrate into its components, thereby giving rise to nature. 193. 3. Philosophy claims to have no presuppositions, Lowith, but its first presupposition is that the purely logical notion tends by its very nature to overthrow itself, only to fall back upon itself. Thus something is said concerning the notion which can only be conceived of something living. The second fiction is the breaking off of the idea from itself in order to be determined upon nature, whereby the empirical data which were previously rejected return through the back door of the idea's unfaithfulness to itself. What Hegel factually proves is only that the purely rational part of reality is insufficient. His theory of being comprehends only the negative universal aspect of being, the non-inconceivable and non-preconceivable portion without which nothing exists, but it does not include that whereby something exists, truly positive existence which contains the negative within itself. 195 In order to raise philosophy to this positive level, it is necessary to will what has being, what is or exists. Instead, Hegel takes that which merely has being, the culmination of all logical notions, and makes of it pure being, which in fact is nothing, just as whiteness does not exist without a white object. Low 6 Through this differentiation of the negative being of essence and the positive having being of existence, philosophy is confronted with one great final transformation. On the one hand, it will give a positive explanation of reality, without, on the other hand, depriving reason of its priority of being in possession of the absolute prius even of the Godhead. 197 Hegel's notion of God, on the contrary, is one and the same with the creative force of the notion, the purely rational nature of which he denied. 198 As a result, the popularization of his ideas inevitably lead to the pantheistic atheistic conclusions of his pupils. For if the absolute is not conceived as historical existence but as a process immanent to the notion, then the knowledge which man has of God becomes the only knowledge which God has of himself. 199 Thus the deepest note of popularity for this system is reached. It is astonishing only that it did not gain a following in the mass of the public, even though it is probable that Hegel himself would not have been pleased by this dilution of his thought. All this derives from the single blunder of treating logical circumstances as though they were REA1. 200 In the introduction to his Berlin lectures, Schelling formulated his starting with existence even more radically. Positive philosophy, unlike negative rational philosophy, proceeds not from thought to being, but from immediate being to thought. Its thought is free because it is intentional thought, and its system is 118 from Hegel to Nietzsche. A priori empiricism, whose point of departure is that which blindly has being or immediately exists. The true path of man as a philosopher, and even of God, is to liberate the self from blindly encountered being, the ecstatic, to break away from what blindly exists to true independence. What blindly exists cannot help existing, it is accidentally necessary. The entire world is this suspended, immemorial blind existence 201. From the Hegelian point of view, Martinek could just remark that Schelling actually confirms Feuerbach's theology, since he is content with such trivial categories as literal and figurative. In Schelling, the problem of being in the anti-Hegelian movement arrived at the point where Heidegger once more took it up. For who could deny that the facticity of Dasein, which lies in the brute fact of Das Sein 202 that Zwerfenheit and Entwurf correspond to immediate existence and breaking away from this necessary accident? The difference with Schelling lies in the fact that Heidegger erects upon Kierkegaard's basis a system of existence, Dasein, which lacks Schelling's tension between the negative and positive philosophy of reason and existence. For him, the general essence, Wesen, of Dasein resides only and immediately in the existence of the individual 203, which remains unaware of its origin and goal and has simply to be by accepting the innocence of Dasein that cannot help it as guilt. For Schelling, the Hegelian being was a mere potentiality for being, in the sense of a possibility, and stood in contrast to reality. For Heidegger, this potentiality for being becomes an ontological predicate precisely of real existence. 204 Schelling was not alone in his opinion that Hegel's ontology lacked immediate reference to real existence and observation. The young Hegelians agreed with him. His statement that Hegel only affects the real and transforms it into a wasteland of being agrees with the criticisms of Feuerbach, Marx, and Kierkegaard. The latter defends Schelling against Hegel because he, at least, made an attempt at putting a halt to the reflection of thought upon itself. Therefore Schelling was justified in stating that it was superfluous to come to the defense of the Hegelian philosophy against him. Even those who took Hegel's part and opposed him did so partially, at least not in order to oppose positive philosophy. On the contrary, they themselves also wanted something of the sort. Only they were of the opinion that this positive philosophy would have to be erected on the basis of the Hegelian system and could not be erected upon any other. Further, the Hegelian system lacked nothing more than their effort to continue it in a positive direction. This, they thought, could come about in a continuous progress, without interruption, and without any turning back. 206. Contrary to this attempt, by 1832, Schelling had already become convinced that Hegel's philosophy could not be extended, it would have to be interrupted in order once more to return to the course of true progress. 207. 10 years later, when he gave his lectures in Berlin, he could pride himself on having most of the Hegelians in his audience, after they had shown him every respect in public and in private. The tension is unbelievable, and already all precautions have been taken to see that the enormous pressure to get into the largest lecture room, itself relatively small, does not cause any difficulties. 208. But his assurance of victory was bitterly disappointed, while the revolutionary impulse of the young Hegelians reached a high point in its polemic against Schelling's latest attempt at reaction. 209. But a decade later, reaction had overpowered even the young Hegelians and brought their progress to an end. The political and ecclesiastical reaction of the 50s pulled the historical rug out from under their philosophy, which was obligated to the spirit of the age, while Schopenhauer's view of the world achieved enormous, though delayed, effect, traceable less to its positive content than to its attitude of alienation from politics and history. 210 Pessimism and optimism became the catchwords of the hour. 211 because they corresponded to the prevalent resignation and discontent, as well as to a desire for better times. In the process, it does not make any basic difference whether the philosophy of misery had its start in the misery of economic, Proudhon, universally human, Schopenhauer, or spiritual, in the Christian sense Kierkegaard existence, whether the philosophy of misery or the misery of philosophy, Marx, was emphasized, whether the valuelessness, Bonson, or the value of life, Dyring, was asserted, or whether, further, its value was considered estimable, E.V. Hartmann, or inestimable, Nietzsche. All these phenomena have in common that existence itself was called into question. Schopenhauer in particular became the philosopher of the hour, sitting like a speculative Job upon the ash heap of finiteness, thereby gaining the regard of Kierkegaard. 212 This world of suffering is produced by blind will, and idea can give no better counsel than to cease to will. The history of German philosophy has not recognized the full significance of this reaction, nor the preceding and basic revolution in spiritual and political life. For this reason, it has never achieved a true understanding of the history of the 19th century. In contrast to the anti-revolutionary philosophers of the French Revolution, who came from the noble classes, the German philosophers of the age of the bourgeois reaction are without breadth of vision and without a fixed spiritual position. In the 60s, the opinion was prevalent that Hegel and his pupils had been passed by the return to Kant prepared by Schopenhauer, without awareness that this revitalization of Kant was connected with an inability to deal with those questions which had evolved from the dialogue with Hegel in the 40s. The customary appendices to the history of philosophy since Hegel indicate, by their external form, that exhaustion of the spirit, with reference to idealism, was considered as its disintegration, while the destructive force of the movement remained unrecognized. In his two-volume work on Hegel, K. Fischer disposes of Hegel in 2 lines, and, as late as the 5th edition, 1916, Friedrich Berweg's Grundrisse der Philosophie devotes only 2 pages to Engels and Marx. Even F. A. Lang's History of Materialism does not mention Marx at all in the text, and in the list of sources only as the foremost scholar in the field of national economics. In spite of the review of his dissertation in the Hallesche Jahrbucher, Kierkegaard remained unknown, and the critical historical dissolution of Christianity was left to a theology the dogmatics of which, analogously to systematic philosophy, had itself already degenerated into history of dogma and church history, comparative religion, and psychology of religion. The danger and importance of the radical philosophical and theological movement, of which the original Hegelians were well aware, was forgotten. It could appear that nothing significant had taken place between Hegel's death and the revitalization of Kant. Seen in the context of the real total course of the century, however, this apparently so unmotivated return to Kant can be explained. The bourgeois intelligentsia had ceased in practice to be an historically oriented class, thereby losing the initiative and impact of their thought. The philosophical movement of the 40s comes to an end, together with the end of the political revolutionary movement. The return to Kant, in the way it took place, shows a retreat behind the limit of questioning which the young Hegelians had reached in religious, social, and political matters. 213 In the history of Neo-Kantianism, the bourgeois Christian world, the very foundations of which had been attacked, experiences an apparent revitalization, and only in the crisis of Neo-Kantianism did there arise the attempt to refurbish Hegel. 3. The refurbishing of Hegelian philosophy by the Neo-Hegelians. The principle of the refurbishment of Hegel was first and most clearly determined by B. Croce, through the distinction between a dead and a living portion of Hegelian philosophy. 214 The dead portion consists primarily of the natural philosophy, but also the logic and philosophy of religion, the living, the theory of the objective spirit, to the extent that its absolute systematic claim can be reduced to an historical claim. This division, which denies Hegel's system as a whole, is also true of the German revival of Hegel. But while in Italy the tradition of Hegelian philosophy continued uninterrupted because the questions contained in it were never made over subtle, in Germany a deliberate revival was necessary, in the face of the general disapproval into which Hegel had fallen. Schopenhauer's prophecy 215 that the period of Hegel's fame would be a permanent blot on the escutcheon of the nation and an object of ridicule of the century was destroyed by Neo-Hegelianism. Schopenhauer's memory was preserved only through the mediation of Nietzsche, and, at the beginning of the 20th century, Hegel, contrary to all expectations, seemed to be resurrected. Having gone for 80 years without a new printing, the Logic appeared in 2 new complete editions. Hegel's posthumous works were published, together with a commentary on his early works, a Hegel lexicon, and a literature on Hegel which already passed counting. The new Hegelianism itself has become historically self-conscious and reflects its changes. A Hegel Society and Hegel Congresses demonstrate the study of Hegel. But the matter in question is not the outward fact of this revitalization, but whether and how the present time answers the question, posed by the original Hegelians, of history and of time in general. Dilthey above all understood historical consciousness as a problem of philosophy and of the spirit. In the process, his treatment of Hegel's philosophy of the historical spirit is of decisive importance. This is true both for his Einleitung in die Geisteswissenschaften, 1883, which sought to be a criticism of historical reason, and for his later works on the structure of the historical world. More than all the other neo-Hegelians together, Dilthey revitalized Hegel's historical mode of thought and made it productive for the present through his Jugendgeschichte Hegels, 1905, and his systematic historical works. His dialogue with Hegel goes back into the 60s, in which also appeared Stirling's The Secret of Hegel, and continues through the last years of his scholarly life. A sort of midpoint is provided by his revision in 1900 of K. Fischer's work on Hegel. As in the case of Heim, the critical criterion for Dilthey's distinction between what is permanent in Hegel's philosophy and what is transitory is historicity. He considers the nonsensical portion of Hegel's philosophy to be the contradiction between the historical consciousness of the relativity of all historical reality and the metaphysical conclusion of the system. The self-contained form of the absolute system is incompatible with the great, future latent thought of development and the facts upon which it is based. How can this claim be maintained in the midst of the immense system of worlds, the multiplicity of forms of development which take place upon them, the limitless future which is hidden in the womb of this universe, continually marching forward to new Zurückruhers 219? In contrast to Fischer's evolutionary interpretation, however, Dilthey is certain that the developmental theory of the 19th century is not that of Hegel, but, rather, contradicts him. 220 Hegel's final systematization of nature and the spirit in the logical form of a syllogism presupposes a world which is no longer ours. If the spirit is to attain to absolute knowledge upon this earth, then it must once more become the midpoint of the world, and in fact Hegel's entire natural philosophy is constructed from this point of view. The unfolding of the spirit upon earth must reach its conclusion in the principle of the discovery of the absolute philosophy, and Hegel's entire history of the world and history of philosophy is constructed from this point of view. For Dilthey, the foolishness of such a claim is beyond doubt, because his idea of the reality of the world is measured by facts discovered by positive sciences, and not, as in the case of Hegel, by the philosophical notion. Through all Hegel's writings runs the hopeless struggle against the sciences of nature, man, and history. This reference to Hegel's polemic attitude toward the procedure of the positive sciences is the more noteworthy in that Dilthey indicates thereby the groundlessness of any revitalization of Hegel which disguises the unbridgeable gap between modern scientific consciousness and Hegel's speculative science, forgetting that Hegel called the sciences the edifice of an understanding deserted by reason, whose unhindered expansion is inadmissible. But if Hegelian philosophy is the only true science, it is necessarily different from Dilthey's Weltanschauung doctrine, which undertakes merely to be the expression of metaphysical needs. As a result of this radical difference in their criticism and evaluation of science and reality, Dilthey finds Hegel's effort to comprehend the totality of the spiritual world, historical of itself, to contradict the explanatory principle of the absolute spirit. Hegel subordinates to the real historical world of the human spirit an ideal realm of logical predicates which, being timeless, are incapable of explaining a real development in space and in time. In the 19th century, Hegel's philosophy came to grief on this interweaving of a chimerical notion of a development not temporally conditioned with what is real in time. Similarly, the attempt to accomplish the wrongly conceived task by means of dialectics is completely useless and must be discarded. To conceive this task aright and enable it to be accomplished, Dilthey reduces Hegel's speculative comprehension of the notion of reality to an analytic understanding of its most universal structures. Thus the logos of what has being is transformed into a relative meaning, and Hegel's ontology into an empirical analysis of reality. 22g All that remains as the permanent portion of Hegelian_metaphysics is the historical intentions with their metaphysical theological foundation removed, which is precisely the final portion of the system. Hegel's lasting significance rests in his theory that the nature of every phenomenon of life is to be understood historically. 227 Besides logic and natural philosophy, Dilthey also considers that the philosophy of religion has succumbed to the course of history, the thesis of the absolute status of the Christian religion, which is as central to Hegel's historical systematization of the spirit as is the central place of the earth in the universe to his natural philosophy. What is imperishable in him is rather the recognition of the historical relativity of all truths, even religious and ethical. Everything is relative, absolute is only the nature of the spirit itself, manifesting itself in all this. Nor is there an end to the knowledge of this nature of the spirit, no final formulation, each is relative, each has done enough if it has sufficed for its age. The relativity of the notion of property logically led to the revolution of the social order. This great doctrine also led logically to the relativity of the doctrine of Christ. 228. But with this transformation of the absolute into history, which because it makes everything else relative itself acquires the nature of the absolute, Dilthey does not refurbish Hegel, but rather the Hegelianism peculiar to Ruge and Heim, whose criticism anticipates all the motifs of his occupation with Hegel. But in contrast to the radicalism of the young Hegelians, Dilthey's historicization of Hegel's metaphysics has no revolutionary purpose. What he sought to put forward was ultimately only a philosophical attitude which had grown out of his reflection upon the logic of historical consciousness. In him, the metaphysical passion of Hegel's spirit, revealing the depths of the universe, is reduced to a reflection which knows that the reigning anarchy in all the deeper persuasions. 229 is to be removed neither through the refurbishing of an old metaphysics nor through the construction of a new one. Hegel's world, dominated by spirit, becomes socio-historical reality, in itself neither rational nor irrational, but in an indefinite way significant. But the significance of the world is no longer based upon the world itself, but is the product of our attitude toward the world and our understanding of it. We do not import meaning into life from the world, but rather the contrary. We are open to the possibility that meaning and significance only come into being in man and his history. The great objective forces of human history, the objective spirit of Hegelian philosophy, constitute the substance to which the individual must cling if he is to understand human life on the basis of himself, without dogmatic theology or metaphysics. That this answer to the problem of history is not really a philosophical answer, that in fact Dilthey's lifelong efforts to construct a philosophy on the basis of historical consciousness per se were brought to naught by the honesty of his knowledge, cannot hide the fact that he was the only productive refurbisher of the Hegelian position, precisely because he surrendered it. The revival of Hegelianism was officially proclaimed by Windelband in a speech in 1910. Today, its formulation can only produce a kind of amazement at the impoverillement of the spirit. Without any original reference to Hegel, this official revival takes place by means of a Dieter via a revived Kant. If post-Kantian philosophy was forced to direct its conceptual work toward the development of the system of reason, it was in fact a necessary step forward which led from Kant, via Fichte, and Schelling, to Hegel. The repetition of this process in the progress of the most recent philosophy from Neo-Kantianism to Neo-Hegelianism is not accidental, but is an objective necessity. 231. Like Kant before him, Hegel is now experiencing in the alternation of generations the alternation of recognition. This progress in the return to Hegel means that Kant's critique of reason demands an historical basis. His critique of natural science must be expanded to the domain of cultural science, the latter having developed so enormously in the historical sciences of the spirit. But in order to make an abstract study of the copious development of rational values, Hegelian philosophy is necessary. It is best able to illuminate the principles of the spiritual world. It is a hunger for a worldview that has seized our younger generation. It seeks to be filled in Hegel. But Windelband avoids the question of what changes in the spiritual environment have begotten this attitude. It suffices that it is present, exploding with elemental force. The younger generation yearns to return from metaphysical desolation to a spiritual basis for life. This need is particularly well met by Hegel's universal philosophy of the historical spirit, which demonstrates a total meaning of reality. In addition, there is the evolutionary optimism of his theory, whereby he gains the victory over Schopenhauer's pessimism and Nietzsche's boundless individualism. In this sense, the return to Hegel means a step forward. But neo-Hegelianism must keep itself free from the strange external trappings and metaphysical rashness of the older Hegelianism. The dead husk must be discarded and the living kernel retained. But this fruitful kernel which remains is the insight that we participate in the reason of the world as a species undergoing development. Today it is impossible not to see that this program is nothing but husk, and its concepts the clichés which an optimistic bourgeois class borrowed from Hegel, clichés which by no means display any elemental force of the spirit. In basically the same way, but with emphasis on the Prussian element and the Protestant consciousness of freedom in Hegelian philosophy, G. Lassen understood the task of Hegelianism to be a result of Kantianism. In his twofold capacity as Prussian Hegelian and pastor, he undertook the meritorious new treatment of Hegel's works. The weakness of the repeated path from Kant to Hegel is shown by J. Ebbinghaus. Soon after his enrollment in the party of Hegel's absolute idealism, he went back once more to Kant, only to end up finally with Wolff. Only R. Kroner seriously undertook Windelband's program, in his work Von Kant is Hegel and in a Kulturphilosophie 234 organized along Hegelian lines. Kroner says, to understand Hegel means to see that he simply cannot be transcended. That he nevertheless could intend to refurbish Hegel for the present has its basis in his equation of the immediate task with that accomplished by Hegel. I 235. The presuppositions of philosophy have altered in the meantime, but to master this upheaval the reclamation of the classical tradition is necessary, such as we see most perfectly incarnate in Hegel. Above all, Hegel attained the reconciliation of the secular and religious consciousness, overcame the antithesis between antiquity and Christianity, and forged a bond uniting the Greek with the German spirit. During the war, Hegel's dialectical identity of the ideal with reality was patriotically simplified. German idealism and German sense of reality, according to Lassen 236, have revealed themselves overwhelmingly as a miraculous unity in Hegel's philosophy and in the World War. According to Kroner 237, reality and the ideal pursue and accompany each other step for step in the German state. In this period the actual historical meaning of the academic refurbishment of Hegel revealed itself as the self-assertion of the Christian Germanic, or more precisely the Prussian Protestant self-consciousness, disseminated in battlefield editions of philosophy. If this Hegelianism had really understood, as it proclaimed, that the presuppositions of our life and thought have basically altered, and Hegel's world is no longer our own, had it taken seriously its parenthetic insight that Hegel's destiny was Feuerbach 238, it would have had to recognize the apparent contradiction between the absolute and historical sense of Hegelian philosophy as being a contradiction only because we no longer believe in the absolute status of Christianity and the spirit founded upon it. Hegel's eschatological system can be comprehended only on the basis of this hypothesis, but the idea of an infinite progress of spiritual history a priori sets aside the Christian consciousness of time, even as secularized by Hegel. Therefore the actual inconsistency in Kroner's Hegelianism resides in his affirmation of the Christian nature of the Hegelian spirit while denying the conclusion of the history of the spirit which follows from it. He does not want to admit that Hegel's philosophy is in fact the consummation of the principle of Christianity, and that his mediation between antiquity and Christianity is not an inheritance, but was already called into question a century before. In order to resolve the contradiction between system and history, 239 Kroner reads into Hegel a contradiction which is much too modern to be characteristic of Hegel, namely the contradiction between historical limitation and unlimited validity. Hegel suffered this contradiction with magnificent unconcern. On the one hand, he stated that every philosophy is its age grasped by thought, and on the other the eternal absoluteness of the spirit. Kroner first seeks to explain the unity of these two statements on the formal dialectical level. Hegel's considered insight unites both because history is itself a work of the spirit. History is not merely history, it is also the productive spirit of mankind, it is the house in which it resides, and which it continually constructs and reconstructs. 240. Kroner sees his further development of Hegel in this light, and hence misunderstands the conclusion which he represents. He himself remarks that Hegel's philosophy contemplates the past like no other, conscious of an historical completion, and the subsequent course of events seems to confirm this view all too well. Point 2. But instead of elucidating the supposed contradiction between system and history in the light of this historical question, Kroner asks, what right had Hegel to claim absolute validity for his system in spite of this historical resignation? Hegel equated the truth of his system with truth per se, at the same time thinking more in historical terms than anyone before him, while on the other hand his history of philosophy belongs to the system. He resolved this contradiction by making a systematic aspect of the historical in order to escape the danger of historical relativism. But historical relativism is a very modern problem, and now no longer even modern, it did not exist at all for Hegel. His peculiar accomplishment is not the transformation of the historical aspect into a systematic one. Dilthey was the first to undertake this, but rather the reverse, the joining of the systematic to the historical. It is no accident that only after Hegel do we have an historical aspect of the systems of philosophy, a so-called history of ideas and problems. But in his case the historicization of philosophical truth is equally far removed from both historicism and validity. The modern claim for validity per se derives historically from pre-Hegelian philosophy, and is a postulate of Neo-Kantianism. And only when confronted with a postulated truth per se does its historicity collapse into an historicism which relativizes validity. As a consequence, the contrast of system and history is not resolved, as Kroner would like, through metahistorical history and the formalistic argument that the thesis of the historicity of the spirit is itself metahistorical because it seeks to be true for all epochs. If Hegel causes the eternal to be manifest in the temporal, this is not the result of any formal dialectics, but an intrinsic metaphysics of the Christian logos. In fact, as Kroner himself remarks 242, his philosophy includes within itself the Christian consciousness of the end of all things, because Hegel does all his thinking conscious of the absolute significance of the historical appearance of Christ. He lived in the millennium, in which we all shall meet again, namely in reality, for in my thoughts I have long dwelt there. 243. Therefore not any present moment at all was for him the highest, but only that which, like his own, is a final link in the sacred chain of the past, now appropriated by thought in its full extent. Not any present moment at all, as in the case of Hegel, is both beginning and end, and for this reason absolute, rather only the time which extends from Thales to Proclus, from thence to Hegel, makes it possible to write a period after the now of up to now. Of course, Hegel says literally that for now the series of spiritual configurations has been concluded by his own work. But this does not mean solely that his philosophy is the highest form attained up to now. 244. As any convinced philosopher would have to assert of his system, the time intended here is the time of from age to age, 245, which Hegel counts in thousands of years, just as he measures the truth of systems according to the measure of their totality. 246. Only in every sacred moment, not in every moment, is there a spiritual jolt which alters from top to bottom the sum total of all that has gone before. And hence there is no interruption of Hegel's historical way of thinking in favor of a systematic way, but after Hegel there occurs a complete change in the spirit of the age, and consequently in systematic thought. Thus Hegel's statements concerning the history of the spirit hitherto do not simply have the innocuous meaning that the present as such is not and cannot be the object of historical study. 247. The simple truth of such statements is that, aware of a conclusion, Hegel affects the consummation of the history of the spirit. But then it is no longer necessary to defend him against the charge that he viewed his own age as the end of history. It was obvious to Hegel that an empirical course of events continues indefinitely. In contrast, the history of the notion was indeed concluded in him. And so, in spite of his historical resignation, Hegel did not claim absolute validity for his system. Rather, as a result of his historical knowledge, he was more the master of systematic thought than any before or after him. In his unification of all previous history, the accent does not lie on the previous, accented by Kroner, as though no reference to the future were intended. Rather, the accent is on the entire thus far now, that is, finally, the world spirit has come, and this entirety is deliberate goal. Hegel left an open question as to what might proceed from it in the future, but because 3 epochs have now been concluded, and not because the present cannot be studied historically, did Hegel consider history, taken abstractly, to be ended. He, more than anyone else, encounters the present in an historical context based on the recollected past. It is no accident that his immediate successors carried their philosophy into an anticipated future, only to view their own period from that point of view as historical in the opposite sense of the word. While Hegel brought into the present what had been and had come to be in the past, the criticism of the existing order by the young Hegelians brought into the present, from the opposite direction, the task of the future. In contrast, Neo-Hegelianism silences both the past and the future because it misunderstands the historical significance of the break with Hegel, and does not recognize that our own Geistesgeschichte, spiritual history, begins with the collapse of the Hegelian spirit. Scholz, too, undertook to explain the supposed contradiction between the absolute and transitory significance of Hegel's system. From the formal point of view there is an inconsistency which cannot be completely removed, but the absolute claim can be explained from the fact that Hegel lived in the consciousness of having grasped the absolute for the first time as it should be grasped if it is to have any influence on reality, namely, as constantly relativizing itself. The absoluteness of his system would then consist in an absolute relativism, because Hegel in contrast to Kant represents the absolute as an ever-present spirit, immanent in reality. 249 In the realm of natural philosophy, Scholz considers that this attempt failed completely. In the realm of the historical spirit it met with partial success, namely, if the proof of the meaningfulness of all events is interpreted as a hypothetical procedure, designed to overcome the difficulties which stand in the way of a belief in the meaning of history, even in Hegel's own consciousness. In any case, a basic evaluation of Hegel's meaning for the present has to proceed from the fact that he was the first to make philosophy aware of itself as the thought of time. This thesis affects the entire relationship of philosophy to the historical reality of our lives. This joining of the temporal character of philosophy to its substantial content guarantees the permanent importance of Hegel. Every philosophy is the self-consciousness of its age, but this does not mean that it is a mere mirror of its age, but rather that every generation must undertake the task of philosophy with new strength and in its own way, precisely because there is no philosophia perennis in any external sense of eternity. The positive consequence of the transitory nature of philosophy is its continual rejuvenation. The significance of this idea can be properly evaluated only when one remembers the previous state of affairs. Prior to Hegel, no great thinker dared so courageously to put philosophy into the stream of life. They all stood on the bank, thinking it their job to build a bridge across it, for eternity. The few who thought otherwise were not great thinkers, but skeptics, or relativists. Hegel's true greatness rests on his break with Eleaticism, without even dipping his fingers into skepticism or relativism in the definitive sense of the word. Fate was so kind to him that not even the shadow of such a thought ever appeared to him. His spirit was anchored so firmly to the absolute that his peculiar brand of relativism was a mere product of his great consciousness of absoluteness. 25. Thus philosophy becomes an eternally living activity, excluding any revival of past systems. The philosopher who is to do justice to this transitory nature must be the most persevering and productive spirit of his age, a man with the surest capacity for making distinctions in order to be able to differentiate what is valuable from what is worthless, and what is significant for the future from what is merely topical. Because Hegel combined the broadest view with the deepest critical ability, he was the first after Aristotle and Leibniz to achieve an attitude toward history which does not remain external to philosophy. By viewing the past as having an effect on the future, philosophy becomes the consciousness of the age, and continuity becomes the principle of the historical process, in Hegel's case, to an exaggerated extent, with which we cannot agree, because an absolute continuity contradicts the transitory character of philosophy. But one thing remains decisive, the grasp of historicity of the spirit, a concept to which Hegel gave a peculiarly German development. The refusal of Hegel's philosophy, in contrast to that of Vico and Herder, to consider the future, even for a moment, is interpreted by Scholz as a mere renunciation of romantic speculation, a sense of reality. The original Hegelians saw the eschatological conception of Hegel's system as the problematic basis of its inclusiveness. See Oltz reads in.to the temporality of Hegelian philosophy, a motif of limitless self-rejuvenation which cannot be derived from Hegel himself. He did his thinking in the old age of the spirit, which corresponds to the complete fulfillment of the spirit which has returned to itself. But for an evaluation of Hegel's significance, the decisive question is whether this boundary of his historical meaning is not completely borne out by the history of the German spirit subsequent to him. In this case, the actual significance of his metaphysics of the historical spirit lies in the fact that it brought to an end the epoch of Germanic philosophy as Christian philosophy. J. Plenge was acutely aware of the epochal boundary which separates us from Hegel. It caused him to pose once more the question of Hegel's attitude toward history and to draw Marx into the study of Hegel. 251. His study once more opened the doors to the questions which had been asked 100 years before by the young Hegelians, particularly Bauer. It begins with the statement that it would be unworthy of Hegel merely to repeat philosophically what he had already said better. In his eyes, this would be the very death of the spirit, which lives only in overcoming new dichotomies. He would ask us, was I not followed by a new antithesis, coming from without and within? Formally, as the empirical knowledge of a scientism broken up into separate disciplines. Materially, as the socialism of Karl Marx, which grew out of my own school, drew its sustenance from my dialectics, and developed into the irresistible course of the social adventure. You want to return to me as to the vehicle of a victorious universal affirmation, but you are too weak to reach me beyond these antitheses, instead of being brought to a halt by them as though my period had been older and more finished than even I was willing to construe it. 252. Hegel and Marx both recognized the fundamental historical nature of all human life. It is our duty to make use of their design, without giving uncritical support to either. 253. The way in which Hegel, and even Marx, viewed the system of our world was limited. Only in the course of the 19th century did eruption of energy set in, which ultimately led to the World War and the upheavals following in its wake. Hegel could not foresee this at all, and Marx only insofar as it pertained to capitalism. The inventions of the 19th century, together with the organization of economic, social, and military structures which they made possible, opened for the first time a world which now included in actual fact all the historical nations of the earth. With reference to this new world, Plenge attempts to restructure the previous history of Europe and to determine Hegel's historical place from the standpoint of the present. The Christian Middle Ages, the modern era, and the 19th century, with which once more a new epoch begins, are the three subsidiary periods of an historical era preceding the NWLY-arrived world system which begins with the World War. In contrast, Hegel's conclusion of world history with the Christian Germanic world was still based upon a Europe not yet aware of the historical significance of America and Russia, nor the new dialogue with the East. Between us and Hegel there lies a period of history for which we do not have a generally recognized descriptive name. The age of capitalism refers only to the continuing process of economic reform. Bourgeois society, without the connotations, so illogically attached to the word bourgeois, is really too pleasant sounding for such an explosive event, and the future misunderstandings could easily be even more dangerous, because a socialistic work army would need at least as much discipline and order as does the middle class. One solution is to take the famous phrase applied by Goldberger to America at the turn of the century, and extend it to the entire 19th century, the century of unlimited possibilities. This phrase well describes the reaching out of mankind toward greater and greater technical achievements, and the whirl of personal success for the fortunate exploiters and profiteers in this rising market. But probably the best name for the demonic power of this evolutionary process, which transcends anything that has ever existed previously, is eruption of energy. All the forces of the earth are unleashed, the effect is to overwhelm mankind, to force our society into an incalculable transformation, beyond the control of any insight or of any will, which finally, through the fault of everyone, if there is fault, ends in world war and world revolution. In the process, the picture of reality is extended by the results of science to immeasurable and yet calculated cosmic distances, with the result that everywhere the eternal equilibrium of unchangeable laws is lost. Development becomes untamed erupting energy which pays us no regard. Human society is torn loose from all universal systems regulating its behavior, both orderly systems and systems assumed for the sake of order. Any consistent view of all reality is lost. There is no longer such a thing as a worldview. There are only sciences. Specialized sciences fitted into no comprehensive order of a total system. The only principle in the background is an absolute faith in science as a method which reaches a sure knowledge even of the last things, leading to the tendency to conceive these last things as an absolute force which man may use in his maintenance of society. But whose product he is? Material, as energy. Friedrich List and Karl Marx both put their faith in force. This is the world of the real 19th century, of which Hegel had no idea, although it was coming into being under his very eyes. 254. Through all the struggles of races and nations, peoples and classes, the overcoming of time and space, through the technification of the world, everywhere pushes forward to a consciously organized world system and to a history of world organization, although it is impossible to know whether this Tower of Babel, with its confusion of tongues, can be made a lasting creation. Hegel, in contrast, wanted to explain the absolute completely in the midst of the structure of his own world. In spite of the breadth and assurance of his GZE, his view of the world was still completely restricted to the Christian humanistic historical entity, although even during his life the study of history began to transform the traditional picture, revising it in the light of newly discovered historical sources from the Orient. 255. This restriction to a central portion of the European domestic world has an even deeper basis in Hegel's philosophical position, namely, in his idea of the state and of religion. For Hegel, the French Revolution was the great event, but he intentionally overlooked the possibilities arising from it, even though in his own period it was obvious that the age of revolutions was just beginning. He had no premonition of the bewildering influences which were to come upon Europe from all over the world. This is the fault of his method itself, for what dialectics has once dealt with indeed remains alive within it as a suspended component, but it never has a basically new effect in its own right. The ultimate basis for this closed character of Hegel's system lies in his attitude toward Christianity. For Hegel, Christ is the revolutionary of his synthesis, unifying once and for all the world which stands at the point of utmost antithesis. Hegel viewed Christ without reverence or emotion, with deep scientific tension as the problem of problems, because in him the infinite becomes finite, because he, as one of these, in his very human life, includes within himself the all, demonstrating conclusively the essential union of man with God. 256. In this, abstract logical process loses all its original, human power. Actually, the Protestant state suffices for this historical purpose of the Hegelian world. On the basis of this total spiritualization and secularization of the Christian supernatural world, the transition from the period of actual Christianity to the modern era has no particular significance for Hegel. The modern era loses the impetus of historical. 134 From Hegel to Nietzsche. Progress which, in the stormy course of the 19th century, finally drives it to the First World War. The modern era becomes simply a fulfilled Christianity, completely aware of itself. Hegel overlooks the transformation of the picture of reality into an entirely new dimensional structure and the incipient unification of all the civilizations of the earth into one single theater, which distinguishes the modern era, no matter how much it remains a subsidiary period in the course of Europe's decline, from all the human past and thereby from the beginning of the West European period with the age of Christendom. Of course it remains true that the assurance of being superior to the world which typifies the modern era at its peak is built upon this same assurance of Christendom, subjected to God. This then grows into the frenzy of scientific superiority of the 19th century, enslaved to its own products. 257 In contrast to the demands of his method, Hegel's historical system only apparently concludes with a complete reconciliation and systematization of the experienced antitheses. In reality, its political conclusion is a radical hostility between warring national states, its religious conclusion is a Protestantism split up into sects, itself still an irreconcilable opponent of Catholicism. Hegel's achievement in the study of history, magnificent in spite of these limitations, was only corrected in the 19th century by F. Liszt and Marx, both of whom, in contrast to the bourgeois historians, sought with a quick grasp to shape their assumptions concerning the meaning for the world of the new technical and socio-economic advances. Without overmuch concern for Hegel, Liszt viewed the national state as the vehicle of history and provided it with the economic weapons with which to secure its equal rights with other nations, upon which the world system was to grow. Marx, the spiritual heir of Hegel, like Liszt, considered economics and science to be the real job and basis for existence of mankind. Just for this reason he saw them as the seedbed of class conflict and of class wars, which he considered would have to be undergone until the final world system of work was achieved. We take them both only as examples of the way the facts of the age shoved Hegel's system aside, showing more simple ways for thought. Simultaneously, there have been attempts to answer questions which Hegel had answered wrongly or not at all, or had not even seen incomplete answers, in their one-sidedness lacking the scope for which Hegel strove. 258. It remains to be asked whether the basic concepts of Hegel's philosophy of history can be applied to the phenomena of the period of the world just beginning, example the dialogue of the various cultures and the leveling process going on beyond this dialogue. 259. Against this possibility one would surely have to say that only as corrected by Marx can Hegel be used for a real understanding of the 19th century. Above all, with a proper view of the basic truth discovered by Marx, one can see in the utilization and subjugation of all the forces of the earth and the reaction upon society of the instruments forged for this purpose an enormously powerful effect of the productive power of our human spirit, of which we are able to see only the immediate consequences. But these, one and all, are other paths than Hegel took. 260. In contrast to this sociological appropriation of Hegel, formulated in such a way that it might frighten off the casual reader, the academic neo-Hegelianism of the 20th century, totally derivative, shut its eyes to the historical insights of Marx and Searle. It failed to understand the philosophical problem of the 19th century. The German intelligentsia became aware of so-called Marxism only through the political propaganda of National Socialism and its polemic staging. In Germany, original Hegelianism was forgotten, the revival of Hegel came about through Neo-Kantianism. But in Russia the Hegelianism of the 40s, in the form of nihilism, Marxism, and Leninism, underwent continuous development down to the present, and made history. In 193 there were 3 congresses on the occasion of the centenary of Hegel's death, one in Moscow, and 2 others in Rome and Berlin. In spite of their mutual antipathy, they belonged together as had the Hegelian right and left of the previous century. As then, the greater degree of culture belonged to the epigones, the historical power to those who wanted progress and interpreted Hegel by means of Marx. But over one thing the idealistic and materialistic dialectics of both parties were agreed, the notion that they were able by a simple operation to separate the dead from the living portion of Hegel's philosophy and to use either the spiritual content or the dialectical method in isolation. 261. But the real sundering of what Hegel's mediation had joined together had already been accomplished, in opposite directions, by Marx and Kierkegaard. That these two dogmatic and mutually opposed critics of Hegel were both under the spell of his concepts demonstrates the power of the spirit which could produce such extremes. 3. The dissolution of Hegel's mediations in the exclusive choices of Marx and Kierkegaard. 1. The general criticism of Hegel's notion of reality. The attack of Marx and Kierkegaard separates precisely what Hegel had unified, both overturn his reconciliation between reason and reality. Marx takes Hegel's political philosophy as the object of his criticism, Kierkegaard's attack is directed against his philosophical Christianity. The result is not only a dissolution of Hegel's system, but at the same time of the entire system of the bourgeois Christian world. The philosophical basis of this radical criticism of the existing order is their quarrel with Hegel's notion of reality as unity of essence with existence. The attack is directed primarily against a single statement from the preface to the Rijks philosophy. Whatever is rational is real, and whatever is real is rational. It is difficult today to conceive of the serious struggle and enormous excitement which this sentence produced even during Hegel's lifetime. As heirs of the 19th century, we think of reality as facts and data, of a realism which could arise only after the breakdown of the Hegelian real idealism. 2. The immediate cause of this transformation in the notion of reality was none other than Hegel himself, through his unparalleled elevation of the real, contemporary world as the content of philosophy. It is essential that philosophy give to the content of consciousness the form of thought and thus reflect upon reality. It is equally essential to realize that its content is none other than the content of the world or empirical reality. The degree to which philosophy corresponds to reality can even be considered an external touchstone of its truth. But not any and everything in existence is reality in the same sense and to the same degree. For this reason a distinction must be made between real existence and what is merely transitory, meaningless, accidental, ephemeral, and rudimentary existence. Such an accidental reality, which equally could not exist, does not deserve the emphatic name of a genuine reality. 3. As a result of this distinction between accidental existence and reality, Hegel could see in the dictum of the preface to the Rijks philosophy quite simple statements, while for his successors they were extremely ambiguous, depending upon whether the first or the second portion of the statement was emphasized, that is, whether the criterion of interpretation was taken to be the sole reality of the rational or the sole rationality of the real. But even E. Gans, the editor of the second edition of the Rijks philosophy, could find no fallacy in Hegel's statement. He defended it as a simple truth against the attacks which it had drawn. Straightforwardly interpreted, it says no more and no less than that in order to be true to its nature, what is truly rational continually takes form in the world, achieving actuality, and what truly exists in the world contains within the world the justification of an inherent rationality. Hegel's statement is nevertheless by no means self-evident. This is proved by the simple fact that Hegel found it necessary to justify it, and particularly the way in which he did so. He appeals to both God and the world, in contrast to the theologians and philosophers who objected to the rationality of reality. This statement, says Hegel, must be immediately obvious to theologians because it is precisely the doctrine of God's dominion over the world, and philosophers must know enough to realize that not only is God real, he is that which is most real, he alone is truly real. Thus, like the efficacy of the idea, the equation of reason with reality is based on a philosophy which is also a theology. Its ultimate goal is to bring about, through recognition of the conformity of God and the world, the reconciliation between self-conscious reason and reason which has being, that is, reality. Ruge and Feuerbach, Marx and Kierkegaard, challenged the validity of Hegel's Reconciliation between reason and reality in a way which anticipated the arguments from Heim to Dilthey. Ruge took over Hegel's notion of reality as the union of essence and existence. Precisely for this reason he could object to Hegel's development of this principle in political philosophy on the grounds that he had absolutized, in the sense of universal essence, particular historical forms of existence which in themselves are transitory. In this manner Hegel allowed reason to withdraw from present, real life, losing historical interest in these political forms as such. 5. He gives the reader two separate foundations. At times, he supports individual existence upon a universal essence, at others, he supports a universal essence upon historical existence. 6. Feuerbach's criticism is not directed against the failure of the logical predicates in the face of historical existence, but against their inadequacy for empirical existence. 7. Which for him was the criterion of what was real. As empirical existence, reality appears immediately as what it is, but for Feuerbach this immediacy means not merely not yet mediated, as it does for Hegel, who defines being, with reference to the spirale activity of mediation, as that which is immediate. By confronting being, within itself, as the immediate, speculative thought can apparently resolve the antithesis between real being and thought without difficulty. 8. In contrast to this excogitated immediacy of being, which is thought, Feuerbach asserts the positive and primary character of immediately empirical reality, which nevertheless is not something from which thought is absent or which is self-evident. Even more direct than empirical observation of objective reality, for which one must go outside of himself, is the mere subjective mental image of something, which can remain completely with what is imagined. In order that empirical observation may exhibit that which has being in its reality, there is need for a change such as that from the Oriental dream world to Greek clarity, which allows us to view that which has being in its genuine form. 9. In contrast, the intellectual observation of Hegelian speculation is a constructive cogitation in identity with itself. It does not achieve this real world, but only the actualization of a theological, shadow world. Christian theology is also the basis for Hegel's thesis of the rationality of the real. The identity of thought and being is merely the expression of the divine nature of reason, the expression of the fact that reason is the absolute essence, the embodiment of all truth and reality, that no antithesis to reason exists, that reason is all, just as in traditional theology God is all, i.e., all that is essential. And truly has being to only empirical being, palpable to the senses, which is different from the thinking of a thought, attests like an incorruptible witness the true being as the independent reality of something which itself has being. But for the thinker as a thinker there is no real being and no real existence, no Dasein and no Perseide, although these all exist for the man who thinks empirically. 12. With this concentration on existing reality as perceptible to sense, always having particular significant content, Feuerbach deliberately relinquishes ontological inquiry into undifferentiated being, such as is predicible equally of everything that has being. 13. For purely ontological thought, the empirically defined this is not essentially different from any other this or that, because the logical form of this in every case is the same for all data of the senses. 14. Thus Hegel's dialectic of empirical certainty dissolves every really individual this in universal logic, although the logic is a mere word, this alone being an object. But just as the word is not the object itself, so an imagined or merely stated this is not an empirically real being, the existence of which for me is always a practical question. The mystery of being does not reveal itself to thought in universal terms, but to empirical observation with the senses, to sensitivity and passion. Passion alone, says Feuerbach, agreeing with Kierkegaard, is the token of real existence, because passion alone is really concerned whether something exists or not. For purely theoretical thought, this practical distinction is of no interest. 15. Even mere sensitivity has a fundamental and not merely empirical significance for the knowledge of being. The hunger which demands nourishment reveals in the sense of emptiness a corporeal understanding of the abundance characteristic of really existing being. Like love and passion, it is an ontological proof of an involved existence which is really concerned with being. Only what affects a change in my situation, what is pleasant or painful, can show that it is there or is lacking. And only thought which allows itself to be interrupted by observation, sensation, and passion, rather than continuing on always within the confines of itself, can comprehend, even theoretically, what reality is. 16. Marx and Kierkegaard also directed their criticism of Hegel against the notion of real existence. Ruge is concerned primarily with the ethical and political existence of the body politic, Feuerbach with the sensuous existence of the corporeal human being, Marx with the economic existence of the masses, and Kierkegaard with the ethical and religious existence of the individual. For Ruge, historical existence reveals itself to interest, understood politically. For Feuerbach, all real existence reveals itself to sense perception and passion. For Marx, social existence is revealed through empirical activity as social practice, and for Kierkegaard, ethical reality is revealed to the passion of inner activity. The Russian and Polish Hegelians of the 40s were also concerned with reality. The existential motif of their disagreement with Hegel is expressed with an openness and directness which is peculiarly Slavonic. The classification of the Russian intelligentsia into Westerners and Slavophiles is determined philosophically by their adherence to Hegel and his pupils or to Schelling's attack upon Hegel. But Schelling's demand for a positive philosophy of reality is determined by Hegel's claim to comprehend reality as the sole content of philosophy. For this reason, both sides of the Russian dialogue with Genin philosophy were determined by Hegel. The best evidence of this is the letters of the Russians studying in Germany at the time. For them, Germany and Hegel are practically synonymous. During his transition from the Western to the Slavonic orientation, W. Krajewski 1806–1856, developed the thesis that Western thought in toto lacked a full and complete relationship between the person, as an intellectual spirit, and reality. He saw the ultimate basis for this in the Western European relationship between church and state, between faith and knowledge, as it developed after the breach between Rome and Constantinople. The destructive ideas of the 18th century, with their incorrect view of Christianity, are the result of the exaggerated rationalism and fragmentation of Western European thought. In Hegel's philosophy, the universal European belief in the susceptibility of ideas and reality to organization reached a climax. But Hegel brought the systematization of the world on the basis of human self-consciousness to an unsurpassable culmination, creating thereby the basis for Schelling's demonstration of the negativity of this mode of thought, alienated from living reality. And so today the situation of philosophy in the West is as follows: conscious of the restricted sphere of validity of all rational abstraction, it cannot progress further in this direction, neither can it find another, different direction, precisely because all its strength has been used up in the completion of the old system of abstract rationalism 18. In contrast, Russia has preserved the tradition of the ancient church in its monasteries and in the doctrines of the fathers of the Greek church. This tradition includes the concentration of all spiritual activity upon the whole, unfragme, l.ed. individual. Western man is incapable of comprehending a LVMG relationship of all spiritual faculties, in which none acts without the other. He has no understanding of that peculiar equilibrium of soul which characterizes the individual brought up in the orthodox tradition, determining even his external mien and gestures. Even amidst the whirlwind of fate, his conduct displays a final depth of calm, a moderation, dignity, and humility which witness to an equilibrium of the soul, a deep inner harmony of feeling for life. In contrast, the European seems to be in a perpetual ecstasy. His appearances are officious, almost theatrical, he seems full of agitation in his inward and outward bearing, which he nevertheless exerts himself frantically to bring into artificial symmetry 19. But if Europe will only surrender the principles of its untrue Christianity and return to the stage of pre-Christian thought, then, perhaps, it will be capable once more of receiving the true doctrine, which is neither allied nor opposed to reason. M. Bakunin, 1814–1876, interpreted Hegel's philosophy primarily as a new religion, in the hope of solving all his personal problems through complete dedication to the life of the Absolute. He even sought to determine the course of his brothers' and sisters' lives on the basis of Hegelian philosophy. Through the spirit everything lives, everything is brought to life. Only to a dead eye is reality dead. Reality is the eternal life of God. The more alive a man is, the more he is permeated by self-conscious spirit, and the more alive reality is for him. What is real is rational. The spirit is absolute power, the source of all power. Reality is the life of the spirit, as a consequence, it is all-powerful. 20. In the introduction to his translation of Hegel's Gymnasial Reden, he proclaimed the necessity of a reconciliation with reality, and explained Hegel's sentence to himself in a way that was radically optimistic, for to revolt against reality is the same as to destroy every vital source of life within oneself. Reconciliation with reality is within all spheres of life the great task of our age. Hegel and Goethe are the principal representatives of this reconciliation, this return from death to life. 21. Starting from this point, V.G. Belinskij, 18IOI 848, drew further conclusions. He writes to Bakunin, "In the smithy of my spirit there has grown a peculiar meaning of that great word reality. I look at the reality which I previously so despised, and tremble, because I have come to understand its rationality. Because I see that nothing must be removed from it, that no aspect of it must be criticized. Reality. I repeat this word when I arise and when I go to bed, by day and by night, and reality surrounds me. I feel it everywhere and in everything, even within myself, in that new alteration which is noticeable in me from day to day. Now I daily meet with practical people, and it is no longer hard for me to breathe in their company. I form my judgments of everyone not according to some preconceived theory, but according to the data given by himself. I know how gradually to enter into the proper relationship with him, therefore all are content with me, and I am content with all. I am beginning in conversation to discover interests in common with people with whom I previously thought I had nothing in common. I demand only what may be demanded of me, and for this reason receive only good and nothing evil. Not long ago I discovered a great truth which, until now, had been unknown to me. I recognized that there is no such thing as a fallen man, who has betrayed his calling. I no longer look down upon anyone who has ruined his life through a marriage, who has extinguished his reasoning power and his genius in his occupation. Such a man has no guilt. Reality is a monster, armed with iron jaws. It seizes by force anyone who does not surrender himself freely and devours him. 22. In this Russian reinterpretation of Hegel's emphatic reality we find the passion peculiar to Belinskij, which caused him to reconcile the highway of reason, not with the blue sky of infinity, but with garden variety reality. 23. He ceased to be a romantic, and sought to serve Russian reality, up to and including an absolute recognition of Russian absolutism, which estranged him from all his friends and ultimately brought him to a crisis which finally forced him into opposition to Russian reality. Under the influence of Bakunin and Herzen, he went over to the side of the left-wing Hegelians. 2 years after the letter just quoted, which he wrote to Bakunin, he cursed his base longing for a reconciliation with miserable reality. The human personality is more than all history, and Heine is more than all the professional thinkers who defend reality as it is. 24. I have long guessed that Hegel's philosophy is merely one thing among others, perhaps very important, but that the absolute nature of its conclusions is rot, that it is better to die than to accept them willingly. For him, the subject is not an end in itself, but only a means for a momentary expression of the universal, and for him, the universal is a Moloch, for it flaunts itself in the subject and then discards the subject like a worn-out stocking. I have particular reasons for being angry with Hegel, for I feel that I was basically true to him when I made Li peace with Russian reality. All Hegel's chatter about morality is complete nonsense, for in the objective realm of thought there is no morality, just as there is none in objective religion. The destiny of the subject, the individual, the personality, is more important than the destiny of the entire world and more important than the health of the Emperor of China, i.e., Hegelian universality. 25. The only true reconciliation with reality seems to him to be that which Ruge preached as the turning of theory into practice. 26. He viewed Hegelian philosophy, indeed, as the highest achievement of our culture, but at the same time as the means whereby this culture dissolves itself in transition to a new form which the world will take. To turn away from Hegel means revolt against philosophy in general. The philosophy of Count Osieskowski, 1814–1894, 27 is basically no less Slavonic, but in its abstract discipline and the way in which it construes questions, it can scarcely be distinguished from German Hegelianism. In 1832, he studied at the University of Berlin, attending the lectures of Michelet, Hotto, Werder, Gans, Henning, and Erdmann. His impression of the Germans was that they were the most synthetic and at the same time abstract of peoples. They have no sense at all of concrete life. In Germany, everything is met with healthy and powerful approval, but all these elements lack organic and harmonizing accord. Everything dissolves into particularities, and thus the total picture is itself something abstract, a chimera, a caput mortuum. Knowledge and life, ideality and reality, are separated from each other. There is a constant hither and thither. 28. Osieskowski sought to resolve this mutual alienation of theory and practice, of knowledge and life in the Slavonic spirit through a philosophy of action, based on a Christianism which was to bring Hegelian logism back to the original logos of the Christ word. 29. In Hegel's philosophy he saw a final state which could be overcome only by passage from the element of thought to the element of will, because only the will reveals a new future. 30. On the other hand, Hegel's consummation also motivates Osieskowski's return to the origins of philosophy in the original stages of Greek philosophy. 31, to which Marx, Kierkegaard, and Lassalle also referred in contrast to the end reached by Hegel. His disagreement with Hegel centers on the latter's notion of universality. The true spirit is not a universal and impersonal thinking, but the spiritual activity of the complete self. 32. For the most part, Hegel contrasted the universal to the particular and resolved both in real individuality, but occasionally he also contrasted the universal to the particular and the individual. Osieskowski explains this terminological confusion thus, that in every case the universal remains dominant for Hegel, so that in spite of his protestations of arriving at the concrete one, the individual is surrendered to universality and the subject to substance. According to Osieskowski, the third way in which a resolution may be achieved between individuality and universality is through the perfect individuation of the spirit in the divine person. Only there does substance actually become subject. 33. In other words, Osieskowski wishes to reach the Christian position within the framework of genuine philosophy of the spirit, a position which Kierkegaard developed in a paradoxical manner against the thinking of the universal. His goal is a philosophy of life in activity, which has God as the self, perfect in itself, freely creating from itself. 34. From this standpoint there develops a far-reaching correction of Hegel's philosophy of history, which Osieskowski expanded in his Prolegomena zur Historiosophie. 35. In contrast to Hegel's division of history into the Oriental world, the Greco-Roman world, and the Christian Genanic world, he sets forth the following threefold division: ancient world to Christ, Christian Genanic world to Hegel, and, as the third, the future, which is a component of all historicity, not only in the case of prophets but in every case, because history is not a deterministic process, but a free and responsible activity. We stand at the beginning of future history. It will bring the synthesis of the pre-Christian and Christian phones of the world. In his writings he discusses the concrete question of the future world as the rephone of Christianity and of political society. 36. 2. The critical distinctions of Marx and Kierkegaard. 37. A Marx. In his criticism of the Hegelian philosophy of right, Marx does not quarrel with Hegel's principle, but only with the concrete working out of what he, too, asserted, the unity between reason and reality, and between universal essence and individual existence. The essence of political existence is the polis nature of the social organism, the political universality. Hegel is not to be blamed for depicting the nature of the modern state, but for holding that which is to be the essence of the state. 38. He mystifies empiria, thereby turning the content of his idealistic exposition into the crassest materialism, justifying philosophically that which merely happens to exist. His mediation between bourgeois society and the state does not really remove the contradiction between private egoistic and public communal existence. In fact, this very mediation points up this contradiction as being unresolved. Hegel's greater insight lies in the fact that he perceives the separation between bourgeois society and political society as a contradiction. But his error lies in being content with the appearance of a resolution. 39. In reality, the real man of bourgeois society is the private individual of the existing constitution, because the abstraction of the state as such and that of private life are in themselves a contradiction. 40. Therefore, if a man would act as a real citizen, would achieve political importance and effectiveness, he must step out of his bourgeois reality, abstract from it, withdraw from this entire organization into his individuality, for the only existence which he will find for his status as a citizen is his pure, unmixed individuality. Without him, the existence of the state as an administration is impossible, and without the state his existence in bourgeois society is impossible. Only in contrast to these solely present social units, only as an individual, can he be a citizen of the state. His existence as a citizen of the state is an existence which lies outside of his social fontis of existence, and is therefore purely individual. 41. As a citizen of the state, the bourgeois is necessarily a stranger, someone external, foreign to himself, just as foreign and external as his private life remains to the state. His state is an abstract state because it is a bureaucratic administrative power which abstracts from the real, that is, private, life of its citizens, just as they as individual human beings abstract from it. The choice of a man to be a member of a state remains necessarily an abstract choice so long as the real situation of life presupposes a separation between public and private realms. 42. As a private individual, separated from the public universality of life, he is himself privately determined. In communistic society, the reverse is true. There, the individuals as individuals participate in the state as their residential publica. Communism, as Marx, the Hegelian, understood it, is the true resolution of conditions of existence which have no essence, the social identity of essential reason with the real existence of human beings existing as a social organism. Hegel achieved this reconciliation only in the realm of thought. In reality, he took as the content of his description the historically conditioned contradiction between private individual and public communal existence. This modern contradiction existed neither in antiquity nor in the Middle Ages. For the actual private individual of antiquity was the slave who had no share in the social organism, and who, therefore, was not a human being in the full sense of the word. 43. In the Middle Ages, every sphere of private life was at the same time public and corporate. The life of the people and the life of the state were identical, even though the individual man was not free. Only the French Revolution produced the abstraction of private life, together with the merely political state, conceiving the freedom of the bourgeois as a negative freedom from the state. But true freedom is a freedom of the highest social nature, in a society of free men. And yet the sense for freedom left the world with the Greeks, and the sense for equality vanished with Christianity into the blue of heaven. Only a radical revolution of the existing conditions can produce a polis extended to become a cosmopolis, the true democracy of a classless society, realizing Hegel's philosophy of the state in the element of modern society. Only in the polis of the future can the world in fact become our own, the isomorphic otherness of ourselves. In contrast, the bourgeois, private individual necessarily remains alien in his public world. In complete contrast to this philosophic communism, Kierkegaard treated the private individual radically, as an individual, opposing the inwardness of self-being to the outwardness of wholesale relationships. For him, the two unique prototypes of individual existence are Socrates in the Athenian polis and Christ against the entire world, consisting of both Jews and Gentiles. In the last pages of his concept of irony, Kierkegaard indicated that it was the task of the age to translate the results of scientific knowledge, meaning Hegelianism, into personal life, to appropriate them personally. For it would be ridiculous for someone to teach throughout his whole life that reality has absolute significance and then to die without any further evidence of this validity than having proclaimed this wisdom. The negativity of irony is useful as a means of verifying reality. It teaches us to make reality real by giving it the appropriate emphasis. 44. After finishing his dissertation, Kierkegaard undertook the trip to Berlin in order to hear Schelling, expecting of the latter's positive philosophy and elucidation of reality which he did not find in Hegel. We read in one entry of the journal, "It makes me happy to have heard Schelling's second lectures, indescribably so. Long enough have I sighed, and my thoughts sighed within me." He spoke of the relationship between philosophy and reality, and, when he spoke the word reality, my thoughts leapt for joy within me as did the child in Elizabeth's womb. I remember almost every word which he said from that moment phone. At this point, perhaps, clarity is possible. This one single word, which reminded me of all my philosophical torment and agony. 45. This expectation immediately gave way to disappointment. My age does not allow me to assimilate drop by drop what I would scarcely open my mouth to swallow all at once. I am too old to listen to lectures, just as Schelling is too old to give them. His whole theory of potencies betrays complete impotence. 46. An epigram in either or reflects his disappointment with both Hegel and Schelling. Listening to philosophers discourse upon reality is often just as misleading as seeing in the window of a second-hand store a sign which says, "Pressing done." If you bring your washing to have it pressed, you have been taken in. The sign hanging there is only there to be sold. 47. From this time on, there runs through Kierkegaard's works a more or less explicit polemic against philosophy's claim to comprehend reality through reason. Unlike Marx, Kierkegaard sees Hegel's failure to come to grips with reality not in a failure to follow through with his principles, but in Hegel's deliberate equation of essence with existence. This prevents him from ever describing a real existence, but rather only an ideal abstract existence. For the essentia of something, what it is, concerns its universal nature. Existentia, that something is, concerns its particular individuality, the particular existence of you and me, for whom it is a matter of concern whether it is or not. 48. Kierkegaard's criticism of Hegel goes back to Kant's criticism of the ontological proof of God, in order to justify his differentiation between essence and existence as the only honest way to think of existence. 49. But Hegel could not see that existence spatiates the analysis of being, because he did his thinking not as a man, but as one possessed of a particular talent, a professional thinker. He understood only the notion of being, but not its reality, which is always individual. But the category of individuality is not one category among others, but the definition of all reality par excellence, for, according to Aristotle, the only thing which really exists is this particular something, the individual thing which is present here and now. 1. Hegel's theory of the notion admittedly postulates individuality as the only thing that is real, but in indifferent mediation between the particular and the universal. 52. For him, individual reality is self-reflected particularity of the universal, thus the individual man is a particular instance of universal humanity, the essence of which is the spirit. Kierkegaard did not deny this universality of humanity, this common property of all mankind, but he considered it realizable only in the individual, in contrast to whom the universality of the spirit, Hegel, or of mankind, Marx, seemed to him without existential meaning. Basically, Kierkegaard's polemic against Hegel's notion of reality only consists of variations of the one central idea that no system of existence can come to grips with reality, and that a paragraph discussing reality within the system is an absolute protest against the system. If the last section of the logic is given the heading reality, the advantage is gained of giving the appearance that we have arrived in the logic at the highest point, or, if you will, at the lowest. But meanwhile we see the disadvantage, neither the logic nor reality is done any service, not reality, for the logic cannot make room for contingency, which is an essential part of reality, not logic, for when it has thought of reality it has taken into itself something which it cannot assimilate, it has anticipated what it is intended merely to predispose. The penalty shows up clearly: all investigation into what reality is becomes difficult, perhaps impossible for a time, because the word must be granted time to reflect upon itself, time to forget its mistake. The contingent or even miraculous fifi which Hegel excludes from the notion of reality consists precisely in the fact that anything whatsoever exists and that I exist at all. It is this mere existence which comprises absolute interest in reality, while Hegelian abstraction demands that the philosopher, in fact, be disinterested. The interest of metaphysics is the downfall of the immanence of the system phi-8 within which being and nothingness are indifferent possibilities of pure thought. For the man who himself exists, existence is in itself a matter of greatest interest, reality is his involved interest in existence. What reality is cannot be expressed in the language of abstraction. Reality is an inter esse in the midst of the hypothetical abstract unity of thought and being. 59. Thus Kierkegaard elevates the brute fact of existence to the status of decisive reality, transforming the universal problem of being into an inquiry into human existence. The actual problem is not what it is but that it exists at all. Similarly, the existential philosophy which derives from Kierkegaard no longer inquires into essentia apart from existentia; instead, existence per se seems to be solely essential. Kierkegaard shares this grounding of reality in interest with Feuerbach, Ruge, and Marx, albeit the interest in the case of Feuerbach is sensuous, of Ruge ethico-political, and of Marx practical and social. Kierkegaard calls this interest passion or ardor, and contrasts it to speculative reason. The essence of passion is that, in contrast to the conclusive termination of Hegel's system, it compels a determination which decides either one way, or another. A decision par excellence is the leap, this decisive protest against the inverse methodological process, namely, dialectical reflection. The determined passion of a decision ready for this leap determines an immediate beginning, while the beginning of Hegelian logic truly starts not with the immediate, but with the product of an extreme reflection, pure being in general, abstracted from all real existence. 6a. With this definition of existence, Kierkegaard reduces the self-knowing realm of rational reality to the only reality of which an existing person has more than mere knowledge, namely, the reality that he truly is. 64. To thought, which is oriented historically, this may seem to be a cosmism, but it is nevertheless the only way to take the encyclopedic, fragmented knowledge of the age and guide it back to its origin, once again to receive a primary impression of existence. 6ri. But it would be a mistake to conclude that the existing person does not think at all but seizes knowledge like a Neapolitan beggar. Rather, the thinker refers everything to himself because of his interest in an existence which understands itself, which participates in ideas but does not itself exist as an idea. The task put before Greece was to attain the abstraction of being. Now, the situation is reversed. The difficulty lies in arriving once more at existence upon the height of Hegelian abstraction. To understand oneself as one actually is was the Greek principle, and to an even greater degree the Christian principle, but ever since the victory of the system, a man no longer loves, believes, and acts himself, he only wants to know what all this is. Kierkegaard's polemical notion of real existence is directed not only against Hegel, but also as a corrective against the demands of the age. Individual existence, limited to itself, the only reality par excellence in contrast to the system, the latter includes everything on an equal footing, leveling differences, between being and nothingness, between thought and being, between universality and individuality, down to the even plane of indifferent being. It is, too, the reality of the individual in contrast to the historical universal, world history and the generation, the crowd, the public, and the age, which has no concern for the individual as such. It is, 3, the inward existence of the individual in contrast to the external superficiality of circumstances. It is, 4, a Christian existence before God, in contrast to Christianity made superficial in the spread of historical Christendom. And it is, 5, above all, with all these characteristics, an existence which decides either for or against life as a Christian. As an existence which decides one way or another, it is the antithesis of discretion and of Hegel's comprehension, which have no place for an either-or. 67 Shortly before the revolution of 1848, Marx and Kierkegaard gave to the demand for decision a language whose words even now press their claim. Marx in the Communist Manifesto, 1847, and Kierkegaard in a literary announcement, 1846. The one manifesto ends, "Proletarians of all lands, unite." The other ends with the demand that each work out his own salvation, otherwise any prophecy as to the future course of the world is bearable, at most, as a joke. But viewed historically, this contrast merely represents two aspects of a common destruction of the bourgeois Christian world. Marx based his revolution of the bourgeois capitalistic world upon the mass of the proletariat, while Kierkegaard, in his struggle against the bourgeois Christian world, depends completely upon the individual. This corresponds to Marx's view of bourgeois society as a society of separate individuals, in which every man is alienated from his species, and to Kierkegaard's view of Christianity as a Christendom extended en masse, in which no one is a follower of Christ. But Hegel mediated these contrasts of existence, making of them one essence, bourgeois society and the state and Christendom. Therefore, the selective decisions of Marx and of Kierkegaard are intended to emphasize the differences and the contradictions within that mediation. Marx's target is the alienation of man from himself produced by capitalism, Kierkegaard's is the alienation of the Christian from himself produced by Christianity. 3. Criticism of the capitalistic world and secularized Christianity. Marx analyzed the alienation of man in the realm of the state, society, and economy. The political expression of this alienation is the contradiction between bourgeois society and the state. Its immediate social expression is the existence of the proletariat, and its economic expression the existence of our commodities as merchandise. Capitalism, private economy with private ownership, is the antithesis of communism, communal economy with communal ownership. But even the criticism of political economy is and remains oriented toward the totality of the historical world and the related form of human existence. The inhabitant of the capitalistic world is alienated from himself because capital, merchandise, and paid labor are the objective expression of circumstances under which man as producer and consumer is not, in the Hegelian sense, at one or free. The difference between Hegel's system of wants and Marx's criticism of political economy is shown by the fact that Marx attacks as an alienation of man from himself what Hegel views as a positive component of all human activity, self-renunciation. The spirit, that universal essence of man, is an interpretation of itself within the world, and at the same time self-recollection, that is, a return from renunciation to itself. The result of this movement of the spirit is a mediation at every stage between its own being and all other being, a tendency to become proportionate to itself in the otherness of its own being. Starting from this universal structure of the spirit, which exists 69 and renounces itself productively, generating the world, Hegel viewed the particular relationship between man and object as property, which he describes in more detail. D. 70ab fulfill as possession, use, and renunciation. And 0 rejects its purpose by being utilized by others. This use is not external or foreign to the object itself, for it exists to be used, its entire existence is existence for a purpose. The complete use of an object is the object itself, just as a field realizes its own peculiar being through its yield. Thus the substance of an object is its externality, which is realized through use. When I have full use of it, I have it as property. Just as in my relationship to an object, the totality of my personal self-manifestation and the total use of my human powers is identical with the self-manifesting life of the personality. Why there follows, for Hegel, the following view of the renunciation of human activity. Out of my particular physical and spiritual abilities and possibilities for activity, I can surrender individual productions and a temporary use to another individual, because, by this limitation, they acquire an external relationship to my totality and universality. Through the renunciation of all my time, made concrete through labor, and the totality of my production, I would make its very substance, my universal activity and reality, my personality, the property of another. 72. Hegel illustrates this difference between partial and total renunciation by the difference between the slave of antiquity and the modern domestic. As a rule, the Athenian slave may have had easier tasks and more intellectual work than our servants, but he was nevertheless a slave, because the entire scope of his activities was surrendered to his master. In contrast, Marx concludes from the system of production that really exists that even a particular activity can surrender the entire man, even though he be legally his own master, since nobody compels him to sell his labor. Nevertheless, the real existence of the free wage earner is less free than that of the slave of antiquity. Even though he is the owner of his own labor and has equal rights with the owner of the means of production, and surrenders only a particular kind of work for a particular length of time, he nevertheless becomes completely the slave of the labor market, because his saleable labor is the only thing which he in fact possesses and must surrender if he is to exist at all. For Marx, the wage earner incorporates the universal problem of bourgeois society, the economic nature of which consists in the production of a depersonalized world of merchandise. The mercantile nature of all our commodities and the corresponding use made of human beings is not restricted to the sphere of economics. It defines every manifestation of human life, its mode of production, as a surrender, a sale. Even intellectual and spiritual production becomes merchandise, a book becomes an item in the book market. There is one great fact which is characteristic of the 19th century, and which no party can deny. On the one hand, industrial and scientific forces have been brought to life such as no previous era of history could dream of. On the other, signs of deterioration are evident, a deterioration which places the famous horrors of the last days of the Roman Empire in the shade. In our time everything seems pregnant with its opposite. Machines are endowed with the wonderful power of reducing human labor and making it more productive. We see how they lead to hunger and overwork. The newly released powers of wealth, by a strange quirk of fate, become sources of poverty. The triumphs of art seem to be bought at the price of character. Mankind becomes lord over nature, but man becomes slave of man or slave of his own base nature. The outcome of all our inventions and all our progress seems to be that material forces acquire spiritual life, and human existence becomes a dumb, material force. This antagonism between modern industry and science on the one hand, modern misery and decay on the other, this contrast between the productive forces and the social conditions of our epoch is a fact, a palpable, overwhelming, and indisputable fact. Many parties may lament this fact, others may yearn to be rid of our modern capabilities in order thereby to be rid of our modern conflicts. Or they may imagine that such obvious progress in economics demands an equally obvious step backwards in politics for its consummation. For our own part, we do not mistake the crafty spirit which continues vigorously to produce all these conflicts. We know that the new powers of society, if they are to accomplish good work, demand new men. A phenomenological analysis of this universal problem is given in the first portion of Das Kapital, in which Marx exhibits the mercantile character of everything we produce. In merchandise he sees revealed the basic ontological structure of our entire physical world, its mercantile form. It characterizes both the alienation of man from himself and the alienation of the world of things from him. 76 The socio-critical and also human point of this economic analysis, however, appears in Das Kapital only in passing remarks and footnotes. On the other hand, it lies at the very surface of the report on the debates in Re the Law dealing with theft of wood, published in 1842.77. This contains the first, exemplary disclosure of that basic inversion of means and end, or of object and man, which leads to the alienation of man from himself. To be related to oneself as to something other, something alien, this extreme externality is what Marx in his dissertation called materialism, describing himself as an idealist seeking to abolish this alienation. Parting with an object is self-alienation, because man does not exist for the object, but the object for him. What Marx seeks to show is the following: the wood which belongs to an owner and can be stolen is not mere wood, but a thing of economic and social, and therefore human, significance. As wood which exists in this context, it is not the same thing to its owner as possessor of private property as it is to the non-owner who takes it away. Therefore, a punishment which is to be humanly just as well as juridically correct cannot come about as long as the former thinks of himself merely as an owner of wood, having this narrow-minded view of himself, and the latter is also not considered as a human being, but as a person who has stolen wood. In either case, the man is characterized by a dead object, a material power, something non-human, and subsumed under it, if he is not himself capable of controlling the products of his labor in their social context. But the man can be defined by mere wood because this wood is itself an objective expression of political circumstances. Therefore, the idols of wood can conquer and men can be sacrificed to them. Thus if wood and the owners of wood, as such, determine the laws, these laws will not differ at all except as to the geographical point at which, and the language in which, they are framed. This depraved materialism, this sin against the Holy Ghost of the nations and mankind, is a direct consequence of that doctrine which the government newspaper of Prussia preaches to the lawmakers: when considering a law dealing with wood, consider only wood and forests, do not attack the specific material problem politically, that is, in the context of the purpose and morality of the entire state. 78. When, by reason of certain social conditions, such a thing as wood can become a criterion for the being and behavior of men, things themselves become the measure of man through the reification of human self-consciousness. L_Clerks asks the same question in the Deutscheldeology. Here, too, he asks whence comes this alienation which comes between men and their own products, so that they no longer control the mode of their mutual relationship, their circumstances achieve an independent power over them, and the power of their own life overcomes them. How does it come about that within the involuntary growth of individual interests into independent class interests, the personal conduct of the individual must become materialistic and alienated, existing as a power, independent of the individual? 79. The answer is, through the division of labor. The entire manner of work that has existed up to the present must be abolished, it must give way to a total independence. This transformation does not mean a cessation of the division of labor into mental and physical alone, but also an abolition of the opposition between city and country, which is merely the crassest expression of the subsumption of the individual under the division of I abhor 80. But it can be abolished completely only in a society which transphones human nature as well as the institution of property. Thus Das Kapital also is more than merely a criticism of political economy, it is also a criticism of the human member of bourgeois society guided by capitalistic economy, the economic cell of which is the mercantile form assumed by all products of labor. What was originally produced for use is not immediately exchanged, as needed, to be utilized. Instead it comes onto the market as an independent mercantile value, taking this detour from the hand of the seller, for whom it has merely exchange value, to the hand of the user as purchaser. This independent existence of an object intended for use in the form of merchandise exemplifies once more the universal fact that in the bourgeois capitalistic world the product dominates man. To discover the process which led to this perversion, Marx undertook his analysis of the objective appearance of the modern social conditions of labor in the fetish nature of merchandise. As merchandise, an ordinary table is a thing both tangible and supertangible. What is tangible is only what it is, not as merchandise, but as an object intended for use. On the other hand, what it is as merchandise which costs money because it costs labor and time is on the surface an intangible social relationship. In this manner, it not only stands with its legs upon the floor, but in comparison to all other merchandise stands upon its head, and from its wooden head develops worries, more miraculously than had its individual parts begun to dance. Thus the mysterious nature of the mercantile form consists in one simple fact: it reflects back to men the social character of their own labor as an objective character of the products of this labor, as natural social characteristics of these things. Thus it also shows that the social relationship of the producer to the total labor is a social relationship of objects which exists independently. Through this quid pro quo, the products of labor become merchandise, tangible, intangible, or social things. It is only the particular social relationship of men among themselves which presumes to see here the phantasmagorical form of a relationship between things. Thus if we are to find an analogy, we must escape into the mists of the religious world. Here the products of the human brain seem endowed with a life of their own, they seem self-sufficient forms, related to each other and to man. The products of the human hand behave similarly in the mercantile world. I call this the fetishism which adheres to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as merchandise. It is therefore inseparable from the production of merchandise. But the producers of merchandise, that is, of objects of every sort which assume the form of merchandise, have dealings with one another only through the exchange of their merchandise as merchandise. Therefore, the relationships which lie behind this merchandise appear to the producers, not as labor relationships among men. These social relationships appear to them to be purely objective relationships among themselves as producers of merchandise. Conversely, the material relationships among the various items of merchandise acquire the character of quasi-personal relationships between self-acting mercantile units in a market which obeys laws of its own. Man is not immediately aware of this perversion, for his self-consciousness is reified to an equal degree. The fact that this perversion is historically conditioned is veiled by the definite value attached to merchandise, in the form of money. Thus it appears possible to alter the price of the merchandise but not the mercantile character of commodities. In order to see that such an economic system, in which the products of labor become autonomous vis-a-vis the producer of them, is completely perverted, one must compare it with other social and economic systems. Whatever verdict one reaches about the dark Middle Ages type of personal dependence typical of that period, at least the social relationships of individuals in their various forms of labor appear in this context as their own personal relationships and not in the guise of social relationships among objects. 84. Because personal dependency relationships constitute the given social basis, labor and its products have no need to take on a fantastic form, differing from their reality. The natural form of labor, its particularity, and not, as in the system of mercantile production, its abstract universality, is here its immediate social form. 85. From this historical perspective, Marx develops the possibility of a future communistic social order, in order to contrast the perspicuity of its social relationships between the laborers and their products to the opaque perversion of the modern mercantile world. Thus the mercantile world can be abolished only through a radical transformation of the total concrete life situation of man as he exists in society. 80. To this return of objects from their role as merchandise to their role as commodity, there corresponds the necessity for a return of reified man to the state of natural man, whose nature is to be entirely social. If man is social by nature, he can develop his true nature only within a society. The power of his nature must not be judged against the power of the individual in isolation, but against the power of society. 81. From this fundamental postulate, Marx's proletarian socialism follows in the footsteps of Hegel's Aristotelian prototype, the polis, in which man is a political animal whose freedom is a personal integrity based on relationships with others. Kierkegaard protested passionately against this idea of social existence because he saw in our time every kind of association, whether in the system, in mankind, or in Christendom, as a leveling force. It is out of the question that the idea of socialism and the community should become the salvation of the age. The principle of association, which is valid at best in respect to material interests, in our time is not affirmative, but negative, an evasion. A mirage whose dialectic is, by strengthening individuals, it enervates, the common bond gives strength of numbers, but ethically it is debilitation. 88. Socialism's great mistake was to suppose that the problem of equality is soluble in the medium of the world, whose essence is variety. Kierkegaard's particular concern was not human equality, but Christian individuality in contrast to the crowd. In contrast to fantastic theories dealing with society, he sought once more to decipher the pale original of individual human conditions of existence, for the confusion of the age can be countered only by giving the necessary ballast to human existence so that it may endure within the stream of time with roots in eternity. Kierkegaard, too, was concerned with the alienation of man, but not within the world, rather within contemporary Christendom, which had declared its solidarity with the world and with the state. In his pamphlets, which he entitled The Moment, in which a decision was to be made for Christianity or the world, Kierkegaard drew the ultimate conclusions from his will to effect change. 89. With extravagant irony he protests against the Protestant mediocrity of the Christians of the established Church, mediating between the world and Christ, and also against Hegel's mediation between the state and Christianity. The first sentence of the first pamphlet begins with an ironic exegesis of Plato's thesis that philosophers should rule the state. Somewhere in his Republic, as you know, Plato says, one can hope for justice only when those men come to power who have no desire to. This statement is also true for other situations where something, meaning Christianity, is intended to be taken seriously. The true politician and the true Christian can have no desire to rule because they know on the one hand what the state is, and on the other, what Christendom is. But in the so-called Christian state, the human becomes the patron of the divine. How in the world, asks Kierkegaard, with an allusion to Hegel, did such an absurdity ever occur to such a reasonable entity as the state to become patron of the divine? Well, that is a long story. Primarily, it is bound up with the fact that in the course of time Christianity has been accorded its true character as the divine less and less. Think of a statesman about the time of the appearance of Christianity in the world, and ask him, quid tibi videtur? Don't you think that would be a good religion for the state? Presumably he would think you were mad and not deign to give you an answer. But when people adhere to Christianity out of cowardly fear of what others will think, out of mediocrity, out of opportunism, the matter appears in a different light. In such a case it could truly seem that Christendom, having become a miserable creature through its treatment at the hands of its adherents, should be very thankful for its protection through the state, since in this manner it still continues to be respected. 90. Man cannot become the patron of God, for true Christianity is nothing more nor less than following Christ, an absolute renunciation of the entire world. But the world exists for man primarily in the form of the state, and so the moment is aimed at the acknowledged lie in the apparent understanding between Christendom and the state. Let us assume that the state employed 1,000 officials who earned a living for themselves and their families. By opposing Christianity, that would indeed be an attempt, if possible, to make Christianity impossible. And yet this attempt would be in fact far less